Let's check the audio. I'll go to the live tab. Welcome, everybody. Well, welcome, everybody. It's a little odd that I'm streaming pre-market. Haven't done that in a while. Just getting everything set up. I am in a trade, but I'm probably going to get knocked out here. I got only in 5 lots. I did catch some pre-market. I'm probably up about 9 grand for the day so far. It was a kind of obvious trade to the daily open test. Where are we at here? Yeah. All of it's in profit, but it looks like I'm probably going to be knocked out here. Wouldn't be surprised if I get knocked out on this trade. How's everybody doing? We will be covering a new indicator here today, which is we've already released it. It's called the what did I label this indicator? Let's go to scripts. The Rexdog dynamic candle channels seems to be a good indication of what that indicator is. Also, I'm working on. Wanted to talk to the group here if the group was around today on helping out with a new Rexdog average indicator, calling the Super RDA. Still in this trade. All right, let me make sure I got audio on where we're at here. Looks like I'm probably going to get knocked out here. Sweet. All right. Targeting the opening range of the previous day is our target. My target, I should say. Those that can see on YouTube, there's the 4 charts set up. We are in a sell. Where is that level? Let's see where that level is. There we are. Opening range is down at 204. Here's someone in the background. Let's set this up the way I like it. So this is a new layout that I'm using on TradingView because TradingView is my main charting platform that I go to for charting higher time frames kind of throughout the day, so I don't get tunnel vision. And with I can process a lot of lines and a lot of levels. I know someone that's just getting starting. It can be a challenge, and our charts do look somewhat busy. But for me, those levels are high probability reaction areas, so I want to know them. So one of the things I've done is I broke up the standard kind of layout of charts into a 3 chart layout. So you'll see in the 3. So basically on the upper chart we've got our momentum. That's your main momentum and bias window. Here we have our key levels, chart 2, and then chart 3 is our dynamic candle as it develops throughout the day. and I might add one or two. I don't really need them actually, so I don't think I will. But if I let me move these trailing stops. All right, well, it's good to be in this trade. So far, if we get knocked out here, we'll be up probably about 11 grand for the morning. Not bad for pre-market. Got up, did a little bit of pre-market, checked the news, see what news was on deck, and then executed a trade. So not a bad way to do it. Anybody here just can say hi, say what's up. Anybody in the room has a mic?
Hey, good morning, Rex. Excited to watch the stream today.
Hey, morning. How you doing?
Good. I took a little short this morning too. I'm already out of it, but I'm just gonna wait for the news to hit and to open before I put anything else on.
Yeah, me too. There's no reason to get aggressive. It does look like we're going. I mean, we're kind of at a key inflection point on the day as well. We're testing the slow momentum there, right at 200. So if that gets lost, we're looking at at least 18,000, maybe, probably beyond that. 18,000 is a nice first reaction area. So that's what it looks like going into the day here on my pre-market analysis.
Cool.
If it stays momentum short. So, this might be a good day for me or not, because I usually do well when the market sells off, calling the bluff on the upside, but we'll see. So we have industrial production here at 4 minutes.
Yeah, and then we have consumer sentiment in like 45 minutes.
Yeah. So we got the lower or
So I'm looking at the hourly chart.
Yep.
I'm looking at the hourly chart, looking for that 1800 or 18,000 level. What is giving you indication that you're calling that instead of say 18,150-ish, or what I mean, like putting it out that far?
I'm going off the daily. So if you look at the daily,
Okay.
Where's the next daily level, right? The next daily level is
Gotcha.
Wait, it's further than that. Wait, what am I? So this is what's weird. Or not weird, but on Tradeovate, yeah, that's why. So we're trading the NQM, and then I'm on the NQ continuous contract. See, I actually like to chart the continuous contract, but at the same time, I should always check it with actually what we trade, right? Which is the NQM.
Yeah.
So, because those are different. So the M here is testing the slow momentum. But one reason why I don't like to chart the individual ones is just because the RDA and the Mix 200 isn't fully developed on those. So
Yeah.
I've always just traded the underlying and then used the on TradingView anyways. I still know, because I have it on Tradeovate, that we're with the M24 here, but I use more the NQ continuous contract for long-term trading.
Gotcha.
So what I was reading was actually the M contract, and then I was looking at corresponding. That's the next level down, right down here. Wait, where was I looking? Why is that different than Tradeovate even? It's even different than Tradeovate. So if you look at Tradeovate on this chart here,
Yeah.
the next kind of quasi level is right around 18,102. And then the next level that I would say is a strong level is 17,800. So that's on the daily. I think you can use both. So all three. So all three will provide reactions because I consistently use all three. But and then it's just reading, doing good 4 chart analysis. I think that's one of the things that I've realized over the last couple of weeks as I've listened to people and kind of been part of the evening discussions and stuff is that there's still a lack of of fully grasping the power of the 4 chart setup and how basically it integrates um, in almost every trade decision. But then I put great emphasis on chart 2 for my entries. I mean, I don't think I ever enter a trade without at least tracking chart 2 for a while.
Yeah, so key. It's so key. Yesterday I got caught up in that descending value channel in the morning, and I was selling the bottom and buying the top, and I should have been more patient. I should have been using C2 a lot more yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, because it really does reveal the hand of the market, at least on the lower time frame. Once you get, and I'm noticing some people are starting. I mean, there's a lot of growth, and there's people that are, but I'm realizing that's also a big hiccup for a lot of people. Is just understanding I guess the correlations, or how, and I felt like I've said it to death, but that's because I've done all the training, I developed the system. Not everybody has been there for every element of that, right? So I've got to humble myself as a trainer, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot, right? I mean it's the 4 chart. It gives us this great vision into the market and the momentum and bias. But yet at the same time, there's so many levels on each of them, and trying to get those pieces to fit into the puzzle. When you have money on the line and you don't quite have the education or conviction developed yet, it can be difficult for new traders.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I'm supposed to, you're in the middle of it and you're like, wait, I'm supposed to do C3 as my entry, but C2, I'm supposed to wait for this level and add here and manage risk here. And it can be, a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I feel like I'm 70%, 75% of the way there maybe. And I'm still, make errors like I was making yesterday. And, it's going to be disheartening.
It is a lot. And because I think some of it too is that I bring new vocabulary that isn't heard throughout, and then I also bring some new thinking. I think I'm not trying to say that I'm, but I do think I go contrary to some thinking out there, and I bring new thinking to it. So sometimes you have to adjust your mind. I think, or I found people have to adjust their thinking around like how I think the market works and how and I think part of what attracts people is that they see that, but then there's a lot to it, right?
For sure. I mean, I think one of the things that we chat about, in the Alpha channel or in DMs or whatever is the wicks on candles. I would love for you to get into a little discussion on that about like how a wick shows intention, or how a wick can show like a test of a strong level, and how to know the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean that's in the training, but I definitely can cover that sometime today. So I'll point out the intention video, and then I'll also look at that and see if it can be improved, and then add that to the list of things that I'm improving. But yeah, that's something I can talk about today too. because
Yeah.
there's specific times where I mean, I think you should look at it both ways all the time.
Mm.
Like this wick here on that 60-minute candle at 3:14 2 p.m. I think you should look at it both ways, and then decide which way you lean towards, which way you actually, uh, which way the market or the charts reveal to you makes more sense. Is the way to look at it.
Right. Because you could put a Fibonacci on the wick, right, and see the wick as kind of a channel in and of itself.
Yeah, I haven't done that in the training, but I've done that many times here live, where you could just basically put. I mean, I don't use Fibonacci, but yeah, you could put whatever level type of analysis you do. I know I use just standard levels, but you could put a Fibonacci, and the same type of things will hold up. But there are specific times where a wick will specifically be an arrow to where price wants to go. And there's that saying, if it trades there, if it prints there, it will trade there. And this is a prime example here, which is it printed here and it did trade here. But when it means trade here, means it's going to close there. So this wick down here, down to 161, it didn't do anything special except for
Mhm.
exceed the extreme band of the RDA, but it didn't do anything special comparatively to where we're at in price, except for momentum and bias is short at this point in time. So I would be looking at that as okay, well, it's going to probably want to tag that. I mean, these are swing lows, swing highs. I mean, but I look at it as okay, well, price wants to even go lower than that. So then what I look at is say, okay, what's the next strong level on the higher time frames or chart 4 or on the 60, which is down here. And I mean, that's where it tested. So I didn't have the chart far enough to see that this was actually a level. I wouldn't call it a level test. To me, it's still far enough away. So I would still look at that as an intention candle that, hey, the market's revealed its hand that actually I don't want to say liquidity because I don't think that way and I don't talk that way, but
Mhm.
meaning that there's an intention for market participants to get price down there is the way that I look at it. You know, I don't try to
Right.
just, I don't try to describe anything that I don't like I can't, understand, you know what I mean?
Right.
So then I would go to the
Yeah.
next
Yeah.
level down and I would say then, well, okay, we're looking at that 100 level like we talked about before earlier.
Oh,
So today I have in the back of my head 100 just because of well, number one is momentum and bias short. So that's what we should be trading. Uh, and then number two, we at least have one wick that hasn't been taken out. And then you can do the same. If I go to trading view, let me go to this chart and do the 1 hour. I think that's going to still show that up. Yeah. It's hard because of this indicator on here. I can turn it off real quick. I don't think I have this. I don't think I've actually put this in the training, but I know I've done it quite a few times. You could do the same type of thing, like you said, is take that
mhm.
and do the same type of. Right now, we're testing the 50 of that wick. You know, to me, the 50 breaks is invalid. Then you're looking at the next level. Then it's the next level. So
Mhm.
a lot of times you will see the market just turn right in this zone here, right at that 25. It does look like it wants to go for it though. Part of me thinks that I should load up here, but we're so close to the open. I don't want to get on the wrong side of liquid or volatility.
Right.
Like I don't put much stock in these wicks here, right here. I mean, I do. Uh, I'm trying not to talk out of both sides of my mouth here, um, because I do put them because they did break the 50%. But the more that it doesn't hold levels, I put more stock in levels.
Right.
So the more that the levels don't hold, I still see these, and you could almost look and say that well, you know, overnight it did come and test the 50% range of the previous day. Um, So the stock that I put in these wicks is the fact that what did it do significant? Well, significantly, since we're just looking at this indicator on this chart, is it traded above the mid control. And then the overnight went and actually tested the mid control and then sold off from there. So I do look at those as, I just don't look at them as rejections as a lot of people teach, I guess, or as it's commonly taught. I try to look at it more as arrows, right? More as intention.
Right.
And then the more evidence that shows that it's not intention, then I do look at it as rejection. But I don't subscribe to, I was going through a couple courses, or I was just scanning through a couple courses, price action courses that I bought over the years the other day. Well, the other day was probably like 3 weeks ago. But it was interesting from my perspective now how much I kind of like differ from some of the price action teaching a little bit in candle by candle reading, like what the standard candlesticks reading means. You know what I mean? And I guess I had to provide examples to, but I guess like anything else you do in life, right? When you grow or when you become better at it or an expert at it, and then you look back at what the market or how layman's look, I won't say layman's, how other people, how you, I guess I'm trying to say that I was amazed at my conviction on not agreeing with what they were teaching. And then me applying it to the market every single day and making money off of it. And what I was trying to figure out, and this is kind of me just trying to be introspective, is like, if I adopted this thinking, could I be successful, or would I be as successful, or would I be able to trade as well? And my answer was no. I think that the way that I think and the way that I adopt it is the right, and I don't know why it's still taught this way. And if I provide a couple examples, that's better. But I'm just saying that was an epiphany I had the other day. All right, I stayed in this trade too long. Should I maximize profit? I'm up about 11,000 for the day. I'm not trading the small account. I realized I'll discuss this here this weekend. Just that I think there's a better way to do what people are missing with the small account. It still involves trading with a small account, but like right now, if I had a small account, I would, well, number one, it's 3 minutes to the open, so I'm going to wait 10 minutes. So I wouldn't be trading in the next 10 minutes at all if I had a small account, unless I had huge conviction that on this pullback to the RDA on chart 2, it's going to continue to sell off. Other than that, I'm sitting on my hands waiting for the market to reveal. Sorry for those on TradingView. Waiting for the market to reveal itself as far as what it's doing. Now, we broke yesterday's opening range low. What's the next level? The weekly low is the next level that is majorly important for our reaction zones. We're going to tag that here right now. I'd look for an overshoot. I might reverse on that and go long. But once again, if I had a small account, I would maybe wait for a stair-step pattern on chart 2 to go long, because remember, it's a fade trade. So that's something I would consider, or not consider, or how I would be trading the small account. Where is that level at chart? That weekly low is 18,138. 18,138 is the weekly low. So I look for an overshoot of that, probably down to 111. I'll go long. So you can see I have an entry there, long, to alert me. That way I don't have to watch the charts. I'm gonna get up and get. I probably shouldn't have these orders in up. I'm gonna get up and get coffee then.
I'm about to get more coffee too.
Yeah, sweet. Good coffee, hopefully.
Yeah, I have one of those Italian, those metal canisters you do on your stovetop. You make espresso.
Oh yeah, I never. I think we talked about this before. I never could master that, so I gave up on it.
Yeah, I am not going to say I mastered it, but I'm usually a 1 cup of coffee a day guy, but today's going to be 2 cups. That's the exciting news from my place.
Yeah. Okay, there's a level down here on chart 1. Not really a level. It's really not a level. So it's still that weak low. So I mean, it's 18072 is the next level that I would be looking at. So that's a big scale in from 18111 to 18072. That would be my scale in range that I'd be looking at. Gonna get knocked out here in this trade though. Short. Not bad for free market, 13,000. I mean, I mean, once again, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter the time of the day, right? But it's pre-market. What were the charts? All bias and momentum short. So when I got up and kind of finally got ready and did my pre-market, chart 1 was already in a momentum short environment, and I just traded the pullbacks. I'm going to bring this down because I think so now my scaling area, I'm looking from 18095 to 18075. But what am I doing? One thing to keep in mind is what am I doing? I'm expecting an overshoot on the weekly open. It did tag the weekly open, so we do have an overshoot. So maybe I'm going to miss this trade. So I need to think about watching chart 2 on the long side to see if there's going to be a pattern on chart 2 that's going to reveal. I'm going to remove this a little bit here over to the side because I want my charts bigger.
Well, it's pretty epic.
Let's see what the dynamic, I guess we should name it something more sexy. Well, I mean, it is the dynamic candle, but
yeah, I was going to say that's a pretty sexy name. How it is, I don't know if it can get much sexier than that.
I mean, but like it's a lot to say. It's a mouthful. Which is a double entendre there as well. Well, we're at the lower channel, lower control, or the low control. I just realized that I named those the same way. I need to move these over because I don't like them where they're at. And yeah, I did get the notice on the yearly doesn't open. We'll fix that. We'll fix it. So
I go get some coffee.
Sweet. Let's oh wait, I don't have an updated of that candle. Next dog candle. What is it? Dynamic candle, channel candles. So we'll talk about using this new indicator here today. I will do a formal training section on it in the members area. I just need to get energy and I've had family come visit surprising me in the last couple weeks. So it's really, I'm not complaining. So I don't want to sound like I'm complaining because I like family but it's really thrown a wrench into me actually doing things. Doing things outside of hanging out with family. So I'm not complaining. I'm grateful that they're here. It makes it a little bit difficult for me to just do anything else when family's in town. So I like to save it as default. I'll change this now, not when we're trading. So the market is open. We're 5 minutes in the market. Let's see what the 4 chart setup can tell us. We still are momentum and bias short. We've lost the daily open. Why is the NYSE open not showing up? Oh, there it is. Why is today's NYSE open not showing up yet? We've lost the weekly open. So one of the things I would suggest is that, one of the things that I had an epiphany on, people weren't, or one of the challenges I saw that were common for people that are, sorry, I'm trading, so I'm thinking about going long here. I'm going to go long at this level here and right here and put in tight stops right down here. We're going to remove these. It just looks like the volatility of the market wants to test up. But so we're going to get knocked out here on profit here on this trade. There we go. Took some profit of about 15 grand for the day. Not bad. Now I'm going to trade this level, which might be the wrong trade. So I might reverse it real quick. Also, why I'm only in one lot, because I just want to watch the trade as it unfolds. It's the way I like to trade. And then once it recaptures momentum or the RDA on chart 2, this is a fade trade. Keep in mind, it's a fade trade. We're fading basically everything except for the higher time frame of the daily. So my target room for this trade is at least the extreme band on the 5 minute or the fast momentum. I'm also, in the back of my mind, what I wanted to say is that the weekly open's been lost, and that's still a ripe target for the market to try to go. So in the back of my mind, the higher magnet that's pulling the market is potentially the weekly open. So that's one of the reasons why I'm even considering this fade trade. Also, this structure on chart 4, structure held up. So I know that if I'm wrong, this level breaks. I can give this level a little bit of opportunity to break, but it better react right away. Once again, though, if you're in a small account, you're probably not trading this. You're waiting for the next opportunity to go short because the market is short. So you're using either, probably chart 1 is your control, is what you're doing. Or the second that it does look like this level might break, then you're going with momentum to the next level down. Keep in mind it's a fade. What is it doing so far? It rejected the RDA on chart 2. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. I don't like it. I'm going to get out. All right. So I got out. I might get back in long. I just don't like it because I really should have shorted probably the RDA and just kept with momentum and bias in the market. See, now that we broke the level on chart 4, you better hold. All right, now I'm trying to chase the trade a little bit on the short side. And I got to be careful here. The reason why I got to be careful is because it might just use that overshoot there. It's overshot quite a bit now. I think it's going to go down. So, but it's stalling, so it's not breaking down. Just break down one more. There we go. All right. I took some profit. And then I'm going to put a trailing stop just above my entry or just beyond my entry because I chased this trade. I didn't trade the actual, I didn't do the momentum bias trade. I should have done the momentum and bias trade instead of trying to be a fade. On a small account, this once again, you should be just trading with momentum and bias until you've mastered fade trading. Now we're almost 10 minutes into the market. Let's see what we can see as far as, let's do some technical analysis at least. We're not technical. Let's just look and see. We got our midpoint developed at 152. We've got our weekly open all the way up. I don't even know if that's in play. I mean, if it gets really heavy here. $60 broke its level. So chart 3 broke its level. It's more of a participation trade. Part of me feels like it wants to come up and test up. So I'm trading that. Just the energy of the actual chart 2 and how it's, how chart 2 was just stalling there and it wasn't committing to the downside. We didn't have any real alpha candles there on that move. That's larger candles than any other candles in a recent. I mean, this is the biggest alpha candle we have right here at 835. So I didn't see a big commitment to the downside. So now we have another RDA test. I'm long one, up $415. Part of me thinks that if we look at the pattern that's developing on chart 1, we've got 4 minutes left in this candle. So the next level that we need to be concerned about is 150 as far as what chart 1 tells us. So chart 1 tells us that, hey, number one, we're past the most important mid-level. What's our next level? Well, it's 150. So that's the next most important level, 150. And then to the downside on chart 4, we have a level that's our most important level at 108. Our momentum has shifted on chart 2. We are still bias momentum short, but our momentum is long now, just straight up momentum. I'm going to get knocked out, aren't I? Yep. All right. So we do have the open in this candle that we do need to be mindful of is another trade opportunity area right around 111. So you might get another trade opportunity here at this strong level. I'm going to jump on it and then jump on this one and then jump on this one and jump on this one. And then I'm going to put really close stops here. Yeah. I'm going to put really close stops. It's aggressive fade. So it needs to answer right now. It needs a switch right now. I'm out. I got out. Once again, I should have sold the RDA like an idiot. All right, I'm going to wait for the next trade. Missed that trade. Playing around with fades. I'm going to no longer fade today unless it's very clear. Did hurt my P&L a little bit. I'm down to 14,785. I just don't have conviction on the downside level yet. Let me see where we're at. Making new week lows. Where's the next week? Let's see if we can do some. Bitcoin, where are we at on Bitcoin? Oh, Bitcoin's actually holding up pretty well. So anybody watching my screen on TradingView, YouTube, or on Discord?
Yep. Yep. You can see it.
All right, so I don't want to bring this up yet, but I want you guys to remind me before I get off. I've had this indicator for over a year. It's called the Super RDA. And what I'd like to do, if people are interested, is I'd like to create an initiative. I've tried this before with other indicators, but where basically we work together as alphas to find the value in this indicator and adopt it in the trade system. These are all RDAs that you see on the chart. And I've noticed a few patterns that would give us early indication of true reversal in bias, meaning that yes, this actual turnaround in bias is true in a high percentage of times. And the reason why I'm ordinarily what I would do is I've had this idea and the concept and everything here for quite a while. I revisit it from time to time. Now it's at the point where what we need to do is go through charts. Damn it, I know I should have went long. Is go through charts and hand by hand confirm it. See, I have done the back testing, and then I have systems that do it, and that helps. That provides information. And I know the back testing on TradingView has got better, but I've had better robust platforms. And what I found is that just the old school way of actually having a spreadsheet, taking a ticker, using the indicator, and going through 1 or 2 years of data works better than any back testing at all. Because number one, the back testing will tell you areas to look, but on any indicator that's like this, like simple, and just to be clear, this indicator, let me make sure I'm not doing a stupid trade instead of talking. So I do think that the short-term bottom might be in, but I might be wrong. So I don't want to get too aggressive with it. The purple line on this indicator is an RDA of sorts. And that combined with a couple of these indicators that you see on here, or one other of these indicators on here, I've noticed gives really early warning on, yes, bias is going to shift in the market, meaning it's going to go from long to short or short to long. And it's one of those where it's a really simple switch. It's, yeah, this one's real. Now back to what I was saying about, I could develop a script and go through there and have the script tell me the data. What I found works best, and I wouldn't adopt it in my system unless I sat down with the data and saw the patterns myself. And then what I do is then I put it on a chart in real time, and I test it in real time for a couple months, a couple weeks at a minimum. So part of this would be, I would do a video explaining the indicator, and then I'd look for people to kind of work with or work together so that we could finalize the philosophy of use of this indicator. First, we would say, does it have value? And then, which I do believe, but I would like a consensus of opinion that it has value just based on first glance. And then it would be, okay, let's go and verify the value through historical charts. So what would take me a month should take us maybe a week, if that makes sense. Does that make sense to everybody that's listening? Or did I lose everybody? Did everybody leave and say, no, dude, you're crazy?
100% it makes sense. Okay. And for it.
Well, I'm long. I'm fading the market. So I'm in 4 lots. We'll see. It needs to hold these levels. It has a stair step level on chart 2, and then it needs to break the RDA. So for me, chart 2 RDA is where it's all at. You know, yeah, it's just not. I should have added there. Well, I'm going to put in trailing stops. That way I don't have to watch it as closely. So I'm going to bring up another concept here. And so, one of the things I'm still working on, and I know I'm working on quite a few things that I haven't. I mean, the podcast, I'm starting up again, and I just want enough of things so I'm ahead of the game, and I'm not just trying to release 2 episodes a week or something. I want to have a consistent schedule. But, and I do have a few people that said they do want to be interviewed, so I want to set that up, and that I'm looking forward to. But the range indicator I'm still working on. It's still, there's still various parts that I'm working on, which is predicting ranges. But, and I would ask everybody here that's listening, and maybe I should ask you to do this. Like, actually, define a range. Define what a range is. Like, in detail, define what a range is, because that's the first question. I mean, it sounds so simple and dumb, but if you're going to create a range indicator, then you should probably define what a range is, right? And one man's range is another, it's that one man's garbage is another man's treasure. One man's range is another man's momentum opportunity or whatever, right? I don't know how to word it, but I'd be interested. This is what I realized, because I have a definition of a range, of the range I want to predict, but I highly doubt, or has anybody thought deep enough about ranges to actually create a formal definition of what a range is? I'd ask anybody that's willing to step up and say, yeah, I have, or I haven't. I'd love to hear that. By the way, I'm long. I'm fading the market. I'm looking for an RDA break at chart 2.
For me, I'd say a range is an extended period of time where price can be bracketed by 2 levels.
Okay. What time frame? Is it the same? Is it
the hour time frame, and I put it on an hour time frame and go back about 3 or 4 days. The more days, the better, but 3 or 4 days.
Okay. So a range is where it's bracketed between 2 levels of price, not, and that's 2 strong levels as we define levels, or
Yes.
is it? Okay.
Yeah,
So a downside and an upside level. And does that hold across all time frames, or is it subjective based on time frame? So for instance, if that was the rule set and you said it was a certain amount of candles or a certain amount of time, is that subjective to time frame, or can it be defined irrespective of time frame?
So for me, it works better on time frame, but you can bring it down. You can do a number of candles. So if you want to bring it down to a 5 minute, then you can shorten it. But you need like 50, 60 candles, because you need to be able to compare it against what's going on previously.
But not on the daily. I mean, the daily range, you would agree, the daily range is different than the 5 minute range, right?
The daily doesn't work. The daily sort of, if you get 3 or 4, if you get it's just on the daily, it doesn't really work so much. There's always a slant upwards or downwards on the daily. It tends to work better on an hourly. You can stretch it out.
Yeah. But so I like rules that work across multiple chart timeframes. So that's what I liked it. But no, I hear what you're saying. So, um,
Well, you could make it daily on it, but it wouldn't be really useful because you right now you're at all-time highs. So where's your range? There is, the most you're going to get is a couple of days at the moment.
But I would make the argument if it's at all-time highs and continuous moving, you are not in the range, right?
I agree.
So I think it's defining what the levels are, and then like we're talking range as a binary function or range as a, here's a range that it's trading at, because that's, you could define two levels. But if you're saying you set, the market is in a range, right? I would think you would need to hit the top of the range and the bottom of the range at least more than once. Otherwise, it's really I know reps, you don't like using the word trend, but it's a trend.
yeah, or it's in a momentum state. So
Yeah,
the way I like to speak, it's a momentum state.
So I've got a chart on TradingView set up, and my range goes back to that I've used is from the what date's that? February 24th on an hourly, and I can see a range there, and it's like we're right at the bottom of the range. It's like 18,124, and the top of the range I've got is like 18,638, and it's been oscillating through that thing for that long, for 18 days. And it's still in it. It touches it. It's touched it on the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Top side 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And you got the 75, the 50, and the 25.
Yeah.
It looks sweet. And I'm looking at it. It looks nice. We're right on the bottom edge of the range right now, and that was a wick right through it. So my expectation is it probably goes up according to the range if it's going to stay in the range.
Now, can that be duplicated? Because so number one, a range prediction indicator is like the holy grail of trading. I mean, it's one of the holy grails. So let me talk about trading first. So we hit the opening range mid, developed mid. I would say that would be a tap of the fast momentum. I was long. I was fading the market. Did execute or did get some good profit. I'm still long one lot. I still see a desire for it to move up, but I think the first level the number one thing is, does chart 4's level of 073 hold? I think that's key. If I see it hold and then I see it go back up and do a stair step pattern, I mean, we actually, in the stair step pattern that developed in chart 2, for those that are in the training, this is in the pattern library. This stair step pattern, the stair step level of 18,003.5. That's another trade because that's where the stair step started. So that level on chart 2 is another trade opportunity for a fade trade. I know I'm talking fades, but that's the trade that exists. I mean, it could have shorted up here on the test up here on the overshoot of the RDA. That's probably was the trade, was the fast momentum check on chart 1. That was the trade if you're not a fader, if you can't fade, if you don't have your fade card. So, but if you're looking for both sides, on the fade side, the other trade that might exist is the pullback to where the stair step level started, because it might not get to the strong level on chart 4. You still have to be open to it. So you've got to be willing to, if you're going to go long here, you got to be willing to scale in from 18,033 spot 50 to 18,073 spot 50 and below. So you've got to be willing to really scale in here all the way down to here if you're going to do this trade. Otherwise, execute the trade down here and miss it, or wait for it to change back over in momentum and bias on chart 2. That's the only way to execute this fade trade. Go ahead.
Just to chime in, we've got consumer sentiment in 60 seconds.
Oh.
So we've got
Thank you.
maybe market news coming up.
Yeah, so I shouldn't really be in anywhere right now. It does feel like it wants to rip up first before it rips down, but the chart's saying that it's short. But I don't trade around these times. It's just gambling. I say that, but I do it from time to time. So, all right. Well, Burn had a good idea in the den. I'll create a channel for it. We'll call it like the indicator channel. There's a few initiatives that we're working on. I haven't revealed all of them yet. I've talked about some of them, and I want to start doing these initiatives where I think it will help everybody trade better, but also if you're spending time on these initiatives and it's taken away from you growing as a trader, don't do that. So if it's distracting you, don't do that. Nothing, any result of what we're working on here, you'll get the benefit from. It would be great if you participate, but don't participate to the point where it detracts you from, having conviction in your trades. Like this new indicator, I mean, I've heard pretty positive things about it so far, and because I think it's really simple. I mean, it's clear, but one person did DM me and say that they were a little confused on exactly how it fits in, but they're new to the training, so they're relatively new. So I would expect that. So if anything ever, what I'm saying with this initiative, if it confuses your trading or your growth, then please don't do that, or don't get too involved where it overwhelms you. So it does still seem like it's going to go up, but I could be wrong here. So I'm just going to do one trade here. If I get picked up here and it doesn't turn right away, then I'm going to get out. Yeah, I'm out. I'm wrong. Don't want to burn my P&L. Okay, well, maybe it's not back to momentum. I don't want to miss this. Well, we'll get picked up here. See if we can get picked up here. On the pullback, we'll go to the slow momentum and then the RDA. And we get picked up, we get picked up. Just trading off chart 2. Have my entries right at the reaction zones. Remember, fast momentum's the weakest trade zone that we have. So don't expect much from that unless it's a really strong momentum environment. Really, our next level here is right here. So part of me is put in fixed stops just to protect my position. I don't like the way this is moving, actually. Yeah, let me see what it's gonna do. I feel better trading up here at the level or an RDA overshoot at this point, instead of sitting on a trade and waiting for it to, I have a tendency to sometimes let a position go against me a little bit too longer because I can scale in. One reel on YouTube asks, I'm thinking that BTC will dumb. I can't read this because the stupid heart on YouTube is here. Will dump forever. Or will dump forever. It won't ever get to 100K. What's your thoughts? I think it's a foregone conclusion right now that Bitcoin's going above 100K. That's my thoughts. I mean, I guess, can I get personal, I guess? I mean, I guess I do get personal. it's kind of hard for me to trade Bitcoin at this point in time because I do have terminal cancer, and I still feel, like I said, I still feel like I have a couple years. Damn it, I need to go with this trade. But there could be a 50% pullback here. I shared this on the Bitcoin channel earlier, is that I shared the breakdowns of Bitcoin, and that when it gets far extended to the RDA, and I shared that 73 to 75 grand, I said more 75 grand, but 73 to 75 grand was the extension above the RDA that Bitcoin gets, where it then turns around. And on these pullbacks, it's typically a 50 to 60% pullback sometimes. So as I was looking at, I did dump quite a bit of crypto here on this run here. I'm still holding some alts because I think the alts still have some room to go, because if Bitcoin can stabilize, the alts then will start playing, right? Oh yeah, I know. A 2040, just for people that are maybe new, I've been trading Bitcoin since 2000. Well, I paid attention 2015, 2016. So, and I have, if you go to my website, you'll see, I believe we're in the third crisis of Bitcoin. I still believe we're going to get to a point where, as a regular investor, you're not going to be able to onboard and offboard Bitcoin to your wallet for a period of 3 or 4 days. I think I'm starting to see things. The ETF is part of that. These ETF, the ETFs that's been approved. So I think there's going to be a 3 to 7 day period where you won't be able to offboard from most major exchanges crypto. That might not come to fruition, but I think that's when it's going to be official. That, right now, you would argue that Bitcoin is a big person's club, big boy, big girls club, and damn it, I didn't go more than one lot on this sell off. All right, let's look at, I'll continue on Bitcoin here, but let me look and see let's do some analysis on where we want to be at. Well, the level, do you think it, I'm not saying it doesn't, but the next level we have on the daily is at 933 spot 50. So that's the next level. What I wanted to see is what's the next weekly levels. So let me open up the ideas chart. Idea. Of course, I got knocked out of that trade. All right, this might be an opportunity to get back in at a heavier. I don't know. I'll wait for an RDA overshoot and we'll sell that again. All right, so I got positions in there. We'll put in protective stops of 3. So now I can talk. So what was I saying with Bitcoin? So on my website, for those that are, I still have this. I still believe in this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have it up there still. If you go to facts and resources, there's the deep Bitcoin analysis, prelude to the third crisis. I should rename this. But anyways, I'm still looking for this, although I need to update the numbers. But what I was saying is that I think you could argue now, Bitcoin is a big boy, big girls club now, because to own one Bitcoin, you need, whatever, 68 grand or whatever it is at right now, right? Well, I don't know what percentage of the market has, this would be an interesting number to kind of know, I guess. What percentage of the market has the ability to own one Bitcoin as a discretionary asset? And I guess there is an argument. I agree. There is an argument whether or not, where does Bitcoin fit in? to the paradigm of the financial world right now. I do think it's a replacement for gold for the younger traders. I do think I don't think this, but the more that I think the rest of the world starts believing that it's a non-correlated asset, I think is positive. Because, these ideas that get out there in the financial world, and, I learned this about politics and I learned this about financial stuff and everything else. The normies, so to say, or the average people, they don't really look past the headlines a lot of times. So if you're really into politics and you talk to someone that barely pays attention, sometimes you're amazed that they don't know things that, if you're really into politics. I don't know about this. We're coming over this area here. It's the same way in the financial world. There's some people that barely pay attention. They have a financial advisor, they have an uncle or cousin or whatever, and they listen to them. And what they say is gospel. And so there's a large percentage of people that do have capital put at play, that if the idea gets regurgitated enough that Bitcoin is a non-correlated asset, then to me, that idea means that more capital will flow to it. Because look, if it's non-correlated, well, it doesn't fit where gold is. And, I've seen this thinking already. Well, we believe you should have X amount of allocation here, X amount of allocation here, X amount of allocation here. And we're advising all of our clients to have a 3 to 5% allocation to Bitcoin because it's a non-correlated asset. Those are the type of things that you hear. And then people, okay, well, I guess I need to have an X amount of, Bitcoin to be part of that market. The more that thinking continues in the market, the more that the traditional cycles of Bitcoin are going to be a little bit disrupted in my mind. You know what? I waited too long I might be on the wrong side of this. So I'm seeing if the market's going to give me an opportunity to break even on this trade. It's probably not. I'm going to put in trailing stops here. If it gives me an opportunity to break even, it will. If not, I'll just get out. All right, there we go. I got out of break even, basically. A little bit less. Anyways, or was I clear there? Whatever I was talking about, was that clear? As far as, go ahead.
It made sense. I'm listening.
About him. I'm trying to look and see what's the next play. If that is, that was the opening range mid, but it hasn't been fully developed yet. I think it's the RDA on chart 4 is my control now. Puts it at this level here. I'm thinking about going long here. I want to know where that level stopped though. Why did that stop there? Well, there's an inflection area. So on chart 3, there's an inflection area. So that's why I would attribute that stop. This is something we haven't talked about much, but these little areas right here on chart 3, for those that are on TradingView, I'll pull up the chart. Well, I'll just do it on TradingView. Since TradingView doesn't have tick charts for some odd reason. They do have footprint charts now, or TPO charts. All right, I'm going to go long here. So I'm looking at the target upside. I'm looking at the RDA on chart 4. But here's a philosophy that might be new to people that are maybe new to the system, new to my trading, or just, maybe you haven't heard before, but it's in the training. I'd say 90% of the time I can find a reason why, within kind of the rule set that we have, why something stops somewhere. And it's usually part of one of our rule sets. And this inflection, Gary Braca, I don't know who Gary Braca is. This inflection area is one that I don't talk about often, but it's in our system. It's in the training. I'm trying to find the MNQ, whatever contract we're on here, but I don't know where I put it. The NQ, there it is, NQ. So this little area right here, I call these inflection areas. This isn't the best looking one, but it's where basically chart, we were talking about ranges before. The chart, there's usually an impulse move, and then there's this little stall that happens, and then it goes to the next impulse. But usually the stall is like 3 to 6 candles, and it's a tighter range, but then it's very obvious when you look in the chart because it's usually a little bit better looking than this one. The other thing that this inflection range did is it recaptured the mix 200. Down here, this alpha candle recaptured the bias momentum indicators. So that was another sign that momentum was changing in the market. And then this recaptured the actual mix 200. But then this area right here, I call an inflection area. And it's very obvious when you see it because it's usually exactly what I said. It's a impulse up or impulse down, a little stall, and then it impulses again, and it doesn't look back. So the chart hit that impulse area almost perfectly. So that's what I mean by usually 9 times out of 10, we can go back in our charts and we can find a reaction area. And I hate to use the word reason, but a reaction area around why price stopped or stalled or turned around in that zone. And I was really intentional about that when I created the trade system. I probably got a little too fanatical about it. I'm like, I want to know every time the market turns. I want to know a reason for that. So I did get a little fanatical. And then I realized, well, I can't explain every reason. But if I can explain 80% of them, I'm pretty happy. Because then I can predict them. If I can come up with a series of patterns in the market where it reacts, then I can predict that. And then if it happens time and time again, well, what more could you ask for in trading? I am long. I'm looking to target now the next, like I said, the RDA, at least on chart 4, was my target. So chart 4 was my control. I'll give it a little opportunity to squash around here because of the volatility, but not much. And then we'll do a fixed stop here. I'm only trading. I don't have high confidence in this trade, so I'm only in 4 lots. If I can make another couple grand off of this trade, I'd be satisfied. Any questions anybody has? Like, I haven't really asked any questions you want answered. Anything else? We'll look at Bitcoin deeper here in a little bit as the market unfolds. Let's look at our 3-chart setup, see what we can see. All right, so chart 1, our momentum and bias. We're messing around with the fast momentum, and then we've got a level that correlates there. So that level gets captured. Then our next level would be 157. So up here at 157. that would be our next level to target. That's the room for the trade on the fade trade. That would probably be the trade too as well. It's the opening range high, so I'd be looking to sell up there. On our levels, this is chart 2 that you're looking at here. Key levels, the daily open. Why is the NYSE open not showing up? Or it is here. Oh, that's not the NYSE open, is it? Wait, is this indicator broke? Why is today's NYSE open not showing up? I need to look and see if I have the latest indicator. I don't have the NYSE open here. It's not plotting here for some reason. Daily open is the next level. I mean, we have the weekly low has just been recreated. And then if we look at our dynamic channels, we're messing around with the lower control. And we've got a level right there on chart 1069. That's pretty important. It's messing. If you notice on this indicator as well, it's on the lower control, but then there's another level between the low control and the lower control. I need to rename those. That held on the closes on that pullback. So that's something I would factor in. And then our next level is the level between the low control and the mid control, which is right at 140 spot 50, which aligns just short of the slow momentum on chart 1 is probably right at the RDA. Where is the RDA on chart 4? The RDA on chart 4 is 140. Yeah. So the RDA on chart 4 is 140. And that aligns right with the channel control between the lower control and the mid control, the middle of that channel. So Clay is asking, I've been trading now for about 5 years, so I'm not a noob. I've been looking for a coach that I can help me get consistent. Do you offer anything? So I don't mention this too often, but I mean, I do have training. It's $997, includes all indicators, all training. We have a really good group of people. We have in the room right now, the trade room, we probably have about 20 alpha plus. Also, there's a group of alphas. Those are people that are in the training that I'll share that, Clay, what the RDA is. And then we have a group that meets pretty much almost every night, 4 or 5 days a week, that does a market recap. I show up to that every now and then. And it's a group of, it's growing. It's a group of at least 4 or 5 core people that show up and go over the market and can work on getting consistent and better at trading. So we've got a really active group. Really, you just can't join my training. So you just can't go to my website and sign up. I talk to everybody before they get started. I'm very careful about who joins the group, and I don't want people that, what I find is I already attract the people that at least have a chance of success on trading the style that we trade. But also I'm very careful about who I let into the group, just because I want quality people in the group. So now, so you can look at that. You can also join Discord, Clay, and kind of, I do share stuff publicly. I've kind of slowed down on that because I got sick of spam. So I've limited what non-alpha members can see on Discord, but I do share stuff on public channels in Discord. Plus, you can ask questions. I always say this: I'm an underutilized asset in some aspect because I do answer questions quite a bit for people that ask, and sometimes I give way more answer to the questions than they're probably expecting. The RDA is a free indicator. It's a very simple indicator. It's what we use for bias. It's on TradingView. I'll share a link to it here as well. And all it is it's an average of 6 simple moving averages. But if you throw it on your chart, you'll notice a couple different things. First up, you'll notice that it is a magnet for price, meaning that when price gets far extended from it, it will come back and test it and react in that area and typically hold up. It's also a bias indicator we use for helping us understand should we be long or short in the market. So it's a it's it's an indicator kind of used in both of that. Now the new indicator, I don't, that's not public, so I didn't release that publicly because TradingView are kind of anal about there. But the other indicator that we're going to talk about here today is which I will talk about before we jump off here, is the dynamic candle channels. And I'll share the REA. What? Oh, they don't allow me to share it on TradingView. So Clay asked, do I prefer counter trend trading or going with the flow? I have a philosophy called always in. I always want to be in the market, regardless of the direction. There's only two type of trade. There's a momentum trade and a fade trade. So as you say, going with the flow, I don't use the word trend because I think it's a bad way to describe the market. I use the word momentum. So right now, the trade that I'm in, I'm long, but I'm in a fade trade, meaning on most of our charts that we use, because we also use tick charts. We have a 4-chart setup that we use. Most of the charts that we use, I'm going against the momentum and bias of the market. So this is a fade trade. It's not a momentum trade. Now, if I were to sell the market up here where I want to sell it, I'd be with the momentum of the market. And as far as which ones do I prefer to trade? I don't care. I just want to pull capital from the market. I could care less. I don't, that's hard. I like to fade because I like to be a contrarian. So I do love to fade, but it gets me in trouble, as many people probably here on the stream will attest to. I fade sometimes too much. But in the end, I do a good job of trying to teach, and also myself not caring. You shouldn't care which way the market goes. You should just want to, execute good pattern trades, good trades that exist. So if what I focus on is, okay, if I missed a trade, for instance, if I missed the best high probability trade, what's the next long trade that exists? And what's the next short trade? The best high probable trade. And then I focus on that. So, that happened earlier today in the stream. I missed the trade to the downside. And instead of chasing the trade, I focused on, okay, well, what's the next trade, fade trade that I should be on? And then if it does pull back, what's the next momentum trade, the highest probable trade based on the clues that the market is giving us? Because we do straight up technical analysis trading. And then Clay says, I prefer fade trading, but the down draw is brutal sometimes. No, it's not. Not if you're trading in the right area. If you're fade trading, that just means that you're being overly aggressive on your entries. So here's what I teach, and here's what I complete. Number one, you master before. We have a thing called, I don't have an official one. Maybe I should get one made. We have a fade card. It's like a VIP entrance card. And if you haven't mastered momentum trading, you can't fade the market, because fade trading is twice as hard as momentum trading. Why? Well, because you're going against the momentum and bias of the market. You're going against the big capital, so to say. So, that means that when you're just getting started, you're just doing momentum trades. You're only focused on trading with momentum. And on any given day, there are 4 to 5 high probability momentum trades. There was a day last week, and I was on the evening call for this, where it was one of the hardest trading days that we've seen in a while, because the market was in a non-momentum state for a good part of the day. So you could have done well that day if you faded the market on every level and took profit. That's the other problem with fade trades, as you probably found with fade trading, is that you have to take profit quick. You have to take profits quick. Just like I'm fade trading, I've had to take these profits that I've taken in this trade, I've had to take them quick because I'm fading the market. So the market on multiple charts, the way I explain it is multiple charts. There are indicators and levels and areas that the charts are using to reject price. That's why fade trading is so hard, is because it has to get through all those rejection areas. Now, I'm not saying that we use these indicators to tell us where these rejection areas are just because they are highly reliable. I'm not saying that other traders, or I don't know what, I don't pretend to understand why the RDA works, for instance. Like, I don't pretend to understand why it works. I just know it works. So, like, it's kind of a weird dichotomy where I won't say it's faith, but it happens enough where I have conviction to trade with it. So that's why I have it in my system. So with fade trades, that's why you really, you got to have, usually on fade trades, you got to scale in, I found. And not only that, you have to be very good at understanding levels. And as we have a chart called chart 2, which is our entry chart. You have to be really good at reading chart 2. And you have to take profits consistently, meaning that you can't, the tendency that I sometimes fall into is that I think I have a runner, so I stick with that trade too long. Well, you can't do that with fade trades. Although this fade trade, I've stuck with it a little bit longer, but I mean, all of my stop losses are above my entry. So I was in 4 lots, and I got knocked out and profit on those. But now I have 2 more lots that are above my entry, just because I'm still targeting those upper levels, which is 147. We still haven't tagged the RDA of chart 4, which is right at 141, 140. So hope that's clear. Any alphas have any questions or anything? How's everybody trading? That's what I really want to know. Are you trading? How's your trading going? Anybody that has a mic? Look at that. It is working.
I'm flat right now, just waiting for the next moment that I see.
Are you looking short?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think
Watching this level get run into several times, but
I think that the trade right now is a fade up, but then it's also going short, but then expecting an overshoot. So one thing I am changing with the server is that I am. So someone mentioned that they can't see non-general. Look, there's nothing in non-general except for it's just when people join. But I am adding the Bravo level for people that are more serious, but that aren't alphas yet. So if you're listening and you're not an alpha, but you are serious about, trading and, adopting the system, or at least adopting some of the system, the Bravo level will open up more things. I'm sick of spam. So I'm just really sick of spam. So I'm sick of managing it. So I've just pretty much locked down a lot of the server to just general people. All right, I got knocked out. So I guess we look at, we don't really we have our strong level on chart 4 at 040. So on a small account, what would I be doing here? Yeah. On a small account, I probably would be, I would be fading. I have to be upfront. On a small account, I'd be fading just because we have now the opening range has developed, and I'd be fading, I'd be long. And I still think there's room to the RDA on chart 4. And as long as the opening range mid holds and this level at 0.86 spot 50 holds on chart 2, then to me, the trade that exists is long. Now, keep in mind, that's at my skill level, right? So if you don't, if, you know, I'd have one lot now, and then I'm doing I'm trading basically how I would trade on a small account right now. The entries that you see is where I'd have my entries on a small account.
The MNQ, the RDA has been run into several times. There's even an overshoot on it.
Oh, so then I would probably even be more aggressively long.
But it's one overshoot, and it was a while ago. It was back at 7:25 or the 10:25 market time
On chart 4?
on chart 4.
Yeah, okay. I still think the weekly open's in play now that it's doing what it's doing. So that's the other thing. Hey, in our group, and I'll ask the alphas, do we have anybody that could help us? And I know Asensky did it with indicators on Tradeovate. Otherwise, I'll try to find a developer. ChatGPT didn't help me, and I'm pretty good with ChatGPT. So for people that are, so here's another thing that I'm working on, another initiative, and I don't want to overwhelm people. So look at that, I missed the trade. Damn it, Jim. I'm gonna chase it. So I'm working on AI. I've been working on AI for a while. It's been one of my hobbies. So I'm pretty well versed on a lot of things AI. And for those that don't know, you know, my history, I've been a programmer. I've taught myself multiple programming languages. I built a full software as a service business. I coded the whole thing. It's asinine now that I think about it. But anyways, sorry, I'm looking at the trade. I would wait for an overshoot and wait for probably 175 to go short, possibly. At least an overshoot at chart 1 if I'm looking for short. Going short. But that's an alpha candle that's developing. Now it did have its first reaction, so I should take some profit. I took some profit. I'm not making the same mistakes I've made. I've reverted back to, I should say. So I've reverted back to making, because I'm not trading as much anymore, I've reverted back to making some of the same mistakes. Yeah, Clay, I added you as a Bravo as well. Because you did respond here and you seem like a real person. You don't seem like that's going to be one of those people like that will say, I'm looking for 10 people to trade my system and to split half the profits with me. We get those spammers a lot. I'd wait for an overshoot, at least probably up to like 166 for the short. Other than that, I'm going to go long. And I'm not trading anything but the NQ today because number one, I wanted to kind of have more conversations. I want to be able to answer questions today. Usually I trade CL and GC gold, and then I also wanted to talk about the new indicator. And so what I was talking about with AI is I'm going to trade an AI, a private AI on the system so that you can ask it questions like ChatGPT. Would anybody think they might find that helpful? Or interesting?
That
Oh.
sounds really cool.
Thanks for joining, Clay. Thanks for being here. Thanks for asking questions, and look forward to learning more about you. So, you know, I duplicated myself a couple months ago, and I'm gonna go. And I wasn't quite happy with how I did it. It did scare me a little bit, but I'm probably gonna do it again, and then I'm gonna build I'm building private intelligence for my household or for my family so that they can use it. That's just a project I'm working on just because it's for fun for me. So my daughter can have a private AI that she could use for work or for school or life or whatever she wants to do. And other family members could duplicate it easily and have their own private AIs. But in part of that effort, what I started doing is I realized that I can do the same thing with the Rex dog system and my knowledge. So I mean, I'm going to probably record some of it where I basically go through the prompts, but it will have all the transcribed video. I haven't found an AI that can interpret charts yet. But and this is boring, people. I apologize, but I'm just kind of talking because we're trading. I'm in one lot, and I was looking to get picked up on the RDA and chart 2, but otherwise I'm looking for right around the RDA on chart 1. First touch is the best, so I'm gonna short that if it gets up there. So it's gonna. I wanted to have all the transcripts from the training, and then the podcast. Like I said, I'm going to use the podcast. I want to interview people, but also I'm going to use the podcast to finish the trading book and the psychology book. I've got it basically kind of complete, but it's just not. It's not as tight and not as edited. I need an editor, so I will hire an editor eventually to do those things. But now that's going to be loaded into the AI as well. So the philosophy of the system, the philosophy of the thinking, is going to be loaded into a private kind of if anybody's familiar with ChatGPT, you can create these private ChatGPTs. It'll be something similar to that. I just don't like going to ChatGPT for something that is going to be a lot of uploaded documents and data. I am testing with ChatGPT. Can I send it? So I created an indicator that exports our trade system into a CSV file, and then I uploaded that to ChatGPT, and I'm testing various other custom. They used to be called plugins, but they're custom GPTs that can analyze data to kind of maybe give us some insight on that as well. So I created a trading view indicator that exports our trade system into CSV. And then I upload that to various AIs. What I'm trying to figure out is my dream on one of this is I get an AI that understands the system, and then you click an export or there's an indicator that you copy and paste that has the open, high, low, close data and all the data, and you paste that to ChatGPT or AI, and then it will tell you the way that you should be trading that based on the 4 chart setup. So that almost is possible actually within my realm of capabilities, which is interesting. Anyways. So I know I haven't been active much the last couple of weeks because of just treatment and family, but I still find time to do things. It's just hard for me to find time to do videos or anything else, just because like I like when family comes into town, I like them to stay with us. So I just, usually my man cave is busy, or my office man cave, whatever, because it's great for younger people. It's got Xbox One, PlayStation, TVs, plus a couple other computers besides just my main 6-monitor computer. So when younger people come over to stay, mid-20s or teenagers that are in the family, they kind of love just going to that area of the house and being away from everybody, but then having all the entertainment they could ever want. So part of me wants to create a AI component, a separate, not the off topic, but a separate, and be serious about AI. But I also don't want to overwhelm, because we are also working on the automation aspect, or the algorithm aspect of what we're doing. And I haven't, there's a few things I got to work out on that before we can move to the next step on that. That's why I haven't really presented it or brought it up lately. Anyways, anybody have any, what I'm really asking for is anybody that, any alpha, or anybody, even if you're just watching along, you're part of the group, DM me or share in the Alpha Den any feedback that you have on anything I talk about. Like, I know I talk about a lot of things, and it seems like, I'm one person, but also the challenge for me is I don't know how to slow down, and I've had to slow down with this latest treatment regimen and family coming into town so often, and it's hard for me because I don't know how to slow down. But then with my health, I've had this treatment. There's just some days where I just don't feel like friggin' doing shit. I think I'm going to fuck up this trade. Sorry, I usually don't swear. So for people that have sensitive ears, I apologize. Because I'm long right at the reaction area on chart 1, because I'm playing off the RDA as the target, but I'm so close on my entry. I've got a crap entry. But I've got to give it room, otherwise I'm going to get taken out on volatility. Someone said, and I feel bad because I and I don't know who it was on one of the evening meetings, or maybe it wasn't one of the live streams. They said they kept getting knocked out on 20 ticks here. And I felt like maybe my answer, I was a little exacerbated in how I answered the question. And what I said was true, which is like, well, if you're getting knocked out, then your entry's wrong, and you're putting your stops too close. Like, that was a prime example. It pulled back. I didn't feel good about being in the trade, but I had to put my stops where they should be in order to participate in the trade. Now I'm up about $1,000, and it could have very well went the other way and went to the RDA, and I would have been down $700 and had to make a decision. Do I stick with this trade or do I get out? And I'm talking about on chart 2. So, what did I do though? I stuck with the trade. I moved my trailing stops. I'm only in 4 lots, so I'm not trading heavily, but I should take profit up here. So I'm going to take some profit up here. It's not going to hit it now. There we go. It's a fade trade. So I took one of the habits that I fell back into is not taking profits quick enough. So was that Jules that spoke up earlier, or who spoke up earlier, or was it James? Not James.
It was myself. Yeah.
So, did you go short there? And then did you get out of the short knowing that the M24 was going to break on chart 1? Or
I ended up trading the little tiny range there
okay.
and breaking even. So I kind of just did nothing.
Okay.
And now I've been waiting for the RDA tap at the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Or on chart 1.
Keep in mind that the opening range high is there, so it might not overshoot much. So you might have to, if it switches over in chart 2, then I would be looking to go short because it did tap it. So that's kind of what.
We've also got the middle channel there on the chart.
Oh yeah.
Indicator.
Yep. Prime example of this indicator coming into play. That's the mid between the high and the low. Like I said, it's not a difficult indicator. It's just that, and this is something that I would have wanted to chart anyways, but now having it automatically charted is kind of proven to be an additional place that gives us an additional correlation. So I like it. Part of me wants to start shorting here because this is the good place to short, but then I have to be prepared to scale in all the way up to the RDA. And then the other question is, we've got 10 minutes till this candle closes on chart 3. Well, even if it does sell off a little bit, let's say that it does sell off to, let's say it does close down at 130. That's still a decent green candle for a bottom, where you could make an argument that the pattern that's developing on chart 3 is a 2 or 3 pattern up to test momentum. So I would be getting prepared for what's the key levels on what would be the previous candle, the current candle we're in. And then, because it also rejected right at the previous candle, the alpha, right at that 50% mark. So what I'm saying is that the 2 trades that I think exist here is, well, it's getting yourself out of tunnel vision by thinking about the pattern that's being developed in chart 3. And then knowing that, okay, if we're 8 minutes away from chart 3's candle being closed, if it closes around this level, it's got 2 pullback levels. It's got the mid and it's got the level at 0.93 that I can pull back to and hold. And if it does that, that would just look like a rejection once that candle's closed. If it then exceeds the previous candle and it goes and taps the M9. Is that clear? Am I being clear on kind of how I'm explaining that? Because that's one of the things I've stressed when I've got on the evening calls is that what I'm finding, at least for the people that are speaking up and are sharing feedback, is that you're not thinking sometimes about the larger levels that are at play. And then what you're not doing is you're not correlating the patterns that have to unfold for those patterns to exist. So I don't always, because I'm not perfect, try to be, but I always I always have the higher levels in play. I always try. So at least on chart 4, I'm always knowing that. And then the reason why the 4 chart setup is so powerful is because, I believe is because it inherently into the charts, you have a 60-minute time frame and the big tick time frame that a lot of trade systems, they do say, look at the 5-minute, look at the 15-minute, but they don't like correlate the charts. I don't see a lot of correlation between the 4 charts. And if you get good at correlating the 4 charts and the 4 chart setup, you'll recognize that, okay, chart 3 is possibly in a bottom pattern. A new level was created, and we got an alpha candle that did unfold. But before it's going to sell off again, maybe it wants to hit one of the momentum indicators. Well, since it didn't do it in this candle right now that we're in, the pattern really is a 2 or 3 candle pattern up to that level. Now, this might not come to transpire just because, it did hit the opening range high, and that's a major level for the market. But that's why it takes you out of tunnel vision, because you always have the higher time frame patterns in the back of your mind. I'm going to probably go long here on the extreme here. It's an overshoot of the RDA on chart 2, so I'm really trading chart 2. But it's pretty volatile as far as like that alpha. I want to see the RDA get recaptured here pretty quickly. And I'm going to put my trailing stop in. I'm not going to lose money on this trade. So if it knocks me out, it knocks me out. One lot. I don't have high confidence. Edward B. Previous day VWAP. I think we didn't add that because it's there. Well, I should have maybe went in with 3 lots. I don't know why I'm trading so small. I should have done at least 2. Yeah, I'm trading like I'm a kid. Or I have training wheels. I'll buy this pullback. Put in 4. Oh, Jess said on YouTube, this is a crazy week to trade. Really? I know for me, it's been kind of bittersweet because I've been dumping a lot of crypto and getting out of crypto or converting it straight to Bitcoin. So I sold all my Uni. Well, I didn't sell all of them. I sold 50% of my Uni tokens and put it to Bitcoin. I still think there's room on that chart, but let's see. It needs to turn around right here, otherwise it's out. And Q was harder than usual. I'll have to look at the week and see. Like, what was harder? I mean, just describe, like, what did you find more difficult than usual? The momentum just didn't hold up, or I don't know. I'm mad that I took that trade. All right, so now we're stuck on chart 4 between the momentum. The momentum is long, but it's still biased momentum short. And I think we wait for the opening range mid to tap. And then I'll short. I'll short right now just so I can stay with the market and watch the trade. Wait. Did I short? Oh, yeah. I did short that. So it held that mid there. Fine, but the volatility was making it hard, is what Jess shared. Anybody else find it difficult to trade this week? Or more difficult or challenging? Or fun? All right, that's an interesting move there. Part of me wants to reverse here. But we're going to give it an opportunity here. Nathan Wall said a horribly difficult week. All right, well, let's look into the week here. Let's do that. Let's see how difficult I would assess it. Oh, I thought that was a reverse. Damn it. My reverse button doesn't work anymore, or it didn't work. Just fine, I got out. I'm going to short here, and short here, and short here. And then we'll put trailing stops up here. And then we're targeting 104. 104 is what we're targeting. The mid range, a little bit lower than that. Opening range mid. Oh, yeah, we just had the candle close. There we go. Let's see if it hits the mid. Took some profit, taking it quick, not making the same dumb mistakes. I should be trading higher, otherwise I'm not going to make 30 grand today. I'm just going to end the day probably around 20 if I keep trading at this level. Edward B said 18093 is his target. I think that's looks pretty good. I'm in the trade. I mean, I'm not aggressively. I'm considering we've got our level right around, yeah, right around there. Yeah, that's the level of chart 3. I think right here is where you'd want to go long, potentially. Knocked out of the trade. Oh, wait, is there a chat room in here? Is that what one new mentioned? How do I, I'm always confused on how to find the chat in the actual stream. I'm on my 3 monitor setup today. I'm not on my 6. There it is. Oh yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, triple witching and contract rollover. I mean, I guess I do see those events. I just don't. I don't. I'll look at the charts though once we kind of get set up and whether or not it's going to hit the opening range mid. There we go. Now I can go look at other stuff. Let's look at other charts. All right, so we'll go to the ideas chart. And let's look at the 60-minute and the week. Where's my key levels? Why is my key levels not on here? I need to move these tags to over so you can move them. So I need to update that indicator as well. Ooh, we're getting picked up. So better sell off right here. I mean, not exceed that. I don't want to see it close above that. Yeah, there we go. If this doesn't work out, then I just reversed and I can't reverse anymore. So yeah, I was completely wrong. Should have stuck with it. Yeah, I should have stuck with the short. Instead, I got stupid. All right, it's a little volatile now. It's a no trade zone for me right now because I made 2 mistakes. So I'm going to wait for the market to reveal itself. It's really stuck between that opening range mid and the momentum short. I've got a trade here. I get picked up here, then I get picked up here. It feels like it wants to hold that low, though. That's what it feels like. But it's not. You know, there's one thing where it feels like it, but it's not. So until it does, like, you got to believe the chart. And I dinged my P&L. So I'm a little pissed about that. Now, as long as it doesn't break or close above the momentum in RDA, then it's going down. So it's pretty clear there. And then the level that I think we're still going to all stand behind now, I think, is probably, well, I'm going to go off the strong level. I mean, we have a level there. Didn't I say I was going to make coffee? I did a while ago. The 047 is the next strong level. So I'm not saying it's going to get down there, but that's the next strong level. So that's what I'm going to target for the downside if it does continue to sell off. I'm in one lot here, so I'd like to be in more, but at the same time, I made the mistake of being indecisive on the trade. All right, we got a, I mean, it's not really a level. I mean, we have a previous level here, but the 5-minute level, chart one's level is 069. That's the next reaction zone. I mean, of course, our next reaction zone is the mid at 102. If that gets broken, then it's 069. Is my connection good for everybody on Discord and YouTube? Because it seems like TradingView cuts out every now and then. I see it.
Discord's good.
All right, sweet, thank you. All right, now I'm going to have my stops tight on this because I do like my entries on this if it's going to continue to sell off, because I'm selling at the momentum and bias indicators. But we have our first reaction at the opening range mid. So what I'm watching for is that reaction actually is that area going to actually hold? I probably should go up here. Or in the next candle on the 5. So I might come up and test the previous levels. Something to be mindful of. I don't think I have a good enough FIFO basis to actually take profit here. I don't. Well, we can unequivocally say that the best trade that existed was actually selling the opening range high, almost tap. That was the best trade. We're kind of on the bubble of where it's at now. I want to see it, this be an overshoot, but if this isn't an overshoot, then I got a little too aggressive for no reason. Come on, don't hold it. You can do it. I'm not going to lose any money, so I'm just going to put my trailing stops right around my entry, because I'm on the bubble here. This trade, it looks like it can hold the opening range mid. At the same time, it's failing on the overshoot of the chart 2 momentum and bias. So it's not breaking down. We have one alpha candle there, but that's being answered right now. So ideally, you want to see it break down. Just waiting for a close above the RDA. All right, that's a positive sign that it actually rejected that, but at the same thing, it didn't follow through. It stopped. It rejected it and then stopped. There we go. Looks like it might break down now, possibly. You're at the open again. So remember what I've said about the open. Sometimes it's a trade that you should take. So, but it's a reaction area. So you want to see what price does at that reaction area. So far it's holding.
For what it's worth, it seems to be holding an anchored VWAP now as well. Anchored VWAP that started at the beginning of at 9:30.
Is there an indicator that you use for that, or do you just do it? Do you just anchor it?
I anchor it daily. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. That
Just anchor it on the open.
Yeah, no, I know that. I just like this. Has someone created an indicator that does that?
Mm-mm.
If not, we should create it.
That'd be great.
I mean, it should be part of our system, because we have the VWAP, but then also,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I do subscribe to the Anchor VWAP. I use it in my higher time frame, and I do subscribe to it. So I'll look around.
Yeah.
You know, I guess what I'd like to maybe do with these, I have about 5 or 6 indicators that I think have value in our system. So I think what I need to do, instead of keeping them to myself, is like kind of have the group, at least release them in beta or something, and then kind of have the group decide whether or not there's value in them. But that anchored VWAP, that should be easy to create. So if I'm surprised no one else has done it yet, though.
Maybe they have.
Yeah. So the first thing I do, the process I go through is I look for it, and then even if there is one out there, I look and say, can I approve upon it, or does it do it in a way that I'd want, and then we might just, if someone already created it and it's public, but like they don't have labels or they don't have things that we'd want, like maybe extreme bands or something, we could just duplicate it and keep it private, and just not worry about publishing it publicly. So we could do that. Looks like it's holding. I'm in profit.
Yes.
But I dinged my P&L there on that pullback. So I'm just being cautious of not over trading in a range.
Not familiar enough with trading view. Oh, go ahead, some more stuff in there.
Well, someone talk. Or whoever was talking.
I'm not familiar enough with, I mean, I traded bait. Are you long or short here? Hard time reading that.
I was short, now I'm long. So you can always look and see. I know it might be hard to read, but if on the right, I actually have my performance
Oh,
center
there
up.
we go.
It shows you if you're long.
Okay.
And then,
Cool.
like, usually, doesn't it on the chart say long? If it's green on the numbers,
Yeah.
on just the number, just the lot, then I'm long.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know it's still hard to see because of streaming and stuff.
Well, and I also, I don't give real estate to the stream on my trading screens. I run on the tablet, so the screen's extra small.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't either unless I had like my 6 monitor setup. I mean, I've tried to watch a couple people's streams. They just annoy the crap out of me just because of just the way they trade. They just don't. I have yet to find an always in trader that streams. So, for me, it's like they're always making an excuse why they're not in a trade. Oh, we're waiting for this to break down and this to come here and this to do that. And then it doesn't happen. And then they miss the trade. And then they're like, plus they have the attitude that, like you should have losing days. I mean, I know that's sacrosanct. And I'm not saying, I'm not guarantee that you always have winning days, but I believe if you have an always in attitude, it's going to be rare that you're going to have really bad losing days. I think you'll have maybe losing days, because even I still, like last year, my 2 losing days were 40 or 50,000 or 60,000, but I was on tilt and I was like trying to show off, I think. But an always in strategy, if you have losing days consistently, then you're misreading the market consistently. All right, that's the last time I reverse. Otherwise, it's going to hold the opening range low. I'm short now. I should have been short with the second that it lost it. I ding my P&L. I hate when I do that. All right, now I'm still targeting the lower ranges, the lower levels that I talked about before. So the first one is chart 1, 069 spot 50. And then if it gets to, I mean, really the range is between 069 and 041. That's the range. I'm just hoping that.
So I have a question. Do you ever, on TradingView, do you ever take the 5 minute and just invert the scale so you turn it upside down?
No, I don't try to trick myself.
No.
Yeah, I don't ever, I never found value in that. I know some people do. I just never.
I guess it gets me in headspace, but I guess I'm biased long. So I need to get out of it.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to do. I mean, I'm not biased short, but I like to short because I'm a contrarian. Plus, it seems like to me, short you make money quicker because the market sells off faster. It seems like, um, but that could be all in my head too. But I have a short bias, meaning that I love to short. So that's something I have to always guard against. So I get it, people that have bias.
Yeah.
It's better to have a long bias though, because that's actually what the market is anyways. The market is long biased because the markets tend to always go up. I mean, individual stocks and everything else, right? They don't. But like the NASDAQ, I mean, it has nowhere else but to go up. I mean, it can go down for a while, long enough to destroy your life and cause you to go bankrupt. But that's your individual problem. Eventually, it will continue to go up, right?
Yeah.
So,
You're dead in the meantime.
yeah, exactly. Or you went broke and you're living on the street saying, "I was once a successful trader, and then I had a long bias and it kept going up." Yeah, so I don't like this trading though. I'm kind of chasing it a little bit and I'm not maximizing my profit. So for me, this is what sometimes gets me in trouble is that I was up 16 grand or something. And then I kind of like overtrade because I don't keep a conviction on one side. And I slosh between 1 to 2,000 or 3,000. And then I size up at the wrong time, and sometimes I hurt myself. Or I don't size up at the right time and take advantage of it because I'm skittish because of my trade decisions, right? So that's something that I still have a problem with to this day is I'm chasing the trade a little bit here, so I'm not really maximizing my profit. I still have conviction that it's going to go to the lower level, but when I'm sitting here watching the chart, this is also the problem with me watching the chart sometimes. Every little pullback movement causes you to question your overall directional mindset of the market. If I get knocked out here, though, I will probably re-enter at the RDA on chart 2. Yeah. So I'll call them. I'll short here and the RDA on chart 2. So let's see if the weekly open still is in play. It's still possible if it changes direction here today. It lost the NYSE open. Let's see where we're at in our channel. That was a great call there on looking at the channel indicator earlier that it rejected the mid control. We do have another mid level here at 067. And then we got the lower control for the low of the day, low of the week too, I believe.
I'm just making an observation here about the inflection points that you were talking about earlier. It's the area where it seemed to stall. If we look left on chart 1, there was a red candle, green candle, little deal there.
Oh yeah, mini inflection point. Yeah. It looks like it's still going to hit that 067. I would, I would probably really consider going long at the strong level at 044. But this also might be a day that we look back and you'd say, why did you ever go short? What were you thinking? Or why did you ever go long, right? So I want to make sure that it's not one of those days first. But this level is pretty important. The 068 level is pretty important as far as chart 1 goes. That's a pretty important level. I'm scaling in all the way up to the RDA pretty much on chart 2. Really looking to get picked up on every reaction zone, but it looks like it's not going to give up the short. I mean, I'm mindful of that. The area probably I'd want to really enter is right around 105. That's why you see me moving my entries just a little bit. I'm in 3 lots right now, but I'm moving those upper entries up. Now, this is at the point where I kind of sometimes, like I'm in profit now, and I don't like my entry. But at the same time, like, should I let the trade go against me? If I had a small account, I would not let the trade go against me at this point in time. And I would probably take one off here, down at that low in a small account. It's just because, and then I would have my stop right at my entry, and then I'd start over up above. I mean, I'd have it. See, I would have got taken out on a small account by now. And my fees paid for. Just because I could start over up higher if it was going to hold. But, this is the difference between me trading a larger account is that I'm planning to scale in. And this is small. I mean, usually I'm scaling in lots of 3 or lots of 6 or lots of 9. So I'm planning to scale in up to the RDA. Where in a small account, when I would have been into profit there, I would have took some off and then not let the trade go against me and then look at the RDA for the next trade. I wouldn't be trading right around the M24. So that's probably that's just difference in a small account that I'd be trading on. Where this one, you could say I probably should have done the same thing. But I'm just sticking with the trade because I planned to scale in. I was already planning to scale in. This might not be exactly pretty. Now I want to see it fail here pretty quick because it's at both the momentum indicator, it's at the mid of the actual opening range, and it's at the RDA on chart 2. So I do want to see it fail here pretty quick. Meaning I do not want to see it close above the RDA. So I'm actually going to put my stops. I rarely do this, but I'm going to put my stops here. I don't like my position. Stopped out. if I get stopped out here, I'm going to take a step back, get up for a second, and clear my head. Momentum shifted there on chart 2, so I see that. So that's something I'm mindful of. So if momentum holds, I need to maybe consider just exiting this trade. So far it's holding. Yeah, I got out because it held. Ding my P&L again. See, this is where I start getting pissed. Clay's back. We use what are called reaction zones. It does feel like I should be short here. So the easy answer is that in our trade system, we use reaction zones. They're either levels, indicators, or some other rule that we use in our system that are our targets. So, I usually have a higher time frame target, and then I have a room for the trade target. The room for the trade target is, so for instance, on all trades, there's usually a take profit 1 and take profit 2, and then you let the rest ride, so to say. So I believe you should trade in thirds. That way you can take profit 1 and take profit 2. And then where your account really grows is on those ones where you get to do a trailing stop. And then that third of your position is just riding if you did happen to catch a run. I don't like this. This is a very challenging short here because ultimately there's no reason why you should have actually not got out of a short, but the high is being constantly exceeded and the breakdown's not happening. So it's not committing to selling off. So I'm going to do what I should have done on the other one is I'm just not going to let it go against me too much. So at this point, I'm in profit and I can start over up above. So there we go. So now it's a matter of, do you believe it? And is it going to rip? It should rip here. We should see it rip here. Now, the first level you got to be concerned about is that 0.87 that developed on chart 1. So the other thing that we have is that's different, or not different, but is that we have a 4 chart setup, and then one of our charts is our control chart. It's really out of 3 charts is our control chart. And that controls the trade. So if your 60-minute chart is your control chart for that trade, then you're using the other charts to inform your decision on whether or not that area or that reaction area of the 60-minute chart is going to hold or is going to sell off. So right now we're still at the 0.89. 0.89 is still the kind of main decision area here. I have to manage the stops here because I have a terrible entry. That's why I have to manage these stops. Okay. Are you going to sell off now finally? It looks like it will. I'd like to be larger, but it's really trying to hold those levels on both chart 1 and chart 3. All right, I guess 3 is what I'm going to roll with. I'm riding with 3. See if I can maximize the profit. So I should take some profit here at this level. So I think Clay was asking, there's a prime example. That was my profit, that level there. And then because we're momentum short, our indicators aren't really help for us, because they're just help for us if we want to re-enter the trade on the short side. I'm a little pissed that I churned my account in that area. I kind of lost conviction on what direction I thought, and then I just chasing the trade too much. What can you do? I'll be right back. What's up, Rex? What you doing, bud? Doing dog things? I know. You're always doing dog things. There it goes. It looks like it's going to continue. Would have been nice to reshort that slow momentum. It does not want to sell off. Yeah, it does not want to sell off. That bodes well for the strong level down below once it's either holds or it gets recaptured. Oh, that's where I should take profit. Oh, look at that. Should have been heavier, but I lost my conviction because I was trading bad. At least I'm still in the trade a little bit. I've never had this Celsius water. Guess we'll try it. Strawberry guava. Do I like guava? I don't know if I like guava. Oh, I'll try it. It's the worst that can happen. Nathan Walls, an energy drink. I think it's like water, one of those. Yeah, well, I guess it is. Essential energy accelerates my metabolism and it burns body fat. I really don't need that. All right, so where are we at? To tag the level, this is the level reaction. The question is, if chart 1 is your control, then you want to see this hold up. Well, I mean, you don't want to see it hold up, but you are looking to see is that level going to hold up. Otherwise, we have a chart 4 control down, which is 041, which is a little bit lower. I will re-enter here on the RDA check if it gets up there. So if it gets up to the RDA on chart 2, I will re-enter. I think if I trade in the afternoon, I will exceed 20 to 30 grand. I'm starting to feel like I'm trading too small. So I need to up my sizes, get back up to 3 lots here and there. Three, 6, 9 lots. Part of it is I haven't traded all week. I mean, I've traded somewhat, but I haven't traded like actively. I know one day this week I did, within like an hour, I made 20K, which is not bad. I caught the move perfectly. I just caught it perfectly. And then I had something else to do. So I was really fortunate that I caught the sell off. That felt decent to just get up, be around for about an hour, hour and a half, and pull capital from the market. Are we at a level on the daily chart? No. I mean, if we look at the NQ though, that's where it's interesting. Is that we should be I like to chart on the NQ continuous contract. But like I was saying before today, like you should still look at the contract you're trading to see is there any levels there. Well, the RDA is the next level on that is at 1774. I mean, we do have a day open here, probably at 934 that it's not going to ignore. So I would look at 934. But the continuous contract, we're at the top of the value channel that we were in for a while. And it's bouncing off the actual slow momentum on the daily. So, it's the first test in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candles, 9 days of trading. So it might hold. So we are at a key level, at least on the continuous contract. Damn it. Well, I think I missed the opportunity to sell again. Yeah, selling the pullback. So I'm a little late. I'm not going to chase it now, but I probably will chase it here on this way up here within the strong level. There's a relatively weak, it is a strong level on chart 4. So well, that's invalid now. Where are we at on the 5-minute candle? One more minute. All right. Let's just stay with 1 for now. Because where I like it is the RDA better. This candle has 1 more minute to close on 5. Still short. Target is still the 042. Can't see with this microphone on my face. In your face. Yeah, this Celsius water is not bad. Let's see how that mixes with coffee. All right, now I want to see it not exceed the slow momentum here on chart 2. So we're literally on the bubble of that trade. So I'm just going to put my stops real close to there. Because if it does exceed it, then I'm just going to sell the RDA. No reason for it to, I'm not going to let it do the same thing it did before. Go against me there. Put fixed stops in. It's not committing to the sell-off. There we go. All right, not going to let it go against me anymore. I got fixed stops in. I'm in 6 lots. And then I'll put everything above my entry. And if it exceeds it, then it's probably going to go to the RDA, and I want to sell from there anyways. I made the mistake earlier of actually letting it go against me. Break this level. If it comes back above this level here, this yellow level, I'm going to sell some. Oh, fuck you, dude. I sold. You asshole. I sold the bid. So I tried to buy the bid. Fine. I'll just wait for it to knock me out. All right. Well, I guess I was lucky that that didn't happen. All right. There we go. Well, I guess we're going to the next level. Chart 4. Take some profit. Come on, asshole. Take me out. Jesus. Keep going, dude. You can do it. Our next level is now, based on how it's reacting, I'm not going to probably trade in anticipation of that strong level holding. But if it comes back and shows a pattern, then I will. Because what's the other strong level on the chart? We got to go way back. Take you back into time. Holy shnikes. You got to go way back on chart 4 to find the next level. All right. I'll put some trailing stops in there. 1, 2. Move this fixed stop down. You know, you can do either or. I mean, I do think that I would be better off if I would have developed the habit to create fixed stops and move my fixed stops. I think I would make more money. I just didn't develop that habit. The habit I developed is to use trailing stops. But yep, that's our last level is the OR low, which is, yeah, you're right below that. So if it does, I mean, it looks like it's going for that, which is 0.29. And it rejected from there a long time ago, or pretty well. So, you know, an overshoot of that around that 818 level is where I would maybe consider start looking for maybe a reaction long All right, I was knocked out of that trailing stop. Then let's do I'll try it. I'll try using these fixed stops and I'll just move them. Of course, I'm already well out of my maximizing the profit there. But instead of doing the trailing stops, I'll just use the fixed stops. Well, why did it stop there? Why did it just stop right there and decide to pull back? That's weird. It's a pretty big reaction for nothing there. Well, not much to say other than waiting for the pullback. Maybe it does pull back up to the RDA, which is, I talk about these correlations a lot. You see the correlation between the fast momentum on chart 1 and the RDA on chart 2. I mean, that would be an overshoot of the RDA on chart 2, but then that would be a check-in with the fast momentum on chart 1. So, the other day, I think it was yesterday, I was actually just reading the 5-minute chart and kind of explaining how I could visualize the 4-chart setup. Well, that comes from obviously watching it enough, but also just understanding that the correlations that, this is a prime example. Sorry, I'm looking at, definitely didn't maximize that trade. I still don't know why it stopped there. There's nothing there that I can see, unless it's just the M24 and the daily. I just don't see the reason why the hell. Not that I always need a reason, but if we do a value channel, I said doo-doo. The 8-year-old kid in me came out. Well, it's 50% of that wick. So that's why it stopped there. All right, I feel good about it now. That's why it stopped there. It's 50% of that wick. I feel good about it now. I'm still going to sell it up here above the RDA, though. I might hold that, though. You see a lot of times the patterns do hold that. It does hold at 50%, but it's still momentum and bias short. So we'll sell when it gets up there. All right, I think we got a little bit of time here where market's going to squash around a little bit. Any questions? Anything anybody wants me to answer? Well, you can look too. If we look, it's hard to see on this chart, but if we expand the chart, wrong chart, dude. This chart. There's the other way we could build this into the tool, into the levels, but I just thought it was way too much. There's another level between here and here. You break this out and you just keep breaking this out. So you could break this out and it stopped right on 50% of the minor level and the low control. I don't know. I'll look at that indicator. We'll look at it here together. So it did also with this level indicator. It stopped right at the midpoint of not only this rejection candle, but the midpoint of the 2 channels. So someone on Discord said something about something. There's a TV called balance zone extensions. Could that be a good way to identify value channels? I don't know. Let me look at it. I guess we can do it on this chart. Part of me wants to make sure I'm. The only trade is right here. It's at the RDA. So I can start here just to be notified a little bit in advance. But I'm not going to chase the trade. Could say this is an overshoot of momentum, but then I'm more hesitant to trade that and just wait for the RDA tap, which it looks like the pattern on chart 1 is unfolding. All right. So the name of this indicator is balance zone extension by open up the code and we will add it to the chart. Yeah, it's awesome. I love this indicator. Did I add it to the chart? Why is it not showing up? Yeah, it's the best indicator I ever used. It's nowhere on the chart. I guess I could read the instructions. Yeah, this is awesome. I love it.
So there at the where it says top of balance zone, you would set your upper channel value, and then at the bottom of balance zone, you would set your lower level channel.
Yeah, I hate indicators like
then,
this. Yeah. No, I mean, I get now. You have to set it. I hate things that you have to set because it's just one more thing I have to do during the day. So I would set this to like 18162, right? And then I'd put the bottom down to like 18140, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it probably does the same thing. Yeah. Oh my God, it's ugly though.
And then
it
number of boxes you would adjust to, and it would just basically,
yep.
Space it out for you.
Yeah. No, I mean, it does the same thing. It's the same logic. It's literally the same logic. Yeah, it's the same logic. But why did it not? I wanted it to go off of 18163. Why did it not do that? Oh, so it does. Oh, it goes above it though, because I would assume.
You can put decimals in there too.
No, I know, but I want it to measure from here to here. Like if we take this off, I want it to measure from this level to this level. I didn't get picked up. Hold on. I want to get picked up. Yeah, I didn't get picked up on that pullback. Damn it. Missed the trade. Barely got there. I'm getting a little aggressive because it looks like it's going to rip. How many positions do I have out there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and then we'll do 12. Boy, I would love tools that would automatically do some of this crap. All right. So, no, but with this tool, I would expect that it would do an indicator like this from like this 164. But what it does is it goes above it. For some reason, it draws 2 channels above it. And then it doesn't draw all the way down to the bottom channel at 140. Oh, I see number of boxes above balance zone. So you can turn that off. All right. Okay. Oh, number below. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, but yeah, but it doesn't. Why does it not? What the? I mean, if people like this type of thing where you could put two prices in here, because I want a value channel indicator. That's the other indicator that I'm working on. But what is a value channel? Actually, this is a good question. Anybody, I would love one or two people at least to answer. Hopefully there's one or two people that have mics. Describe to me what a value channel is. I just want to understand knowledge.
It's the average area where price is trading. So you have, an upper price and a lower price, and then you have a middle price based on kind of an average. And so price typically trades in a range between those three kind of value areas.
Okay, so anybody else? So I would say I like anybody else if they have time or they would want to answer. And if not, then I'll explain.
Well,
Go ahead.
I think what's interesting is to watch a day unfold, a week, a month, whatever. You can keep going back, and it's like there's value channels within value channels within value channels. And what we're trading, or what I'm looking to get good at, is you've got a lower level and an upper level, and you're attempting to predict. I think it's going to go down, so I'm going to add top level of that. And hopefully it will break the lower level. But even if it doesn't break the lower level, I still have a trade. So that's my current definition.
Okay. Anybody else? I won't roast anybody. Go ahead.
To me, value channel is when the price is dropped between, let's say, we have a double top candles, and then let's say 20 points below we have a double bottom candles, and the price is dropped between those two levels, and that's a value channel for me.
Interesting. Anybody else? This is great. I'm loving this. This is awesome to hear.
I think it's somewhat related to your question earlier in terms of what's a range, right? Like, I think, trend aside, we define a period as a range. Then I think the value channel is the upper and lower bands of that range that you could trade in. Right. So, because, I mean, I think you have to isolate the kind of the market in a momentum and really ranging, right? If it's ranging, then that's where your value channels are. Now I think you have to define different rules when it's in a momentum, because that value channel may not be parallel or kind of line, horizontal line. It may be a angled line, or set of lines, right? That's there.
Okay. No, that's good. Oh, this is all good. So anybody else wants to speak up, keep coming. And then once it's official, I don't think anybody else has any thoughts. I'll share kind of what I think, or what I would believe is the right answer in the shortest amount of explanation. So anybody else? I'm still short. I'm waiting. I'm trading the momentum and bias. I'm a little early on the trade, so I should have started right around the RDA once it gave up the momentum here. I do want to see it. In some ways, I need to be able to really let it exceed the RDA. So I don't want to exceed it too much because I am getting a little heavier up there. So anybody else have a definition or how they define the value channel? I will say there's a right answer. There's a really right, succinct answer. I'm not going to say if anybody said it yet. I'm just going to say there is a right, succinct answer.
On your X?
Hey, good morning.
For me, I would say value channel for me is when it breaks. Let's say it's very difficult to say because, for example, in a 1 hour candle, it might range and then break that level to the next level, and then range again, breaks it to the next level. So it might form a channel like a range channel, like 1 hour, and then breaks that level, goes to another level, forms another range, and then breaks. So I don't know. Do you trade it diagonally or just so?
Well, there are diagonal value channels too. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
I promise once everybody, if there's a few more people, I would like more people, as many people as possible, because this is helping tremendously. Because this is the type of stuff that this to me, value channel is a fundamental concept of the system, and I would expect kind of a very similar answers, but I've got some different answers. So that's interesting. So were you done? Did I cut you off or?
Oh no, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm just like, for me, I just trade it level by level. If it ranges, I trade it as a range. If it breaks it to the next level and it's trending, I follow like momentum until it ranges, and then so whatever at that point the market gives to me, that's what I do.
So that's how you trade it, but and then okay, so and that's kind of your definition of a value channel then,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
I mean, yeah.
all right. Anybody else? I'm not putting any. So don't. I'm not putting you guys on the spot. So don't feel that. I know you guys don't feel that, but I mean, just I love getting feedback because it helps me actually know what I need to hammer on or reinforce, or maybe change my thinking because maybe the majority of you are thinking something, and maybe that's maybe the right way to think about it, and the way I explain it is the wrong way. So I'm short. I'm waiting for this level on chart on chart 2 to break 0.53. My stops are real close. I mean, I'm basically, I got my stops within profit. They really should probably be above the momentum indicators. I should probably give it room, but since I'm watching the chart so closely, I can re-enter if it takes me out. So I'm just not, I've built myself back up to 15,481, and I don't want to continue churning my account and go back down because I don't have high confidence that it's actually going to break down here yet. And my position isn't the best. So let's get positioned here, and then I'll go through and I'll pull up a chart. We'll just pull up a naked chart, and we'll just talk about value channels, both horizontal and diagonal, as I say that uncomfortably. All right. Still keeping my stops close, but I added a couple too because I was taken out. I was taken out in profit, but so Edward B said, I only watched the first video on value channels, didn't want to get into new concepts if I can't trade the other ones. I learned well first. I feel like using the VC highs and lows. Yes, I'll watch it. So I would say that, you know, a value channel is a core concept of understanding the market. So I would say that you're actually limiting yourself if you didn't kind of go through the full section there. Keep in mind, I guess this is something I haven't really thought about now that I think about it, is that, okay, so one of the things that I'm doing is so with all this AI stuff and with the writing and the podcast, I'm really thinking about the hierarchy of the system. Like, okay, like if training an AI model, I have to start somewhere, and then I have to build upon that. So obviously all that's in the training, and I could just do it the easy way and send them all of my transcripts. But what I realized is this is an opportunity actually for me to kind of start from the ground floor and basically define the system from zero. And that's what I decided to do to train the AI. But that's also an opportunity because those are the things I'm going to release on the podcast and do new videos on. And and that's where I have to decide as someone, and it struck me the other day of like, if I was just starting out in my system and I became an alpha and I didn't know me, I wasn't me, I guess. Would I have a deep understanding of what's essential and what's not essential? And I realized that I probably haven't done a good enough job of like showing that, hey, this is an essential core element, but then also making the delineation of like, how much does this play into your decisions of trading? Because I think one of the things I've seen is that with all the levels and momentum, people get easily confused of which one to use, because I provide them all and I don't give a precedence to any of them. But I don't give a precedence to any of them because it's it's the story of the chart specific, meaning that the daily open isn't more important than the weekly open, but it's more important when price is showing you that it's more important. So we have these levels and these things that we use in the system, but not at all times are they of equal of importance. And that's hard to get across because I know everybody wants an easy, simple button. You want easy, simple rules. You really what you really want is just a button that says, "Hey, I need to be short here, or I need to be long here." And you want very clear. One of the things that the first podcast I'm going to be releasing is like the illusion of control. Like realizing that every day you get up in a market that doesn't have controls, like that, like you're not in control. And every day you get up in a chaotic environment. And while, we have a trade system is there to provide you with the ability to unlock the greatest machine that's ever been created, which is the human mind. That's what a trade system is. So a trade system is really there to make it so that you identify patterns so you can trade with conviction using the most powerful logic machine, whatever that's ever been created. Unfortunately, that machine also has emotions attached to it. So, it's a lot more than just logic. You're not a Vulcan like in Star Trek. So it broke the level now. Now it's the opening range low. So I think we'll look and see. I am long here. So, and I want to get to the value channel. So to me, understanding value channels is one of those core elements because it's a concept that plays a role in every chart time frame. And it's a concept that rules the markets. Now, how much credence and conviction you allow value channels to have in your trading comes down to how much you like to read the market in that way. But so I'll get into, I'm just watching the charts now. So I'll cover value channels here in a second. I think we're still going to go short, but I'm only in 2 lots left and I got knocked out. So really, I should have just added there. The question is, should I even be looking for long opportunities? So what I was going to say first about this extension zone is that if you like indicators like this, but they don't do something, these are the other things that we can start doing. We can start looking at these things and saying, is there value here? And then saying, can we duplicate it? Can we borrow it or be inspired by it and maybe create our own indicator because it doesn't quite do what we want it to do? I do things like that all the time, but then I never bring it to the group because once again, I'm very cognizant of not confusing. If you see, I'm very careful too of the indicators that I share on a chart because oftentimes I do notice when I share a chart and there's an indicator on there, 5 or 6 people will ask me about it. And then it's something that I'm usually testing. But if I don't have high conviction of it, I mean, like this new indicator, it's really not a new concept in our trade system, but it's the first indicator that's been added to the system in years. And actually, I'm looking at updating the Rex Dog Foundation indicator with including the RSI built into it, getting rid of some of the things, and then adding a few things to it. So I am looking to kind of refine a little bit more. But let's see what we're going to do here. So we hit the bottom level. I think if that holds up, I should almost reverse here. So I'm going to give it one opportunity to tap it and exceed it a little bit. But we do have the opening range low, so I probably should just give it an opportunity to exceed that. Hey, thanks, Edward. Thanks for explaining. You know, I don't consider anything that I teach secrets, I guess. But I do have, I think most alphas would probably agree that I probably have a distinct way that I teach the market. And I teach to look at the market, and is probably a little bit different than majority of what you see out there. But I'm also always looking for how do I better teach it. You know, I'm not satisfied I'm not satisfied until every alpha that has a desire to be a successful trader, like, can adopt the system to their liking and be successful with it. I can't control that, so I understand I can't control it. But, you know, I still have a passion for teaching and trading. You know, it's part of what gets me up in the morning. I don't know, you know, I'm not complaining about it because I enjoy it. So, but I will probably this summer be taking a lot more vacation and time off and stuff like that. But that's where I'm building my mobile podcast. So I want to still be creating, showing up. I don't think I'll be trading, but like I find after about 2 weeks of vacation for me, we usually take 3 or 4 week vacations. After about 2 weeks, then my mind is starting to get back to my professional passions. Even if we're traveling somewhere, like I do love traveling, but after a while I start thinking about, oh, you know, or I'll look at the pyramids, you know, and I'll be like, you know, there's some cemetery here, or I'm messing up that word. It's symmetrical. I think there'd be a good indicator here. So I do get that crazy sometimes. All right, now we're at the mid range, the opening range low. I think I'm gonna take one off, and I might even reverse here once it goes down one more rung. Wanted to go one more rung or provide me a pattern that I can actually trade here. All right. I reversed. And then we'll do one more rung down. We'll sell here. So S-Elite, you know, prime example of levels. Well, what level did we talk about? That's the opening range low. That's a free indicator. So I have free indicators that mention some of the levels we use in TradingView. I'll share those for the peeps. For the gram, I still don't have an Instagram, by the way. So this first one that I'll share is the opening range initial balance. That's the level we just traded there. I took profits on that. So I'll sell the RDA, and then I'm looking to go long on the pullback. So we're looking to go long, and then I'll sell the RDA up to 17,465. So that's one. And then there's another indicator called key levels. These are all free indicators on I'll share this on TradingView as well. These are all free indicators on TradingView. You know what I find out about this actually is that like these levels provide good trade opportunities, but only 10% of traders will actually take trades at these levels, even though it's very spelled out in both the indicators what to do. I spell out in the description of what to do with these indicators, and very few traders actually, I think, take trades of that. I should have stuck with it. Should have traded that opening range reaction a little bit more because it did exceed it. Now, this is where you want to consider where we at in the day. We're heading into the lunch session, and maybe there's going to be a change in attitude. So you really want to watch your low levels, because maybe the market's going to change its attitude and it's going to change its bias. Instead of being in this sell-off mode here that it's been in, you need to be open to the fact that maybe it wants to come up and tag the RDA on chart 1 for the rest of the day. So you really need to guard yourself against just being stuck and not being open to the idea of what the market's doing. Yeah, I should have stayed in that long, and I should have went in a couple more. Should have took the risk a little bit more. But we're selling the RDA, so we'll sell the RDA on chart 2, and we'll take profits quick here on this rise up. And then this should be a quick trade. So once I get in this trade, then I'll do value channels real quick, and then we'll hopefully people that answered will be on here still. Well, we're only in one lot, so I don't want to get knocked. I'm just going to put a trailing stop in. So if I get knocked out, I get knocked out. All right. So let's just pull up a naked chart. A value channel, what you're trying to do with a value channel, real simply, is you are looking for a range, and what you want is you want an equal amount of trading above the 50% and an equal amount of trading below the 50%. And the logic there is then you have a value. You have, so here's an example of the value channel off the day so far, is that you're using levels, and the problem is you can't really develop a good value channel off what we have here. And the reason for that, and I know it's hard to see, and I'll scroll in a little bit, is that I'm talking about total trading. There should be an equal amount of time that price is in above this 50% as it is above this 50%. And really the value channel of this is more like this right here. This is where your value channel could be. It's a very short channel though. You almost have equal amount of trading below the 50 and above the 50. This probably comes better with let me just do a brand new chart and do it daily, because it becomes much more clear on the daily, because I'm trying to make a value channel where it doesn't exist. There is no value channel there yet. So that's one of the things to consider, is that there's no value channel on that. So if we just go to the daily, and I'll draw a value channel here. And are we on I want to be on the NQ. All right. So this would be a value channel. I like to have excess on my value channel sometimes, where notice there's an equal amount of trading time down below the 50%, as there is above the 50%. It's an equal amount. Thus, the midpoint is the fair value or the mid value of this trading that occurred here. That's not even the best value channel, but this is a better value channel. And then on value channels, you typically have excess. Usually it's wicks. Sometimes it's bodies. I mean, I could argue that this would be the value channel here. You could make this the value channel. The purple line is the 50%. And that's close, meaning that this channel, 50% of the trading is here and 50% of the trading is here. Yes, Frank, yes, all here on YouTube. So how does that square with, I know quite a few people have left. Now it's Friday too. How does that square with the definitions that were shared?
Well, to me, that value channel that you showed, illustrated.
Yep.
Excuse my youthful exuberance here as a trader. That looks like a stair step. I can see the high and I can see the low, but we're not going from the top level to the bottom level. We're going from the bottom to 50, and from 50 to 100, and from 100 to 50. So I see what you're drawing, and it's definitely a different perspective than I had before. So I'm curious to hear the rest of the story.
Well, that's not the rest of the story. Really, a value channel is simply this. You have equal trading on both sides of the 50% or the mid. And it's trading amount of time. It's where price is at. And you're not going to get exact, but this is in this channel, it's price has been between the low and the mid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 candles here. Price has been above about the same amount of candles. So that is the right answer to what a value channel is. And the value of charting that is that, and you usually have to draw these because I haven't found a way to automatically do it because I'm not smart enough. If we have smart people in the group that could help us, then I'd love it. But the value of doing that is you are creating a value. If you were to say, give me the half number, the amount of people that went left and that went right, this is giving you the midpoint of that value. So we all know that 50%, I guess, does anybody disagree that the 50% level is not an important level in the markets? I mean, is there anybody that would disagree with me on that?
No, that's right. I agree with that.
Yeah. So that's the value of it. And then the additional value of it is that you're breaking it up into the 25 and the 75. And then you're using the same rules that we use for the dynamic. So I originally called that dynamic value channels, but I renamed it. Well, first because TradingView decided to remove it, but second, because it really isn't a value channel. It's all it is just taking the high and the low. It's not calculating equal amount of trading above the high, above the midpoint.
Rex, I guess a question.
Sure.
Does the value channel have to include the current bar?
No.
No. So you're saying you would.
It never
go
does.
Back.
It never does. Let me show you this. Go ahead.
Current bar minus one. I'm trying to think of the rule that you would use, right? You kind of need to.
I'll show you the rule.
Go back.
So I'm going to pull up the Bitcoin impulses. This is a chart that alphas have access to that includes all the drawings. You can go in here and you can turn them off. And maybe I haven't been good at sharing these things, but you can go in here and you can, so you see I have mid VCs. Every one of these, and this is on the 4-day, every one of these is a value channel. I go out and I update. I haven't done it recently, so I will. I go out and I update the value channels of Bitcoin going back from just before the all-time high, the first all-time high. So you'll notice if we were to draw a value channel off current Bitcoin's price, it's really hard to do because there's not much, but the philosophy applies, which is what you want is you want to take the level that makes sense to the upside and the downside where you have an equal amount of trading on below and above. And I don't usually account the current candle because that's unfolding. But you can see if we just use the quick value channel that I just drew on Bitcoin here, I mean, I guess I could say it's hard when it's like really volatile, but that's how I would draw the current channel where we have it came from an inflection point. So I don't include that. It's got a little bit of excess. So wick excess is good, is okay. And then it's got excess at the top. And then it has an equal amount of trading. Remember, it's just price. It's just where did the market spend time? It spent an equal amount of time below and above. So right now it's actually in this value channel that's developing. Bitcoin is at the 50% mark right now as we speak. So now I'll shut up and let you see if I expanded or I helped.
No, I think that's helpful. I guess the question is the upper limit is clear. The lower one, I mean, you went to the last strong low level.
Yeah.
Do you go further, like, and just keep going back until you find a 50% point?
Oh yeah. So
at the levels.
Yep. Yeah, you keep going until you get equilibrium.
Okay.
So that this tells me that
you move to strong level,
Yep.
or it doesn't matter, just by bar.
Strong level to strong level typically works best. And then you typically want excess. And even if you have an excess level, that's okay. Like it's just an overshoot and then there's another level down below. That's okay. So I'll show and I reversed and went long so where's this Bitcoin? I don't remember which chart I opened. Here we go. So I'm trying to find. So see this value channel that was already pre-drawn. It might be hard to see, so I'll zoom in. You notice that this value channel has an excess. There's a level excess in here. It's not just wicks. So that's fine, but you don't want it too far because otherwise. But the main axiom is that an equal amount of trading, and it doesn't. This value channel actually isn't the best, but because this one I need to refine actually because there's not because I didn't update it since the latest move. This was the latest one since this move, so I haven't updated this chart since a while. So there's not an equal amount of trading here. There's more trading below than there is above here. So this value channel actually, it's probably more like something. I don't know if it's locked. No, it's more like something like this is what this value channel should be, because there isn't an equal amount of trading above and below on that value. So this value channel, because I didn't update it on this latest move.
Yeah.
So this is probably more realistic, but even that, there's a little bit more in the down than I would want. So then this is where then I might look and say, well, maybe I do use this lower level and do use this higher level. Now, and I'll share the core concept here. That's close. So that's probably more the value channel using just the strong levels. The other thing I do sometimes is I look at the 4-day and say, can I get a different view that shows me, and I don't get a different view. Here's the core concept. The market moves from value channel mid to value channel mid. That's the way the market moves. Now, I didn't make this concept up, or I didn't develop this concept. I borrowed this concept from, and every time I do it, I don't know the name of the person or the book, but someone has, I will someone sent it to me recently. And I need to read the book again to see whether or not my interpretation of the value channel really, and Frank, I'll talk to you, or I'll answer your question too. But I need to just see whether or not my thinking around the value channel correlates with the way that he teaches. Because it might not. But that doesn't matter because I have my own interpretation of the value channel concept. So the market moves from value channel to value channel. Value channel mid to value channel mid. And the way to look at it is, it really is a range. I mean, it's a range of trading, and you see this in charts. The market goes from a range and then impulses up and then creates another range. Well, once that range is a little bit developed and you can develop it into a value channel, you can use the clues within those levels of that value channel to whether or not it's going to go long or short or reaction areas. That's the value of it.
And do you recalculate with every bar?
I recalculate as the market updates. So usually I when I use this in my long-term Forex and my equity trades a lot, value channels. I do, but see, here's the thing. I don't draw it because I see them. So I see the value channels on the charts. So you don't see it on my charts too often because I can look at a chart and I can say, okay, this range is the value channel. And then within this value channel, here's the mid. And then I can see, oh, the mid's been tested 3 times and it's held up. Now it's the 75%. That's where I'm going to look for a trade, right? So, the challenge with these concepts is that, the value channel concept is other than the Bitcoin chart and charts that I do larger analysis on, I don't have a value channel, but I did used to, part of my pre-market analysis was making sure that my current value channel on whatever I was trading was updated. So we can do that right now with, we'll do that with oil. I'm long now. I'm in 5 lots. Let me make sure I'm in. So it's a fade trade. I'm actually doing okay trading and talking today. I'm actually amazed. And I hope everybody is getting, no problem, Frank. I'll answer your question. Frank I am confused by the diagonal line you do on your 1-day chart. Should it be a horizontal line? I'm going to ask Frank's question, then we're going to get back because I don't remember drawing a horizontal or a diagonal line. Did I draw a diagonal line? Frank, if I drew a diagonal line, it was meaningless. But here I'm going to share an advanced concept on value channels. And I don't want anybody's head to explode. And I don't want anybody, because I haven't updated this section of the training yet. So I don't want anybody to if you like it, adopt it. And maybe I will do a training on it. I used to have it in the training, but I removed it because it was way too wordy. Diagonal value channels work very well as well. But, I'm sure many of you know that I don't do much diagonal. I don't believe in diagonal channels, but they do work. So for instance, the same concept applies. You take the levels and you're looking to have 50% of the trading be above the 50% mark and 50% of the trading be below. In this scenario, the teal line is 50%. The red lines are the channel, and then the orange lines are the 75 and 25, okay? Our key levels we use in our system. Look at this channel. From it's held the 50. It held the 50 here. Remember, it's the closes. It rejected on the lower control. It rejected on the lower control. Now it's losing the 50. So it's held on the 50 a couple times here on this ride up. So diagonal value controls um, are just as powerful. It's just too much for me. I don't need them. Plus, I can see them. So that's the other thing. I can see them. So a lot of the times, with value channels, I don't draw them like I said because I can see them. So it's like I can see the value channel on this 5-minute range here. I can see that the value channel is right here, right where just above my entry is where the value channel of this overall trading. It's a little bit below it, but it's a small amount of time, so I don't put a lot of precedence in it. Obviously, the larger amount of time you have in that value channel, the more that those levels give you. And the second that you lose that channel, you should be looking to see what the channel is below. And that's one of the analyses I've done on Bitcoin, is that if we go to Bitcoin on my impulses chart, is this it? Yeah. We have a little, I'll just update this now and then I'll make sure that later on this weekend, I won't have time this weekend, but this is a mini channel right here. It's more of an inflection channel, but it is a mini channel. And then Bitcoin currently is in this channel right here. Yeah, that's probably how I draw this channel. It's not quite there. And we have to account for the current candle. Before that, I probably would have done this. That's the current channel it's in right now. So, and then there's a little inflection point right here. So in Bitcoin, what am I watching on the daily? Number one, I'm watching our indicators in our system. Okay. Number two, I'm putting high precedence in this inflection area here at 61,000. But if the market does sell off, there's a high probability it's going to go to this channel down here at 52,000, which fits with how it typically works. It's typically a 50% pullback. Well, 30 to 50, I mean. But, the deeper pullbacks are 50, which is all the way down here. That might be steep in this market given but it routinely does a 20 to 40% pullback. Someone said that earlier. That's true. No, I don't use Fibonacci's. I mean, I use the same concepts as Fibonacci's with these levels. I just think I shouldn't call it stupid. I just think that the Fibonacci's levels, you do see it in nature and it is amazing and blah, blah, blah. But in trading, I found that the simple levels that we use and that I outline in my system, they're simple. 25, 50, 75. And then there's mid channels in between there. I mean, I just find that much more reliable than fibs. And I wanted to love fibs because I wanted to be cool like all the other cool kids. I wanted to be cool and be able to wow people at cocktail parties talking about how I trade the Fibonacci and the Elliott wave theory. And then I realized that to chart that way, you're basically spending 4 hours of your life every day charting. And I said, this sucks. So then I went back with, what's easier? And these levels hold significant. You can't argue with today. It didn't tap it, but the midpoint was tested as well as with, here's the way to look at it. And I'm not trying to sell anybody on it. I'm just saying that, look, the mid control of the day was rejected. It didn't tag it, but how many other correlations did it have with the way the market unfolded today? That was the opening range high. That was the RDA on the 5-minute. I think it was another correlation with a level on the chart 4, right? So it's like, how many more correlations do you need? I'll shut up and let someone else ask a question now too. Maybe there's no one that wants to ask a question. There's a few people that don't have English as their first language. What what I'd be willing to do for people that don't have English as a first language is that I don't know if I'm going to eat the cost of transcribing all the videos myself, but all the podcasts going forward are going to be transcribed. And if you can find a way to auto transcribe it to your language and then transcribe it back to English, I'll read it and tell you whether or not that worked. Because if, first of all, it's going from the way I'm transcribing it is using Chat GPT. And then if then you can take that and transcribe, let's say you speak, I don't know what this person speaks, but let's say you speak French and you transcribe it to French and then retranscribe it to English and then send me that. If it's accurate and readable, then I will say, well, then it's accurate in French. I mean, does that make sense, or would I be off base there? What do people think? And I don't know how many people. I know we have few people here that language or English isn't their first language. But I'd be willing to at least verify that, yeah, the translation back and forth is accurate. That way you know that you're getting the accurate translation. So Frank, what did I use to plot those lines? All right, so this is in our training, but this is simple. I mean, I just used the Fibonacci tool. It's the Fibonacci tool, and I just customized it. So if I double click on this tool, you just customize it with whatever levels you want to show, and then it draws it however you want. So that's all I do. I used to just draw this. Now, one of the indicators I have that's on the top priority, so alphas, if you're paying attention, is a value channel indicator. But now that I've described a value channel, I think it's going to take someone smarter than me. I tried to work with ChatGPT to do it, and they weren't smart enough. Or it wasn't smart enough. The indicator it created for me, even through multiple changes, just wasn't good enough. Here's the other thing. If we have someone Banger has helped me out with some indicators, but Banger's busy with school and then he's heading off to his next school, and then he's busy trading and traveling. But he's helped me out, and he's actually really smart, really, really smart. And he's going to school for computer science, and I don't know what else he's going to continue, but he's helped out. But if we have people here that can code, I'd be willing to work, or if we in the group, or I'm just not going to eat the cost of hiring a coder anymore. Because I know that, call it selfish or whatever. I don't need them. I would like them, but it just doesn't make sense for me to eat the cost. But I would find a developer to create something and work with them hand in hand with the group if the group wanted to find some way to do that, if they believed in it. Oh man, am I going to get screwed here in this trade?
Well, quick question, right, in that regard. So to finish those signals, how much would you estimate if an appropriate coder is hired? How much would you estimate to kind of see it to finish?
So I'm going to be upfront with this answer, okay? With the current person that I'm working with, there has to be a long-term commitment, a capital commitment. And the only way that's going to happen is that we present the opportunity as a group, and then people buy into the algorithm of creating it. And I know it's sad to say, I'm a little miffed that I spent a lot of time with this developer and he just ran out of the ability to survive. And it's at the point where to continue, I also allowed him to go down rabbit holes, and he wasn't successful at trading or algorithms. And I allowed him to sour the system, so to say. And we went down rabbit holes because I did see potential, but also I wasn't paying him. So I'm just being upfront. I wanted to do this in a video and be proper about it, but um, I'm at an inflection point. I'm talking to him later on today. So, but he's at the point where he needs a long-term commitment. And I'm sorry, I have terminal cancer, guys. Like, and I believe in it and I want to do it. And I feel like it's my life work, but I'm not going to fund something that I might not see to fruition, especially if I don't have some. I'm working on 2 things with this group: someone to come in to manage it going forward, and then working with a core group of people here to continue the legacy if they want to. Also, you would participate, those 2 or 3 people would be able to participate in whatever revenue streams were built and everything else. But at this point in time, and I hate to say it this way, I don't have any incentive for me to spend time, and it's more capital, on something that I'm not close to death. I don't think I'm close to death, but I will share with you, it is getting harder and harder for me to operate at the level I'm used to operating at. And I'm running out of treatment options. So, my cancer is stable right now in 4 areas of my body, but I only have one other treatment option, and then I got to start looking at trials. And even then, because of the cancer I have and the trials that are out there, they're pretty stringent because of the amount of surgery and the amount of treatment I've had. So if you look at, and I'm just going to be upfront, if you run a trial and you're looking at your drug getting approved, do you want to risk having someone in your study that has had, I've had cancer since I've been a trader. I didn't know I had cancer at first, but I've had cancer since I just realized this like a couple months ago. Since I've been a successful trader, I've had cancer. And so that means I've had a lot of traditional therapy, a lot of, so if you look at, are you going to approve me for a study? I'm not the top candidate because the amount of, like, I've had major surgery, my cancer spread to 4 areas of my body. So it's, would you rather just take someone that just has stage 2 of colorectal cancer, or someone like me that has stage 4? Because the likelihood that it will work on me and then make your study numbers bad, so I'm not the best candidate for studies is the other thing. I've traveled around the world in the country, and I've realized that. So, I'm sharing that just because it plays into my overall thinking. But I want to present a path forward for these things to be built. So if it doesn't work out with this developer, it's not over. We'll just figure out a path forward to make it happen. But then for that to happen, there needs to be a structure in place for when I leave this planet, that this group and that signal service continues. And maybe it's built where each person can run it individually and it's not dependent. I was going to build it where it is a service. You would have to pay for it, but part of what I wanted to present for the algorithm is that part of this algorithm, if you buy into it, you're going to get the algorithm and the other algorithm we're working on, and you're going to get all the indicators that we create along the way and the signal service. So it's all going to be part of the package. Like, you wouldn't have to pay for this. And then then the signal service would be out there as a service as well. Just, as part of, a service. But I feel good about it because it's not a BS signal service. It's actually, you do need to, it's a good, it's trades I would be taking all day long. So anyways, I know I don't know how, I know I just kind of went off in a dry diarrhea of the mouth here. Does that provide a little context on where I'm at or where things are at?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for still trying to accomplish that, because that not only that it's going to be very important tool, but I think it's going to be also a very important tool as far as educational standpoint of view is concerned, especially for the new people coming in to see the system. Even when you're not trading, this will be you kind of having live trading 24/7.
Yep. And that's
That makes any sense.
no, it's one reason why I want to build the custom AI. And also the one reason why there's probably about 4 or 5 people in this group right now that I want to approach that have stepped up, that I want to be. It's going to be someone that would be in charge, someone I know. Here's my dream. Okay, if I die, is that my family would still get 30% of whatever revenue was at Rex Dog Trading, and then there would be 70% for the people or the person that took over what's here and continued the revenue stream and the legacy. But the infrastructure is all paid for. Everything's paid for already. So really it's just, I mean, even a signal service, there'd still be cost with that. So there would have to be, but you know, I mean, you guys see, I don't even try and we get 2 to 3 alphas a month, right? I don't push it that much. I don't try. Like, just imagine if we actually tried to get alphas, right? I mean, it could be a decent, I don't do this for the training revenue. So, but it could be, a decent thing to keep people interested, or to keep 2 or 3 people interested in running the group and continuing the legacy, right? And so what I'm working on is, it was going to be Tony originally, my nephew, but I still don't know if we're going to be able to get back to the point where we were at. And I don't know if he wants to anyways, because one of the things that was apparent the last time he visited is that his heart wasn't into it. So I'm not going to hand it over to someone that their heart isn't into it. I have another nephew that is part of the group that has never spoke up, that is trading. He's still in college for entrepreneurship, and he's interested. We're talking this weekend, and I just, so to me, I would just like someone to be kind of the admin of the control. But then I think there's 2 or 3 people here in the group right now that would be open to stepping up to continuing the legacy, especially if there's some kind of financial incentive to it, right? But then that would also continue the relationship with the algorithm being built. We'd have an AI that's built off the philosophy, and then where it goes from there, I mean, unless I figure out a way to, figure out who all you guys are and come back as a ghost, I really can't control what happens from there. So, you know, but if I, if you guys, if together collectively the group decides that, look, the RDA is no longer valid, we need to throw it out. Okay, well, that's the new system, right? So that's my dream. Like, is that I put that in place here in the next 3 months. I think I have much longer than 3 months. So, but I want it in place because I'm sure people have noticed that I've been showing up less and less lately. And that's combination of health, combination of family. So does that make sense? I mean, does anybody else want to speak up, or anybody want to speak up? Or am I sharing too much? Is this way too much and people don't give a shit? By the way, I'm
No,
short.
that makes absolute sense, and it's yeah. I was kind of more thinking about not one person maybe in charge, but a group of somebody who's experienced, and then, for instance, if there are any suggestions either way, whether or not to do something or not, test those results on a demo account before implementing, but there has to be more than one person, especially with the experience.
Yeah.
Otherwise, for example, with like nephew Lit, my understanding was that he never traded before.
No, and he wasn't profitable, and he never traded live capital. So he, it was, by the way, you're one of the 6 to 8 people that I think are fit to be part of that core group of people that I want to have conversations with. So, because you've been one of the people that have stepped up your, and I don't know where I haven't looked and see where you're at in profitability, but you've stepped up. You also have a good background, but also, I think there's about 20 people on here that in my mind, as long as you stick with it, they're going to be successful traders. Um, and I think everybody or people that show up all the time know who those are, right? So, and I think a lot of people are seeing firsthand how really hard this is. You know, um, I wish I could have documented my journey of, like, I didn't start YouTube until I was profitable because I thought that if I did, I'd be a fraud because what value could I add to the market? Now I've seen some other people do it and share their journey, but I had to do it to, like, survive. Like, it was do or die for me. It wasn't do or die. Well, it was because I was running my business into the ground. So it was do or die for me. So anyways, did I respond to your comment?
Yes,
Yeah.
no doubt. And then some, as usual. So definitely, I appreciate, I love what I see, but again, the reason why I'm constantly kind of asking about the signals and that aspect of the trading to be developed is to eliminate the emotional and human part from the trading.
Yep.
Again, I said it before, my Achilles heel is emotional. When I stay technical, emotions out, I cannot make a wrong decision. Everything, my day's 100% green. But the moment I start chasing the money, and that's emotional part, I crush and burn and go into the vengeance trading. I mean, and do everything opposite what the charts are telling. So that's where I am working on my emotional portion of it. It's not the system. I know I stick with the system. I'm 100% winner, but it's the emotional part that gets me.
Yeah.
And it's very hard for me to kind of get rid of it, especially when I'm trading live account.
I get it 100%. And I also want it too, and I mean, I've been, like I said, where we're at as the developer is that I've spent a lot of time. I don't know if I will share this aspect, but I'm not going to share it now, but I'll share it when we go to the next step. We should have had an algorithm within 6 months. We didn't because I allowed rabbit holes and I allowed, here's how it would work. I would explain an aspect of the market or the system, and then he would implement a part of it and he would surprise me by what he could do, like finding levels, for instance. But then he would introduce range charts. And he said, well, I notice also here with the 12 range, it gives us better entries. So I'm going to test that. Well, I said, yeah, okay, well, let's go through a round of doing that because we built on the levels. But then if I would have just stuck with, look, dude, I'm going to be upfront with you. You've been trying to create an algorithm for years. You don't have shit. And you're not a successful trader. There's only one of us that knows how to successfully trade here. So I have a system. So let's try to duplicate that instead of trying to go down what you think. And I'm saying it like meanly, because I am actually pissed that I allowed it to happen. I'm pissed that I wasted time and I allowed, because I even met him for a couple days while on vacation. We found a place on the beach and my wife went to the beach for a couple days while me and him sat in the place for a couple days, one-on-one for like 12 hours a day. And, how many of you would like to spend a couple days with me, 12 hours a day? I mean, I'm sure a lot of you would appreciate that opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
But then for him,
flying out right now.
yeah. So, but then for him to come back and I'm not. I'm. Here's the thing. It sounds like I'm bad mouthing. No, I'm not, because it's my responsibility. For me to allow him to come back from that 3-day meeting that we had or whatever in person, and still not code to the system was my failing. We should have had an algorithm already. And instead we are 90% there. And we have another algorithm that is not based on the system, but there's no way that this person could argue that they would have created this system without spending the amount of time they did with me. So that algorithm is included with what we're doing as well. Now, neither one of these are done. That's the problem. If both of these are done, then it'd be the story. But unfortunately, the developer's at a point where they need to survive, and they can't spend time on this. They need a job, or they need to be paid to spend time on it. Now, if I didn't have these health concerns, I'd eat the cost of it because I want it, right? But unfortunately, I can't. I can't justify it. And I've checked with my wife on this question. I've ran it by her, and if she would have said, "Yeah, go for it," I would have gone for it. But she would rather that I find another way to make it happen than me funding it. So,
Okay. Speaking of which, finding a way, just off the top of my head, for instance, I would be interested to invest in, as far as the financial capital is concerned, into finishing off this kind of a signal system and putting it in place. But another way, how to get there. For instance, let's say we allocate $50,000, for example, to have from this point, let's say, to the completion of the system, to the point where we can tweak it, understand it, if we need it, and take it from there.
yeah.
So let's assume we can pool the funds, let's say whoever is interested, 1, 2, 3 people, until we get to pool the funds in escrow account, for instance, until we get to $50,000.
Yeah.
Once we're at $50,000, I would personally authorize you for no recourse of any kind whatsoever or expectation to trade this $50,000 until we reach $50,000 to this additional $50,000. Then we use that capital to hire the programmer and pay him to finish it up. So this way, maybe your wife and you will agree. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we were going to do this. The concept was, and it still is, which is basically approaching the same thing, which is like, okay, and also give the opportunity to all alphas eventually, if they can, when they can afford it, to buy into it, right? And basically, I have the number, and then we know the runway, and I have all because the thing is, it's a stepped process. It's a, hey, we're 90% there, but we need this indicator to be created. But that indicator also would be a great indicator that's part of the system that could be developed and released. And Sierra chart, for instance, that would be included with everything. And then part of this is there already is a signal, or there's a rudimentary signal, not service, but the framework is there, right? But the service isn't built. So that would be the next milestone. While the time, every one of these milestones is working towards the algorithm, right? But every one of these milestones is usually involves another indicator that you could use in the system, and there's not that many, or a service. Like it's really just the service. The signal service would be one of the first milestones, because that logic has to be created anyways, right? And it's already there. We already have a level. We've already developed the way to find strong levels that haven't been tested. That's already there. And then the indicator, the indicators across 8 different futures is not that hard, because it's just, is it approaching the RDA? Well, that's easy to do, right? The levels was the one that took us a couple weeks to really figure. Well, it didn't explaining the concept, but then coding that concept, that takes a while. And we got that built. So the levels are built in the system. So the other thing that I'll just share that we ran into is that there was a period of time that I wasn't told that the algorithm was being built on an artificial limit of $3,000. So, in this is about a period of 3 weeks that it wasn't communicated to me. So it was running and it was doing stuff. But then, you know, and I was wondering why are we not making progress? And it's because the algorithm was coded for what the developer could afford to trade at. Well, I said, well, I mean, to me, I'll fund it and I'll even split with you the profits if we get the algorithm started. So why is this developed to be funded at 3,000? Bump it up to 20, 25, right? So, you know, I'm just sharing what I instead of I probably should shut up because I wanted to share more of a I want to understand clearly from the developer. And then I wanted to approach everybody in like a presentation. I wanted to do a presentation video showing what we've developed so far, where we are with a roadmap, and then have that in a presentation so that you can meet and then do a live Q&A with alphas, one or two of them, so people could join at different times, right? And then move forward from there. So that's my plan. And like I said, if it doesn't look like it's going to work with the developer, I still want to go in that direction, but we'll just have to look and say, okay, how does it work now, right? Because I'll tell you, I see the algorithm done. Like the last time we talked, the developer and I, he finally built what's called the state machine, which is the state of a chart and multi-charts. And he finally understood what I've been saying for months about the state machine. And I finally, it's the Rexdog market bias indicator on steroids. And I finally saw that he understood it. Now it's not done yet. And there's a lot of, you know, that it's 90% sounds like we're done, right? Well, that 10%, it's exponential. The 10%. Do you know what I mean by that? By like the things that need to happen within that 10% is exponential. It's like it was hard to get to the 90%, but this 10% is not going to be the same as 10% when we were at 0%, right? The growth of this 90% to 100% is going to be a little bit harder because it's fine tuning. Right now we have everything thrown at the wall, and it's fine tuning what's the bare minimum to take trades so that basically you're turning this thing on and it's making money 23 hours a day on both sides of the market. So the other thing I would caution anybody that's listening with this is that just as hard as it's been for you to do trading, like the algorithm is not going to be something that's not going to be actively managed by you. Like there'll be settings and stuff, but it's not. If I could build something that could just be turned on and work for every account level and every risk level, I would have the holy grail. But we're not there yet because even algorithmic trading takes some form of management. So I just caution anybody that thinks that this is going to be like, I shouldn't be a profitable trader because the algorithm would be on the way. I'm not saying that you could not be a profitable trader and then implement the algorithm and then you would be profitable. I think that would probably be, but you better understand the system at some level, like a deeper level, because you're going to have to manage it yourself as far as risk management, as far as what type of trades do you want to execute? Which trades do you want to execute? At what point do you want to execute these trades? Right? How aggressive do you want to be? So I see tremendous promise. I already see it like in a vision of my mind is done, but that's at my capital level, right? At my capital level, I could make it profitable with 100 tick ranges. Well, how many of you can do 100 tick ranges? I don't think many, right? Now,
yeah, especially on NQ.
yeah. So my goal is is $3,000 MNQ, slow account count growth until you build up, and then you can add maybe one other ticker or add another side. I do think that the first iteration will be able to be both sides of the MNQ on a $3,000 to $5,000 account. It might even, I mean, I haven't seen this other algorithm yet, but there's promise in it from what I have seen so far. I've seen the results and I've watched a couple the trade videos, and so I get it. So I see promise. One of them, both of them are. We're developing both of them, but that one might be just enough until the Rexdog system gets by. And the capital amount on that supposedly could be lower, but I don't until I get 90 days of data in the market, I'm not going to say anything, right? So I'm just sharing with you guys, it's all a pipe dream until we get 90 days of real market data trading real capital. Now, because of my skill level and where I'm at, and I don't think it's a pipe dream, but I'm just saying in reality, if I were to present this as a business plan, it's like until I get 90 days, which is still a minuscule amount, there's no proof of concept. So, and I don't care if we do back testing and back test a year and say this, that's I don't believe in back testing. I do believe in back testing, but very seldom has the back testing never matched my live testing in the live markets. So anyways, I went off way more than I wanted to, but we're at the point where I've got to shit or get off the pot, so to say, on this, and like work with you, Jedi, and other people that want to see it continue, or bring the developer into the group, and introduce everybody, and then come up with a plan to go forward. So,
right. So I'm available 24/7. I don't sleep anymore. I'm so hooked on this. So let's go.
Yeah. So I don't want you guys to think that I haven't been working on it or it's not. It's not. It is. And I know I do. I've shared a lot of other initiatives I'm working on, but that's all in my time. Like the time that it would take for me to, at the way the algorithm's at, there's a couple key things that need to be developed, and all I need to do is look at reports. I just need to see. One of the things I need to find is Sierra Chart doesn't have a really good interface for telling you how trades get. So I'm looking at a couple of trade journals that we could import CSV files into. There's a couple new ones that, because I can't look at the 4-chart setup at every trade. I can when I see on something that's very readable. So there's a couple trade journals that, because the other direction he mentioned is going to Tabula, which is like $1,000 a month or something for the subscription we need. And I don't know why we would need to pay that much for the data, or for the reporting. So that's the other component that we don't have built in. We don't have a built-in easy way so that you get an executive summary of what the algorithm did. We have a rudimentary executive summary. We don't have an easy to read executive summary of what the algorithm did at the end of the day. I'm still long, by the way. I'm up. My profit's at 18,820. I'm in 2 lots long, and I'm up about $700. We are looking to see whether or not we're going to sell again, but it looks like it might be. I mean, we are at the lunch session. I could see it maybe changing remember I said before, changing the philosophy or the psychology for the day. It's lost the opening range low. So does it want to at least test the opening range low, which aligns with the RDA on chart 1, which is 18,100. I could see that happening. So next week will be a pretty big week, I think, for all of this stuff that we're working on, because I don't have treatment. Family leaves town on Monday night. So I don't have anything planned next week. So I can really hammer home a lot of these initiatives that I'm working on and need to start putting in place. How's that sound for anybody else besides Jedi Skywalker? Anybody want to step up or speak up, or have I been clear? Have I been too harsh? Or, I mean, I don't know.
I'm very interested in continuing to hear what the next week's developments bring. It's a little broad because there's not specific numbers in play, but I'm interested in definitely learning more.
Yeah.
That makes any sense?
Yeah, no, all good. I mean, no, that's why I'm, you know,
It's
I mean,
got to be specific numbers because and what a real plan in play. I mean, I hear it, I love the idea, but for me, it's okay. I mean,
oh no, no,
it sounds really, really interesting. I'd love it, but
no, and that's why
I
I'm.
really know.
I feel
Yeah.
bad because I'm excited and passionate about it. I shouldn't be talking about it until I have that together, right? So that's what will be the next step. That will be the next step, which will be a plan, numbers, milestones, where we're at. We'll do a 30-minute, 1 hour presentation of where the algorithm's at, showing it live, showing where things are at, showing various aspects of it, answering some of the top questions we get. And then I want to share that presentation and then give people a couple days to go watch it, develop questions, and then do a Q&A. And then it's from there. I don't know where it's going to go from there. From there, it's really just kind of seeing where it goes. So no, I completely understand what you're saying. Like that's why I didn't.
Yeah.
I feel bad about bringing it up, but
I'm glad you did because you planted the seed. For me, you planted the seed, and I'm excited to hear the next steps. Very much so.
yeah. And I'm sorry, it's been a while for getting it in place. Part of it has been my health, family in town. Like I said, he had a house that was destroyed basically in a flood. So he's been doing construction on his house, rebuilding it. And also, like I said, he's at the point where he's going to have to start looking for a job, which doesn't mean that he's out of the running, but I would prefer someone that could share exactly what they're willing to dedicate on it. And if they could be covered so that they didn't have to have a job and then benefit from it as well, then that would be the best of both worlds.
I mean, I love rabbit holes, but it would also be nice for them to stay on target since
No,
we've got a real clear objective.
well, I already said, I mean, that's what I said. Like, I mean, I told him last time we talked, I said, look, dude, here's how this is going to work. This would be completely different if I was paying you. I wouldn't allowed you to do any of this stuff. Like, so if I pay you or if I present to the group, I said, yeah, I'm actually going to be harsher on you if I present to your group because because then I'm putting my credibility on the line. And money to me, I can make back. My credibility, I can't make back. So, like, if you want to be hunted down, you'll operate the way you did before if I bring it to the group, because that will piss me off more than me. You could not, I'd probably still hunt you down if you took 100 grand from me or whatever, it's not 100 grand, but like if you took money from me, I'd still want to hunt you down. So don't get me wrong. But like, I need to hear from you that you will do exactly what I say going forward and not deviate. Otherwise, let's stop this conversation now, because I allowed it because I wasn't paying you. And it was kind of like, but even at the time I felt bad about it, and I should have stepped in because we would have had an algorithm by now. It would have been done. But, so, and I'll be on up front. There was a period of time where I didn't contact him for a couple of weeks because I was frustrated because he wasn't listening, or we weren't making progress, and I was frustrated. And, I just was frustrated. So we lost about a month, but I also was on vacation for all of December too. So it's like, I took a lot of December off. So ordinarily I would have been in contact. So this will all be gone through. There'll be full transparency for everything that's kind of gone through and everything else. But um, a lot of what you're hearing in my voice probably is I'm upset because I feel like I've wasted my most valuable resource with just time, and I allowed it to happen. By the way, I'm long. I'm still in 2 lots. We're looking for the lower control to be hit now. Up $1,600. If we do get out at that lower control, probably be up about 20 grand for the day. And one thing I'll share with alphas that maybe can't afford to participate or anything else, the way I would like to work it out is that this would be part of the legacy. And as you had the ability to participate, that there would be a way to buy in at a later time and then it would be pretty much locked up to alphas. Now, once I say this like still don't feel like I'm going to die like in the next, but I got to face reality. Like for me, the reality that I'm going to die sooner than most people on this stream is higher because I have terminal cancer. I could live for another 10 years. But what happens after I pass is I'm not in my control. So, but I hope that there'll be a group of people that will maintain and have it going forward and build it into something even more powerful. So, and then my goal would be that as alphas, as someone, let's say you become profitable and you start become profitable, then you have the ability to invest and buy into the algorithm and have it as your own and run it yourself. That to me is the way I want it structured. As far as anybody outside of alphas, I don't care.
Hey, Rex, a quick question. What technology? And I missed some of the earlier discussions as to what
So it's built.
technology is being used to code it.
It's built in Sierra Chart, and Sierra Chart's coded in C++. So the other thing is that you'd have to adopt Sierra Chart, and you'd have to run Sierra Chart on your own or in the cloud. There might be a managed aspect, but I don't think we'd get into that because that's just my first run would be a very rudimentary way to manage it, but you'd have to manage it on your own Sierra Chart in your own house. So I already have 2 servers ready for Sierra Chart to go in my home. And the reason why we chose Sierra Chart and we can have this, we did a deep analysis of how to do this. And yes, we could have coded from scratch, but I'm telling you right now, we wouldn't even be close. And number 2, now here's the thing. We might come out of this and say that, you know what, Sierra Chart isn't the answer after we get through all this and say we need to start over with every concept that you see. I learned a shit ton from doing this algorithm. Like I had to teach someone that well, he knew about the market. He's been trying to create an algorithm for years. And I tried this with 3 other developers before. So when this dude contacted me, I was like, dude, no. And I don't want to hire anybody because I just don't, I don't need it. And I know that sounds like it's my dream. And I thought about, well, I got plenty of capital. But like every time I went to it, I'm like, I don't need it. Like I want it. If I didn't have the health, and I know that sounds like a cop out, I would have probably hired a developer and already had it done. But I can log on any time of the day and pull 20 to 30 grand more when I'm not streaming out of the market. Like, and I'm happy with where I'm at financially and like, I'm not like, so does everybody, is that fair to like, does everybody understand I'm trying not to sound like I'm arrogant or like I'm just trying to explain my perspective why it's not done, right? So I always wanted to find a developer that was what we found, which was someone that could focus on the development and I be the trader. So it's Sierra chart. We did a deep analysis. It's written in C++. Also, the signal service would be running on Sierra chart. So basically, we'd have a Sierra chart instance running, and then that would be firing off to. I think it would be we'd look at Discord first. So it'd be a series of Discord channels, and then we'd look at like Telegram and other channels. But I believe in minimal viable product. So the minimal viable product is a Discord channel that you could set up for alerts to be sent to your phone, or a Telegram channel for alerts to be sent to your phone, would be the minimal viable product. But that infrastructure is 85% complete, meaning that we have the trade entries firing at the RDA and at the strong levels on chart, on chart 3 and chart 4 and chart 1. Yeah. What we don't have is the patterns after that, but all you need for a signal service really is just approaching RDA or approaching strong level. That's all you need. That's 85% done. It just needs to be put on an instance of Sierra chart and then connected to a way that it's outputted so that you could get a notification at 2 a.m. to take a trade. Now my vision of that is that using Zapier or other services, we could probably make that a JSON result, which it needs to be anyways. And you probably could communicate to something like Alpaca or other trading services to execute trades with automatic trailing stops so that you could have a rudimentary system already trading based on what we would suggest. Anyways, I went off. I want to check in with you. Did I answer your question? And then did I probably give you way too much more?
Oh no, they did. I was just gonna see like if it's something that I could help with. I'll have to take a look at CI chart.
What do you know? What language do you know?
I mean, I could pick up any language. So I've been doing stuff on easy language. I was gonna actually play around with Python a little bit. But when you go to C++, I think the debugging environment or the development environment changes a little bit. So I have to just take a look at it and see if it's something.
Yeah, because the other aspect to this that I talked to him about is that maybe we hire him kind of a quasi assistant coder, and it would be great if it's from the group. That way we have someone in the group that's like watching the code, right? And then also is another point of, look, I'm talking, I don't want you guys, so I'm not talking bad about the developer. So I don't want you guys to feel like that. We have a really good relationship. We're great friends. What you hear in my voice is that I allowed the relationship. I allowed him to dictate the direction of the development when he had no business doing that. I mean, we still got 90% there, but it hurts that we went on these rabbit holes for months when I have a successful system already. You've never developed a successful. I'm just saying but so I don't want you guys to think that I'm bad mouthing him. I'm not. He's a great guy. I believe in him. Otherwise, if I didn't believe that he was the answer to this, then we'd already be looking for the next solution. I would have asked him, "Oh, can we get the code, or what do we do from here?" So, like so the other thing though is I would, there is opportunity for Tradeovate for indicators, and that's written in JavaScript. And then, I think there's other traders in this group that use other systems. So I think there's opportunity for us to get together and talk about trade system or trade station or something. Like maybe indicators need to be developed for that. So that's part of what I want to do. I want to start not creating work for the group, but creating shared ownership things with also the plan of the legacy to continue forward. Because as long as I'm live, I'm still going to be plugging away at it anyways. So it's just, it's hard for me to convince my if this infrastructure in place, I could sit down with my wife and say, hey, I'm going to allocate capital to this. I mean, I could do it anyways, and she probably wouldn't even know, but that's not a good way to run trust in your marriage. Just that's some Dr. Phil advice for you. Probably shouldn't make major financial decisions without your significant other knowing about it, especially when you've talked about it before.
I think you're trying to run it as I think you're trying to run this as a service versus, if it's a set of code that or strategy that people could use on the individual trading system, whether it's TradeAway, TradeStation, etc. Right? I mean, that's probably a big reason why you chose CHR.
Yeah. Well, I was at the point before he contacted me. I've done this before, and these are the mistakes I've made in my life. I shut off the world and I get into what I call AOMA, which is all out massive action mode. And I was about 2 weeks from kind of going dark on the group again, relearning Python and creating the algorithm myself. Now I could have paid for it, but the problem is that, and I would have got to a point where I would have paid someone for it, but I didn't even know enough to know what was out there to like, how do I do this? Like, so I had to go through a journey of understanding the technology of the best way to do this. And Sierra Chart, you can grow up to $10 to $15 million with this type of thing. Beyond that, I think I would be a little concerned at trading some of these numbers. You could easily have a $3 to $5 million a year trading on this before I would start worrying about routing. You can do routing in Sierra Chart. That's the other great thing about it. See, Sierra Chart has so many of the components that you would be building that you would have to consider when you get to these levels, that, it has multi-account connections. It has routing. It has all the indicators built in. It's your coding in C++. Also, it's raw C++. I mentioned this before. You can pick up the Sierra Chart folder and put it on any computer and it will run. You can't do that with any other Windows program. Well, you can do that with Sierra Chart. That's powerful. That means if you want to duplicate your trading system, all you do is you copy one folder to the new computer or the new instance or the new VM. You fire it up and everything's the same. That's literally how you duplicate the system. It's that simple. And then, it's just a matter of what your VM or that machine can handle as far as what it can trade. And just so you understand, Edward said, I don't know anybody who would work for a whole algo for free. The thing was like, look, dude, you've been trying to create an algorithm for years. You see, I got a successful system. Here's how we're going to go forward. You give me access to the code. I'll duplicate the system as long as I always have access to the code. Like, I'm actually risking more here because you're spending time with an expert elite level trader, and I'm not being arrogant, and you're getting more end of this deal because you're getting how to read the market, how to understand the market, and you're getting my time. We'd spend hours on the phone. I'd send over videos, hours, explanations. We'd talk for 3 or 4 hours sometimes. Like I said, we spent, a couple days together in person on my vacation, which I highly covet. I hung out with him in the condo on the beach, and my wife went to the beach every day. But I'm passionate about it. I love it. I mean, I'm the only anger you hear, and this is the last time I say it, is that we would have an algorithm right now if I would have treated him as I was paying him and said, no, dude, let's not go down this route. Here's what I need. I don't care about the range chart. We can look at it after we have a working algorithm. Right now, let's do the 497, and here's what I want. I didn't do that though. I allowed, okay, yeah, that range signal entry looks kind of interesting. Let's keep that. Anyways, I don't need to say anymore. I think people get it. I think we're going to the RDA, man. On chart 1, I'm in 1 lot, so I didn't re-enter on that pullback. And I don't have confidence that we're going there, so I'll wait for a pullback to maybe re-enter. So I'll put my trailing stop down here, and we'll re-enter on an RDA check and a mid-level check. All right, let me check in with everybody. Have I thrown too much your way? Is everybody like overwhelmed or their heads exploding?
No,
I
actually,
had
it's
you-
perfect. And I agree with you on the most important aspect of the life that you brought up is basically going to say happy wife, happy life.
Yeah. Plus, it's just the right way to do it. Go ahead.
There's a conspiracy. What if the person has actually figured out the system and coded it successfully, but it's not letting you know?
So that's already quasi happened. So he's already created a separate algorithm that he claims is profitable. But that algorithm's included with us moving forward. Because so my argument was, dude, did you have a successful algorithm before? So I don't know what changed from before you met me to now that you suddenly have a successful algorithm. Did anything change between that time? And I don't think he could, but I don't think he could say with a straight face that he would have another algorithm that would be profitable unless he met with me and the amount of time I spent with him. That's the other reason why maybe, you hear a little bit in my voice, because I don't care that if it's an algorithm that's based on concepts of what we talked about. So I don't believe that that algorithm would have been created if the time wasn't spent. So it's the other part of me that that sorry. That I got a little emotional for a bit. But I don't care which algorithm works. So it's really 2 algorithms going forward. It's the one that is there's a name for it that I don't like that he's given that I wouldn't use, so I'm not going to mention it. And then there's the RDA algorithm, or the Rexdog algorithm. Both of those we're still working on. Like I said, we're still in talk. It's just that, like I said, the only reason why I haven't sat down is because I need a true actual number of like what is the runway needs to be. And then like I know there's appetite for people here to go with what I've described, but I'm also, I'll just share this. I was in real estate, and actually every business I've been in, but real estate, I still have people. I haven't been in real estate since 2008 or 2009, really. I still have people that call me today to do deals with me because I kept my word. Like there was opportunities where I could have made all the money in transactions, and I would go to the seller. So I used to buy properties on what are called contract for deeds, and then I'd put rent to own buyers in them, and then I'd make the difference. And there were times when I knew the seller was close and maybe would have to eat, sell at a loss, but they were willing to do it. There's a lot of times, just a lot of transactions where I'm saying I always do things right, because I don't, obviously, but I always tried to keep my word. Or if I felt like there was an opportunity to be wiggle room or be a little bit more not fair, but give an opportunity on my side, I did that. And I got a really good reputation in town for basically, you're not going to lose money when you invest with him. Like if you do a transaction with him, he's gonna, basically do everything in his power to ensure that that transaction is successful. And that's rare. I mean, it's rarer nowadays, but it was rare even then. And I still get calls to this day of people like saying, hey, I got this block of properties, or I got this, let's work out a deal. Are you still in real estate? So like, if I come to the group, that for me is like I said, it's a huge, I'm putting my credibility on the line. And I know we haven't met. You guys probably haven't seen my face. I've shown my face in one video. I don't care. I still have to sleep with myself every night. That sounds kind of odd. Still have to play with myself every night. But no, but you guys know what I'm saying, right? So, and ever since I saw Scarface back when I was young, I saw Scarface relatively young. All I got in this world is my balls and my word. And I don't break them for that scene with Sosa. I live my life by that scene. And I know that sounds cheesy to say, but I do. Like, all I got in this world is my balls and my word, and I don't break them for nobody, and I don't fuck anybody that didn't fuck me first. So I live by that. So that's my own personal code of how I live. So I'm not gonna get into a situation where this is gonna force me to break my balls and my word. I'm getting to a trade now where I'm gonna have to make a decision whether or not the RDA is gonna hold up here, though. Does that make sense? Maybe that helps a lot of people understand my perspective on things. I don't know if that comes through on my other videos or how I am, but
To me, Rex, your character always comes through.
okay.
I believe you have a tremendous amount of integrity, and it's inspiring, and I respect and appreciate it. But I also like the line from Scarface, so that even takes it further.
Yeah. I also love South Park, so it's not respect my authority, respect my authority. They don't have an integrity line, do they? I thought he had an integrity line. No, it's respect my authority. Cartman. But no, I mean, I know it sounds cheesy living your life through a Scarface line, but I found that it's a lot easier in life to do that. It's hard. Trust me, it's hard. There's been times where I've dropped my profit in half, and I had a partner in the real estate business at the time, and he was like, we don't need to do this, dude. The contract's straight. I'm like, yeah, but this dude is suffering. This dude, I mean, like, we can wing it, like, let's just adjust it here. It's not gonna, it's less profit for us. But I remember distinctly sitting in the office and saying, dude, I'm gonna do it. So, like, and I have operational control of the business. So, I had quite a few instances, or not quite. I had a few instances like that with him that made us leave the partnership, or made him leave the partnership and me buy him out, because of just difference in philosophy of I guess how to do business. All right,
The
so
TV show, like, this is an aside, but you brought up Scarface. If you haven't seen Better Call Saul, you might enjoy it.
yeah, I did. I saw people on social media saying they liked it better than Breaking Bad. Do you think it's better than Breaking Bad? It's a different show. It's a slow burn.
It's a different show. I like the theme more than having a bunch of kids, selling crack or crystal meth.
Yeah.
So for me, that was the piece that keeps me more engaged. The empathy in Breaking Bad, though, I love that. Hold on one sec. I got a call coming.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so I guess I'm shorting, or I'm going long here just because I'm looking at the time, and I just can't see the pattern breaking down to the short side here on the 60-minute chart. Anybody else disagree with me or agree with me? I mean, I know it's a fade trade.
Short back there at the double top. I'm riding the short back.
Yeah, I probably should have done that too. Instead, what am I doing? I'm fading the market and burning my P&L. I was up to 19,000 now. I'm going to probably get out here at break even, or if it spikes up, put in trailing stops. I get knocked out. I didn't plan. I actually showed up pre-market. I didn't plan to stream this. Seems like I do that though. I don't plan to stream like a good part of the day, but then I end up doing it. Of course, I stream so little these, or not as much these days. So, booyakasha. Okay, now it might hold here. It might not too. It's a good way to trade. It might do both things. It might go long, it might go short. You get to connect. Human struggle. What does that mean? Mr. Confert? Oh, you mean from Breaking Bad? And yeah. You know, I did like Better Call Saul, and it was kind of cool how they interwove. I mean, it's kind of amazing, like how they did kind of interweave Breaking Bad and the plots that happen in there and the subplots and
Yeah, I'm rewatching it right now and enjoying it.
Breaking Bad.
No, Better Call Saul.
I'm rewatching Sopranos. I made the mistake of watching the first 2 episodes, saying, "Oh, I'm just going to watch one just to kind of revisit it." And then, you know, it's kind of, I feel bad because I don't feel bad, but there's other shows that are new, but then, and I'm not really watching it. I'm kind of like, I'm taking notes or doing stuff in the background and just have it on, you know. You know, if you guys haven't seen Generation Kill on HBO, that's a good show if you like military stuff. So what were you saying? I cut you off.
Oh, I was just saying, I forget the actor's name now. I can't, but Tony Soprano, really liked him as an actor.
Oh yeah. That's another person that you look at who could have played that role, and he just, you know, you don't see you. I remember I saw an interview with, it was on Goodfellas though. It wasn't on Sopranos, but one of the guy that was put in the trunk in Goodfellas, he said it's kind of amazing. He said these people are sincere, but one person asked me, when those guys were having breakfast or that late night breakfast, early morning breakfast with their mom, and you were in the trunk, how did you stay in the trunk that whole time? It's just, but then I've heard other soprano actors say, you know, they come up to us and they'll say, why did you do that? Like, you do realize I'm an actor, right? So it's just funny. You know, I think the reason why I didn't, well, what's that other show on HBO that's really hard to watch? It's the one where the kids do all the drugs and like, I don't know what it's called. I just can't watch. It seems like the Better Call Saul has more of a dark, not a dark, but it's not even a black comedy. It's I think it's darker than Better Call Saul or than Breaking Bad. I think it's
Yeah.
You know,
I feel for the character and the relationship between the brother and the nasty office, but there's redeeming characters in it too. You know, you see he's got, again, integrity. That's something that matters to me. So
yeah.
Despite that he's slipping Jimmy, on the one hand, he's not just slipping Jimmy because he's a jerk. He's just trying to make his way through a tough world. You know, he hasn't been given all the opportunities.
Yeah. I did think that storyline was a very unique and well done, really well done. Like, it was riveting TV where there isn't really like killing, you know, or like, it just was really, it's kind of like Margin Call. if you guys watch Margin Call, or Glengarry Glen Ross, it's
Love that one.
yeah, I mean, it's in an office, but it's a whatever they call that when there's a bunch of actors together. It's a
Ensemble.
yeah, ensemble, but it's just really well. I mean, Margin Call, I could probably watch once a year and still not get sick of it. I still think it's tremendously acted, and of course, I'm into the subject area.
I just put it on the list.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Yeah, I'd suggest everybody watch Margin Call. That's that, and I mean, they say the trifecta is Too Big to Fail, Margin Call, and the one about baseball.
Yeah, Monsters, Moneyball.
Yeah, Moneyball. Is
I
that?
did enjoy that.
I saw a Reddit thread, which is the trifecta that explains the last 20 years of the financial work. I think it was Moneyball. Maybe it wasn't Moneyball. It might have been another one. But I know Too Big to Fail, which is another. It's about kind of the banking crisis, and then Margin Call is the financial world, how they dealt with it. Oh no, it was the one with the Office guy, The Big Short. Those are the yeah, Michael Scott.
Christian Bale. Oh, I thought it was Christian Bale.
Yeah, he's in that too. But and then Michael Scott or whoever Michael Scott is. But that's the trifecta of financial movies that I saw on Reddit, which I agree with, which is Too Big to Fail covers the government side, Margin Call covers the banking financial side or trading side, and then Too Big to Fail covers the overall structural economic side, which I lived through all of it, which is even weirder. It's kind of like if you saw a movie, you lived through the Great Depression, then seeing a movie on the Great Depression.
Mhm.
I'm not saying it was that big, but I'm long in 2 lots. I'm just kind of slowing down trading. I'm looking for the RDA test still. I'm up about $1,100, 19,219 for the day. I promise everybody there will be an update on everything, the algorithm, next week. Okay? One way or another. I want to start bringing this together and start, it's time that I start bringing it together. I think you target 145, 133. I mean, it's got to get through the RDA, so I think that the next trade is an overshoot of the RDA. So for those that weren't here for part of the stream, number one, you don't have to go back and watch. You're not going to miss anything because the next step is for me to present the series of opportunities for people to get involved and then the path forward for the algorithm. And that's going to go one or two ways. Just so is that we'll work with the current developer or we'll start where the current developer is at and we'll decide obviously I have ultimate authority, but because this is a dictatorship here, but no, it will be more because everybody will be involved, but that will have a discussion on the best path forward. So it'd be my goal to be more of the kind of executive, and then everybody else is kind of more of the executive committee, and we'll figure out the best path forward. And the best path forward, I feel pretty confident that it's still going with what we have in place. But if it's not, we'll decide as a group and then we'll go a different way. the benefit that you have is that I've already gone through the learning process of exactly how to think like an algorithm. And I didn't realize how hard that was going to be. That was pretty difficult. I thought it was going to be a lot easier than it is. But an algorithm does exactly what you tell it to, which I knew, but it's hard to account for every micro decision that you make on a trade that makes you a profitable trader when the algorithm, unless you define it or tell it how to make those micro trades. So for instance, pattern recognition, the patterns that we trade, those can be described in an algorithmic way. The stair-step pattern, the rolling between the 4 charts. So we have the RDA being tested in chart 4 here. So this is a prime example of how you want the algorithm to function. So the algorithm sees the state that chart 4 is on a bias short, momentum long, but bias momentum short. And I know I said a lot of that, but it's at the RDA. So the algorithm needs to expect a reaction at the RDA on chart 4. The algorithm needs to be told on how to handle that reaction if you're in a trade or if you're not in a trade. And it also needs to be handled whether or not it's single account both sides or one account long, one account short. But then the algorithm is aware that as you are, that the RDA is being tested on chart 4. So in this case, based on how the chart's laying out, the algorithm would probably make an assessment that if there's a close below the chart 2 M9, you take 1 profit. That would be an example. And then the next stop loss gets moved up. Well, it's at the RDA, below the RDA. If chart 2's RDA gets taken out, there's then a state of levels on across all the charts of whether or not it makes sense to re-enter the trade at that RDA check on chart 2, given the reaction, the last reaction, the levels on chart 3, the levels on chart 4, the I call it market state. So each chart has a state. The 5-minute has a state. Each chart has a state. The state of the 5-minute chart right now is, we don't have the RDA on this chart, but is bias short, bias momentum short, momentum long. That's the state of this chart right now. The state of the chart as far as weak level is 2 bar above weak level, and then 3 bar above weak level. And then you got a strong level here, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 bars above strong level. And then there's a state of, you have another weak level over here at 161. And then there's the amount of candles from weak level to strong level that is there that correlates to then the rise up. And then you have the state of this is below the opening range low, obviously. And then you have a correlation state between the opening range low and the RDA. You also have a correlation state between, no, that's all the, so what I just did there is I just explained to you like some of the ways that the algorithm thinks. Like that I'm thinking too, right? I'm seeing, but that algorithm knows the state and actually can remember and understand some of this information at a better granular level. But each chart has that state, and then there's the next reaction area expected. What's the expected reaction amount? How does that correlate to chart 2? That makes sense?
Yes, it does, and it does. I apologize. From the perspective, can you please do this? From the perspective, where's the price coming from? Where's it going, and how does it want to get there? Can you go through these 3 questions looking at the 5-minute chart?
Oh, yeah,
please?
sure. Awesome. That's good because that's something I mentioned that people need to be doing, right?
Yes, all the time I'm doing.
So if you ask the 3 questions at a higher level, and I'll do this on TradingView so that people on TradingView can see this. And we'll remove this indicator. So we'll take all indicators off for now. And I'll just remove all this. I mean, your first is your downside levels. Price is coming from here. It's got an impulse up. Price is coming from here at the midpoint. Where I really want to know is where did price come from at the open, which is right here. Okay. So that's the open. The open's right around here. So and I'm just going to go through this in full glory. You know, the way I described today is that the market opened, created intention. We don't have any of our indicators on. Created intention that it wanted to go lower. See, most people see that as rejection. Like I said, you should look at it as an intention too. And then when you do that, you'll be open to price closing. And this is what's I see a lot of times with intention is that it doesn't mean it's going to trade deeper, but what did it do? It traded and created like a mini inflection level and level just below that low. You could call it a pivot low. I don't care what you want to call it. And this, I mean, this is trading 101 that, you know, you're going to see price exceed, except for when we talk about the story of the chart and the 3 questions, that went up, exceeded the open in a overshoot. So we expect an overshoot. And then we had a 2-cycle sell-off. I like to see 3-cycle sell-offs. So that's why I'm open to both sides of the trade here. But my immediate, where is price coming from? Where is price going? Well, we have a level right here in the middle too. To me, your levels that only matter for you making trade decisions at this point in time on the 5-minute chart is here, right around 104, and right around 039. Those are the only 2 upside levels that matter, just on the 5-minute chart. So price is going to hit this level or this level, almost, I mean, guaranteed at some point in time in the future. By today, I think it will hit one of these levels by today because we have enough time in the market, right? We're at pivot 1 in the afternoon. After that, it's the open of the market and the opening range high. And of course, we don't have any of the other indicators on here. So all I need to care about at this point in time for making macro trade decisions are these levels right here. Because this is invalid now. This rejection's invalid. It's already been recaptured. It's no longer relevant. It still might play a role if price comes down there. But right now, the market's told you that there's a stair-step pattern on the way up. And your only other 2 levels you need to be immediately concerned with is this level here and this level here. If it looks like this level is going to be held, then it's somewhere. It's either a not quite reaching a double top there, or it's tagging this level. Those are your only 2 levels you need to be concerned about. And that's not even using our indicators, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if I turn this on and then I reduce this chart setup and do this, and now we're looking at the 3 chart setup, We're about to hit the NYSE open, which is right here at 108, spot 75, which is at the RDA, chart 5. We also have the VWAP. So I didn't, look, I just did those levels just straight on levels, right? I don't know why these levels why are they not coming across? Why are they not coming across all the charts? Huh. I don't know why they're not showing up on the 5-minute chart. Oh, maybe I have to go to this and go to, doesn't drawing just turned on? Am I stupid?
But does the left side sync on? No. Looks like I guess it is not. No, you're not synced on the left.
Oh, right here.
Just below the trash can in. I think that does it. No, there you go. I think that's the one that does it. Sync globally or something like that.
Oh, I don't know why that didn't. I usually have that turned on. That's why I was surprised. Okay, well, okay, now wrong chart. Sorry, guys. Let me go and redraw those levels so they'll friggin' sync. Boom. Look, I understand trading this is hard, but the levels are easy because the market tells you them. And this level also, what correlates with this level that we see as well? At the point of time that this level was created, the lower control was rejected. That's another thing that's factoring into my mind as I look at the level chart, which is, okay, what happened the last time that the lower control was tested? It rejected. What's happening right now? It's rejecting. So maybe I should be more on the short side because it already did that, right? And then the only level I need to care about right now, if you want to get granular, it's really this kind of core level right here, right around 8083. But from a larger, keep myself out of tunnel vision so that I scale in properly and that I don't put my stops too close. Those are the levels to be concerned with. Now, what do we also see? The last time that it was rejected here aligns now with the RDA. What else do we see here? That also aligns with the NYSE open. And then the daily open isn't in play. So now it's just you having, and I've said this, the difference between me and a lot of is that I have conviction on which one of these levels I want to trade to. I build conviction based on what the 4-chart layout is telling me. Or sometimes you see me reverse, but eventually I catch it, right? And hopefully I didn't churn my account too much during that time. So, what does it tell me right now? Well, I think that the bottom's in, at least right now. That's my assessment. So I'm looking at the previous candles level, which is right here on chart 3. I'm also looking to see that there's a weak level here. And then the next strong level to the downside is right here. Now, before I go any further, did I answer the question in the 5-minute as far as the 3 questions?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So that's the key. I'm open to either side. I just want to make sure I have that either side. So then I can, because where are we at right now? If you look at this pattern in the 5-minute, number one, we're at momentum has shifted, so it might hold momentum and go actually test the RDA. But also, if you look at this short-term range here on the 5-minute, we're not really in a high edge area, because if you see that this value channel that was created here, we're in the middle. So that from here to here, this mini value channel here, we're in the middle. Now, if the 50% holds, then we're good for long. But I say this often, you don't have a continuation long, that's the edge. But you don't have edge going short in the middle. You have more, if you look at this trade setup here, based on chart pattern of a stair step up and the fact that the momentum has shifted, your edge on the momentum side is long, entering right here. But your edge on the short side is 0 here, because the edge on the short side was here up above these highs, and the overshoot, which was some other level or some other indicator that the market decided to target. Does that like explain it in a little bit different way too?
Yeah, because now we're looking at the value channel trading.
Which is, like I said, the things I look at. Well, let's let me make sure I did that. Let's look at it from a different angle too. Let's look at the value channel. Let's just look at the channel from the two levels, right? So we got our upward level and we have our downward level. You have your upward dog and downward facing dog. I've never done yoga, so I don't know about that shit. So we use our levels that we used, right? Well, what does the channel tell us on the levels? Number one, it's not a strong value channel. Why? Because there's more trading on the bottom than there is on the top. So it's not a true value channel. But what it is it's a channel based on the key levels that we're looking at. And 50% is right here, right at 18,049, which is an overshoot of this, and still would maintain the stair-step nature of this pattern. So I guess I haven't really explained it. This, now that I think about it, I haven't explained it exactly in this way sometimes, which is on the long side, you have more probability of the pattern unfolding if you enter the trade right here or below than you do on the short side, because you miss the majority of potentially what would be the trade of the short side down to this level. Now, if it's going to go to the next level, then yeah, you're in the upper 70 or 60 percentile of that trade. So if this trade ultimately will go from here to here, well, let's use the other tool. If ultimately the trade's going to unfold where it's going to go here to here, right where the trade's at, the total percentage of that trade is 70. Wait, I don't know how to do this. $72. So what's 80% of 72? It would be 8 times 7, 56, right? No, I have to do it from the bottom. Sorry. This will make sense. And it's not quite accurate because I'm doing it from the bottom. Yeah. What I should do is I should do this. If the trade would be from this level to this level, and you're short, you're below the 75% mark of that overall move on the short side. Where ideally you can still catch that, but the way this pattern's unfolding, the pattern is a long pattern. Would everybody agree, or people that want to speak up, that the pattern is a long pattern, a stair-step long pattern? It's not a stair-step down pattern yet because there's only one level.
I would agree. I'm also seeing the M24 holding.
Yeah.
We just had a momentum cross, so these are giving me a little indication to the upside.
Yep.
On the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Is it a 1 minute? No, it's 5 minute. Yeah.
So on a strict momentum on the 5 minute, the 5 minute probability is the pattern, and the indicators on strictly momentum is long. So if you short here, the room for the trade is down to here, which if you do even do that level, here, let me remove this. If you do from here to here, this is actually illustrative because this is a concept that I've been trying to explain for a while. If the room for the trade is down to here at 18,042, and you're making the decision right here, you're at 50% of what the room for the trade is. You don't really have edge, especially with the state of the chart being in a This pattern, overall pattern, if you've been in the pattern library, is a stair-step pattern up. Momentum switching. You're still bias short, but your momentum long, your bias momentum short, but your momentum long now. So that's your momentum side is long. And then if the room for the trade tells you that it's just down to here, you're getting a little bit better now for going short here because you're getting closer to this upper control where you want to enter the trade. You want to enter trades up here on shorts between the higher control and the upper control. And you want to enter trades on the long between here and here. Once you get good, you want to enter trades down here on an overshoot because you have conviction that the market's revealed its hand and it's not going to sell off. But that takes non-streaming. You can't stream when you do that because that takes, I got to focus and everything else. But you see me do it a lot. So that's where you want to enter the trades, right? Or because the market is revealing its hand that the RDA might be the target, you need to start scaling in weekly or very, slowly for the long move right where it's at the momentum check. Because from the short trade, it's at the middle of the range, terrible edge. On the long side, you only have edge because the momentum has shifted and it's holding the 50 and the RDA seems like it might be a magnet along with the opening range as well. Opening range mid. That makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing you. I'm also looking at chart 2 and watching what it's doing. We had a double bottom, but then we had this very strong alpha red, and now we've got a nice strong answer to that. So again, just looking at these other things for further confirmations to the long.
Yeah, keep in mind it's at the last, it's a Friday, right? What is the market deciding to do though here? That's the other thing I would suggest that to get you out of tunnel vision. What's literally happening right now? There's no real right answer, although there kind of is. And I'll share if no one wants to speak up. To me, the market's literally deciding whether or not it wants to switch momentum on the 5-minute chart right now in this zone. Now, it's still bias short, so we still have the RDA to contend with.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For those of us trading the MNQ, the momentum has already crossed over. So we're momentum long on chart 1.
It is here too. It's here on I'm in the NQ as well.
There we go. Yeah, I
So-
thought you said it was just crossing, and I didn't actually look at your chart.
Yeah. But see, this is where I think I spoke specifically to you on one of the evening calls, which is this is an exact time where you need to put your line in the sand and make a decision. Like, do you want to be more long or do you want to be more short and trade accordingly? If you're more short, you have no business trading right here. You better miss the trade and enter up here or wait for a confirmation that it is going to roll over short and jump on it. But right now, you're at a point where if you're thinking more long, you do need to start positioning yourself based on what the various charts are saying to scale in or wait for a confirmation of a changeover and then scale in. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It's going to take more experience.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I still waffle up a lot.
No, I expect you to get it like right away. So, no, I get it.
I wish that was the case.
No, I know. I understand. It's not. These aren't. Look, this is. It's when you get used to doing it, it's like riding a bike. You just kind of look at the chart and you see it. But as you're learning it and adopting it, and then also figuring out like how aggressive do you want to be, or what is your style? Maybe your style isn't this, right? But reading the chart this way is right. So the concept of me teaching you to read the chart this way is correct. Whether or not you're trading this way is different, right? Because you don't have a confirmation that the long side is holding up yet, because it hasn't switched over in chart 2. So in some ways, you're taking a risk if you're scaling in like me, because there's been no confirmation. If anything, the confirmation of the short is still in play, which I'm looking to get out here pretty quick, just because I think it's lost the momentum on that last candle on the close. I'm giving it a little bit of room just because there's a level down there, but actually that's where I would want to enter. So I'm not going to lose too much. So we've got a strong level here in chart 4, or weak level, sorry. A weak level down here. And that has to hold up. And we've lost any edge that we had with the momentum indicators holding on chart 1. And we've got a level down here for the stair step pattern at 18041 to hold. So in order for this stair step pattern to maintain itself, it needs a hold at 18041. That's why I got out of that, because that's really the area to trade. And I was too early. So if it would be ugly, but for the stair step pattern to really hold, you don't want to see this level on chart 1 break close below, right? It can, because you have the opening range low here. I mean, of course it can, but I mean, for the stair step pattern to be valid in a strong pattern you'd want to trade, you don't want to see it broke. But it's looking to break. So to me, it's sit on your hands until it decides whether or not it's going to hold this level and hold this pattern. The real answer is probably short. Short up here at the momentum indicators for the next leg down, with tight stops. I would have tight stops. So your stop doesn't need to be, go beyond the extreme band, and maybe the extreme band of the RDA, which is, where is that at?
Talking chart 2, right?
Yep. So you can see my entries, and I don't like this stop actually, because it's right at the level, but scaling in too much up to this level is bad. So, I guess the right way would be, this is where your stop could safely be, to be close. And then you have one more scale in right here, but that's close on volatility. You got to be very mindful that you might get knocked out on volatility because you put your stop too close because you're scared. Really, this is where I'd like to see it if I was scaling in like this. Give it an opportunity to overshoot the indicators, tag the level, and then sell off. But
yeah, this is where it's going to take me more time, because this is the kind of moment where that, depending on where this pullback happens on the 5-minute, it still could appear to be a stair step, which means I would be then thinking, oh, long, not based on the indicators, but based on just purely price action.
And you're right there though. But then what do you have to wait for? You either have to trade that on conviction, right? And have your stop far enough away that you don't get picked off on volatility, or you plan to scale in on volatility, or you wait for the changeover on chart 2, because the other thing that you need to have is, okay, I'm going to go long. What's the room for the trade? Well, your first level is right around 0.70. So that's not a lot of room for, if you wait for the switchover to happen. That's about the time where it probably will switch over. So 0.70 is out of the running for the target. So then you got to go to your next level, which is right around 083.25. So it's just a matter on this switchover, is there enough room for you to comfortably manage the trade at 08325 given the volatility and the time of the day? It's, we got an hour and a half into the market. Now I'm kind of on the fence here because I see that the stair step pattern has held. And I'm shorting this, but what did I do? I did exactly what I have. The only thing I really have to work on is, just because I have a larger capital amount doesn't mean that I should be in losing trades longer than I should be, right? So I tend to enter a trade a little bit earlier because I know that I can scale in and still manage that trade. But in reality, I should probably have a position here because it is the breakdown. But I should plan for a level check up here, and then this is where my stop should be, up here. But at the same time, I've got to be ready to possibly flip
Right.
with this level holding, because now we have a new level on chart 1. We have a new level.
What's that finesse for me? What that I need to work out is, okay, being open to, I had conviction on one side, but I'm wrong, and now I feel like I'm reversing late. Like I'm short, like you're going short now. And then if this works out, it's great. But then if it doesn't, and I want to go long, I'm late for the entry. That's what I'm trying to work out in my
Yeah, you're late for the entry, but then you just have to wait for the best pullback that exists based on chart 2 and the other charts. So you'll see there, okay, well, it did the level test. And now, I mean, I'm barely terrible entry. I mean, it's not, I'd rather have an entry up here at the level, but there's no edge right now in my mind because the stair step pattern held. In some ways, the long side is more likely. So I'm going to think long. I just reversed, and then I'm going to buy long because it just, look, the stair step pattern held. Momentum's been recaptured. What's the room for the trade? Well, it's up to 083 spot 75 or the RDA or the opening range mid. So that's why I reversed. And then now I'm thinking just long. I'm not trying to short. I am very mindful that it might just short here, but now I'm thinking just long. I did reverse my thinking pretty quick there based on, look, it didn't sell off. It didn't even tag. It changed momentum and bias, and it didn't even tag either one of them. So, but it's going to be messy.
mm-hmm.
The other thing is on chart 3, it did its job. Hit the key level there on chart 3. And now the only levels it's really got to contend with is the previous close of the previous candle, which is right here, right around 080 or so. So I expect a little reaction there at 080, which might be an opportunity to get back in on a pullback. So you're not late for the trade. I mean, you are late for the trade as far as if the trade is only up to here, you're at the midpoint of this overall impulse move. But if the trade is up to the RDA, you're not quite late for the trade. Especially if you, the other thing you have to be good at doing is missing the trade. Like either do a participation trade like I am. I'm not really participation, I'm in 4 lots, but, or have your entries down below and be okay with missing the trade. You didn't use prediction enough, or you just missed the trade. So then look for the next high probability trade. And it's at the time of the day where you got to give it volatility room, unfortunately. The more that it holds that level, though, better we look. Sorry, just had conversations here, so I was just talking to people. Someone. So do you see on this price action here, the pullback? Look, I didn't add on that pullback. I think no, I didn't. I maybe added one. Maybe I didn't, but I stuck with it. Why? Because my changing of bias based on the analysis went to long. It's a fade trade. Well, it was a fade trade, but it didn't lose momentum on that pullback on chart one. Know what that? I didn't see that really at the time because I had other factors, mainly that the stair step pattern was maintaining. So, but I had a very clear upper level bias where the market's going. The market moves level to level. So that's why I stick with the long instead of trying to sell that. I did originally sell that, but then I reversed when that market revealed its hand. Now we do have a level here that I need to consider taking profit, like right here. Go ahead.
Oh, I was seeing it and running it through, and I'm gonna mute again because there's banging going on.
Oh, good. You're running a torture chamber over there. So, like right now, I'm not quite to the point where I'd want to put my stops, but if I was in a small account at this point, I'd have all my stops above my entry in a small account because I'm in a fade trade and I want to take that profit. So I might even on a small account, if I had 6 lots or 5 lots, I'd be taking one off just to bank some profit. And then all of my trailing stops would be above my entry. So now on my larger account, I don't do that because, well, I still should do that in this scenario. That's why I'm doing it. Because at this point, I'm happy to be knocked out on volatility. I'm not happy. I'll be knocked out on volatility, but I'll re-enter because I'm watching the charts. I'm not off doing something else or whatever else. So, but ordinarily, if I'm trading this and I have higher conviction of the longer time frame, my stops are usually right here, down here. I'm giving the market enough room to kind of, and then I usually have an entry right here. Like this is how I would trade it. I'd have an entry right here. And then if I heard market filled, well, I would look at the chart because it'd be in one of my monitors. And then I would say, oh, shit, I got picked up on the long. I need to exit or reverse. Or no, that's good. I wanted to be picked up. So then I use the positions to kind of inform me. But I think I'd have to not do that as much on a small account because you just don't have that much wiggle room. So on a small account, I would be much more concerned about this trade, maximizing the profit on this trade and maybe not sticking with it. Although it is showing every indication that the RDA is the target. So, but I would still guard my position here, knowing that the one thing you got to be careful on small accounts too, is that, even this account, I tell people this as well, and this is a conscious decision. I do grind my teeth all the time. This account, I don't have a subscription to Tradeovate on this account that I trade from live when I do live streams. And the reason for that is because I want to pay I don't want to pay the maximum fees. Like, I pay the maximum fees to kind of give the realistic aspect of like paying maximum fees. But I mean, on my other accounts that I trade, my fees are they're not like, it's not zero and it's not a lot less, but it is less than on this account. All the fee, it's the max fees you can pay on both sides. So on small accounts, it's not good enough just to put your stop loss at entry. You need to put it a little bit above entry if you want to risk price coming back to your entry and then re-entering. Because if you put it at your entry and you continually get pulled out, on a small account, the fees will destroy you. And while you might be good trading, you'll barely be treading water. So you always got to be very mindful on a small account that the fees actually do tremendous damage to you when you can only trade 3 to 6 lots. So what I'm saying is always try to get to the position where you can, if you're going to keep your trades in a little bit longer, get to the position where you can always cover the fees. Now, what do we have? We have the RDA check on chart 1, but what do we really have? We have chart 3 RDA, or chart 3 fast momentum and the level. So to me, 126 is probably where I'd even want to think about shorting. Above 126, we're in the Oompa Loompa short zone. Up until then, I'm not going to get aggressively short because yes, it is the RDA, and I am prepared to sell that because it's the first touch is the best. But also, that fast momentum is a really ripe target for the market here.
We also have that New York Stock Exchange is a level right there.
Yeah.
And I see.
Yep. So the NYSE's right here too. So that's why also I'm not selling. Plus we got the VWAP up here. So it hasn't tapped the VWAP.
Yep.
The
opening range.
Yeah.
I was just wondering why you chose that number at something 26 as your entry instead of right around just a few moments ago.
I chose that level because it was an overshoot on chart 3 of the fast momentum indicator and the level. So I always choose overshoots. So I'm prepared for them. So I always expect overshoots, right? What's that saying? Always expect, well, that's not, always expect the worst from people. You won't be disappointed, or whatever it is. Always expect the worst from the market. You won't be disappointed. That makes sense.
Sort of. I'm still trying to find that level. You said it was an overshoot on chart
1,
4.
3. Sorry, 3.
Oh, gotcha. Must be slow. Overshoot of what on chart 3?
I don't know how it's not obvious.
Oh, maybe because I'm on
No. Oh, well, on the NQ, it's an overshoot of the level at 128, and then it's an overshoot of the fast momentum at 126.
Okay, all right, now I
or
see
122 or so. I'm not exact, but it's that range. I just kind of, I didn't, Yeah, I didn't throw out the exact number, but to me, it's like if it's going to hit that, it's going to test the level, or at least I should expect it. And then even then, I should expect an overshoot. And then if you want to get super granular, as we have been doing, maybe you want to look at this wick and then do a dynamic channel in the wick.
Yeah, puts it about 153. I see what you're looking at.
But then I could, yeah, I put that at 153, 145. So I can see that. I don't need to draw it. But, so
Right.
those are the overextensions that if I want to short this market on an overextension. But at the same time, the right trade probably would have been the first tap of the RDA, selling that, and then finding a place maybe to go long on the first tap of it. So I missed that trade already, though, because the chart is starting to, what's happening on, here's the other thing, and this is covered deep in every trading of the pattern library. The charts are starting to cascade. You're seeing now, chart 3, of course not. It's not going to cascade to long. But chart 1 is, chart 4 is, and chart 2, it's going to cascade to where what you're looking for is, well, the momentum's changed in chart 4. Bias hasn't. Price bias hasn't. Momentum bias hasn't. Now you're looking for what happens when it pulls back on chart 2 and hits those key levels. Does it slow down at every reaction zone and every level to show you that, hey, the cascading nature of the momentum on chart 1 and chart 4 is starting to switch over slowly. I mean, this is an advanced, really kind of concept of reading the chart price action, but
it's helpful though hearing it. It really is very helpful watching.
But it's also what you should see, because a lot of people have problems in these changeover states. And this is where, how do you get in trouble in this current state? You get in trouble by chasing the trades and not being predictive. So what's being predictive? Well, expecting an overshoot of this RDA, knowing that there's a level here, there's a stair-step pattern on chart 2, but also looking and seeing, okay, we got the momentum indicator check on chart 4, where my entry is at 0.65, which also correlates with chart 1, which also holds the previous channel of the previous candle on chart 3. Like, here's another way to maybe describe it too, and this is like kind of what I explained about the algorithm. Each chart has a state. Each chart has a momentum state, and each chart has a level state. And then each chart, so another way to look at it is that chart 1 has a current price state comparatively to the previous candle. There's a state there. It has a momentum state, it has a bias state, it has a bias momentum state, it has a momentum bias state. Chart 3 has a state in accords to the current price and the previous candle. The next level that matters on the previous candle of chart 3 is the upper control, because it's below, it's the current open, obviously, which is deciding if it's going to hold right now, or it's the upper control. That's the state of the levels that we can get on a very granular level, at a higher level than you obviously have the strong level, and then the level up above that. But as far as think about it this way, what's the state of the current candle comparatively to the previous candle? And then what information can you glean from the previous candle that the market is revealing its hand on where it wants to go based on the rules and what we use?
It wick down to 50%. It'd be able to wick down to 50%. And it's a wick, so that means it may still be red, but it's moving away from that.
Or it wants to continue there because it's intention. So 2 of it is that you should be open to the fact that it actually is showing you that it wants to go down. But what's most important as far as the immediate levels is the upper control. Let's do this in a chart. So if we do the 60-minute and we say, okay, and let's remove this indicator. Fuck it, I'll keep it on. We're in the 60-minute candle. If you go here on the previous candle, the most important level is the open and this upper control here. That's the most important levels. Yes, you do have this within the candle body, but as far as trade decisions right now and whether or not price is going to hold, it's these two levels. It's a fight between this level and this level. If this level gets lost, then yes, it's a fight between this level and this level. You could do the same thing on wicks if you really want to get, I mean, right now the wick hasn't developed, but but let me make sure I'm not. The state of current price on a level basis comparatively to the previous candle is it is maintaining the upper control channel. If it was here, it would be maintaining the control or the mid control. And then, so that's how, when I say looking at state of this chart, that's all you need to know. Okay, that's all you need to know. Now, what do you do from there? Correlate it to the other charts. And then see what the market reveals on the other charts, right? I know I'm making it sound like easy, like, hey, this is so easy, man. Don't you get it? So I get it.
But I'm following along.
Yeah.
And it will come into play as I move forward in this ongoing study endeavor of learning how to trade.
Yeah.
Very good stuff.
No, you're going to be successful. I have no doubt that you're going to be successful if you don't give up. If you don't give up, you're going to be successful. I mean, I don't know how to. I mean, it's not a promise.
I appreciate it, and I don't see giving up as part of the program, but
Yeah. So, look, people that show up, I get a feel for, where you're at, and I will say you will figure it out if you don't give up. I mean, of course, but you're not going to get to a point. I don't believe you're going to get to a point where there's ever going to be a question that you should give up. So I think it's a foregone conclusion. You're already successful. It just hasn't happened yet because we live in time, and unfortunately we're bound by time.
I definitely know I'm making progress. I know, and I feel like while I may be stumbling here and there, at least I'm falling in the right direction. Not complete. Things are starting to make sense. I'm starting to have, I'm having quite a few good choices. It's the one or two bad choices that end up going, all right, back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
What did I screw up here?
And so for people that are wondering, how can I make that assessment? Well, with who's speaking, I see consistent growth that is positive growth every single day. There might be, I do see times where it's Jules, right? I'm trying to know the voices. Yeah. So
you got it.
Where you have setbacks and for whatever reason, you kept banging your head against the pans and pots and whatever and the wall. But I will say, you're one of the people in the group that is consistently showing improvements. You're paddling against the river, but you're still making headway. So every day you're making headway. The current is not taking you. You are beating the current every day. Some days you're doing really well against the current. Other days, like you just kind of, it was a hard day because the wind was out and, the wind was really strong and the current was strong and you just couldn't fight against it. But every day you're still beating the current. So I see that in you every single day or every time you show up. And I'm not saying that just to blow smoke up your ass. I'm just telling you that that's
I appreciate the vote of confidence, and I'm going to keep going. And yeah, thank you. I'm working hard. I want to see it happen. So
yeah. So that was the reaction of the RDA. So the other thing you have to do is remember with the 3 questions: where's price coming from? Where does it want to go? So the other question that you're always asking is that we have reaction zones that we predict in price, and you're always asking in the back of your head, well, was that the reaction of the RDA? If I looked back, and the other thing that you can do is, if I looked back in the chart today, could I have said that this was so easy? Yeah, it tagged the RDA, but it came back and checked momentum and it held. I should have probably faded that because it was so obvious that that was the only reaction we were going to get off the RDA. So that's the other thing that you're looking at. And same with the downside. Okay, this price movement that we see right now, these 2 candles on the 5, and what you're seeing on chart 2, that's the reaction of the momentum check. So is this the end of the reaction we're going to get? Now that's the assessment you have to make. We do know that this level now was created at 0.93 spot 75, but you can see I'm making a vote that the long is still in play. That pulled back to momentum, and the room for the trade that we got is what I talked about before, which is the fast momentum in the level on chart 3. So chart 3 is kind of maintaining my control and thought of the market. The other thing, if you really want to get out of tunnel vision, is look at the daily and say, okay, the daily did exceed it's way over here on the left side of the chart, right side of the chart, but the daily did do an overshoot on the actual momentum indicator. Now the problem is it doesn't look like today, the rest of the day is going to recapture that. So I don't think that's in play. It could be, because that's way up here at 200 or so. But is it in play that basically this overshoot will create a level on Sunday when the market opens, and then that will be an overshoot of the momentum? That would be another way that if you want to get out of tunnel vision, you then go and analyze your larger time frame charts. Or we can do a chart level that I love, which is the 30-minute that I don't watch enough. What does the 30-minute structure chart tell you, right? Tells us that it's going for the RDA at 183 spot 75. And the thing that should be in the back of everybody's mind is the VWAP. It hasn't tagged the VWAP, and it looks like it wants to tag that. I mean, it did tag it here at 9:30, but it hasn't tagged it in a while. So it looks like it wants to tag it again. So that's another indicator that, should be in the back of your mind, that the market, the way I describe it, has a target it wants to hit, and then it hit the RDA. Is that all the reaction? What's our next level to watch? Well, the VWAP. What's our next indicator level to watch? The VWAP. And then it's the mix 200. So as far as our indicators are concerned, we only have the VWAP above the RDA, and then we have the mix 200, which is a bias indicator and reaction zone. But all right, I feel like I've been talking. I mean, I have heard from people have shared that there's value. I mean, has today's stream been good? Look, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to shut up and offer questions and wrap up here. But I understand people want me to trade a small account, and I get the reason for that. I think me trading a small account is not representative of what you need to be taught. But I do need to come up with the way to speak about and consistently remind small account traders about what they should be doing. And I also do need to then focus on probably a training area where we talk about some of the things that you wouldn't do as a small account owner that maybe I would do as a large account owner. I feel like that's already in there because it's really clear you just trade momentum and bias. But you miss 50% of the opportunities. And I think that there's an opportunity for a small account trader to do fade trades, but you're only taking the high probability fade trades. So I don't think the best thing is for me to trade a small account, but the best thing is for me to integrate the thinking consistently and then come up with, I guess, a rule set for small accounts that don't apply to larger accounts. Is that fair? And then I'm going to shut up for the rest of the day pretty much. And I just want feedback from everybody that wants to talk, or if no one wants to talk, I'll just trade and continue. But is that fair to everybody? I'd love feedback. And this,
I don't want to over talk, but I will say that what you shared today was useful because you went back and forth. You said, here's the way I'm trading it, a larger account, but here's the way I would trade it if I was trading a smaller account. So helpful for me. And I think Jedi was about to speak, so. And
You felt the force. No, absolutely. It's tremendously helpful to see you trade small account. We all know, when you trade some of the bigger accounts, those techniques most of us cannot apply. So it's kind of looking at lost opportunity because you don't have a bigger account. And I understand that, but majority of us are in this kind of a range, and it's tremendously helpful.
yeah,
Because your reactions and the way you money manage the negative trades is completely different from when you trade the big accounts.
yeah.
You're more conservative here.
I've made it a point multiple times.
Momentum and bias versus staying on a bigger account.
Yeah, I made it a point multiple times today to kind of, and I've been trading this account more. I actually feel good about the majority of my trading day because, like, I use a big account as a crutch a lot. Instead of, if I traded my large account the way that you should trade a small account, I'd be executing trades where I don't know what my win-loss ratio is, but it would be a lot less because there was times where the market went against me here that I didn't have to allow it to, and I wouldn't in a small account, but I did because of a larger account. So the answer really is for me to trade the way that I would trade a small account, because the crutch is, I mean, I can do a 80 lot position, no problem right now, still have room, but that's not the right way to trade. Even this pullback, I traded it like I would trade a small account. So, but I need to, and I hear what you're saying. What I need to do though is I need to highlight enough the delineations when I'm deviating from that, so that you don't listen to me or don't watch what I do during that time. But I feel also today I balanced a good amount of fundamentals too. All right, so I'll shut up now. But I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to say I don't think I might trade small account, but to me, it's actually the better thing is to actually just improve my big account trading so that I'm not using the crutch of a big account. The big difference, so everybody knows, is that with a large account and the way I trade it, I always have powder, so to say, to trade. So I can be off by 10 to 20 ticks sometimes and stick with the trade if I still have conviction. You can't do that with a small account. And you can, but eventually it's going to bite you more times than not. With a large account, as long as you're good at cash management, and I'm not even fully utilizing. I mean, I don't think I got larger than 9 lots today. And I still am going to close the day here above 20 grand. So that's not bad for not, I mean,
Awesome.
I could trade that on a 5K account, right?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's what it is. It's awesome.
So I will share this. So for those that are new, I've charged one-time fee for years to become an alpha member, $9.97. You get access to everything. For those that were maybe on with some of the algorithm talk, if I do let you into the system, you'll get access to whatever algorithm we future create and stuff. The ability to participate, it will be an additional cost. But eventually we might just go dark. We might decide as a community that we don't want any more public people part of the group, and we've got everybody we need to build the algorithm. But that's not going to be my decision. That's going to be when we have uh, that's when I have the group. We have a way. I thought about this the other day, creating a Rexdog meme coin, and I could do it in under an hour, but I can't find a use for it. Maybe there is a use for it, um, but there'll be some form of decision control about how things move forward as I continue to, as long as I'm still able to play a significant role in the group, I'll be in control. But the more that I will be stepping away, then there will be others in the group that will be admins and having control of the group. And then we'll have a structure that we agree on as far as making decisions about initiatives. That's what I'm hoping to accomplish here in the next 30 days. So, or next 60 days, I mean. So I'm hoping to have, it might not be totally in place, but I'm hoping to have an understanding. And I believe that we have enough people that there is going to be 4 or 5 people that will step up, if not more, to kind of, so, and I've talked to a couple people already, just kind of individually, right? So anyways, I'll shut up now and I'm out of the, so that was another reaction to the RDA. I kind of feel bad that I didn't short the double top there. Anybody have any, I know we covered quite a bit. Anybody have anything they want to get off their chest or, oh, by the way, well, no, this doesn't matter. My daughter did say that the Celsius was her and that I was drinking her Celsius. So she was a little upset about that whole situation. So, oops.
Did you like it at least, or did it give you heart palpitations?
No, it actually was pretty good. So I'm glad I will figure out, is it Costco or Sam's Club, wherever one it has it, and then I'll put it on our list next time that someone goes to Costco or Sam's Club. I kind of go to both because, like, they have different things at different places. So I'll share this. So for those that are interested, it's $9.97, includes everything. The indicators, trading view. We have some indicators. We build indicators for Sierra Chart. There is an additional cost for those because it's a relationship with a developer that maintains them and makes sure that they're updated and they're always working. But it's small, limited cost. And then I do like Sierra Chart, but I'm not going to like Sierra Chart until we build the trade panel that I want for it. Then I would love it, because all of these just imagine you could automatically manage your stop losses by one click of a button based on a logic. Like, hey, I'm in 9 lots, individually divide this up starting at the RDA, like with one click, and then it would maintain it. Like, so I should trade with it. I just, part of it too is I'm trading on Trade08 because that's what I recommend as a platform for most people too. Let's see. Do we go long here? Or is it going to sell off? So we have a new open. That's really a weak close there. Now, one thing I will say is that if it does sell off on chart 3, this might look like that it tagged chart 3, right? So what I'll share is, if you're not on Discord, join Discord. If you are interested in becoming an alpha, you can check out the website. I know it's not the prettiest, but I explain at least, and it's the last thing on my list to update because to me, it's focused on current alphas, but that explains the system. You can go back in my past streams. We've been I think I've streamed for a couple years now. I did used to share my P&L. I don't have time anymore. But if you are interested, send me a DM. If you get a DM from anybody, I don't DM people. So there's a lot of scammers that try to impersonate me. Damn it, I didn't short that. I don't know if it's shortable yet. If you get a DM, you can go to a public post that I did and right click and do message. And if it doesn't go to our conversation, then you're conversating with someone that's trying to get something from you that's not me. I very rarely DM people. I DM'd one person for the first time in a long time today because they just, I did see that they were talking and stuff, but I rarely DM people. If you DM me, I'll have a conversation and everything else, but I don't send friend requests and I don't DM. With alphas, I'm okay with being your friend. So if you want an additional friend and you're an alpha, that's one additional benefit. I can offer friendship on Discord. What time is it? It's at the second pivot. I think I'll go long. We're going to go long. And then I'll go long at the extreme band here. And the level is actually right here, right where my second entry is. So this isn't the strongest fade trade, but because that's a pretty big reaction off that alpha or off that RDA and midpoint, it created kind of an alpha candle, but where did it stop? Right at the momentum indicator. So that's why I even considered going long in this range. And then it's only 2 lots too. So, and then I'll trade off this level down here. And then we'll scale in down to here is where I'll scale in if I'm planning to, or I'll get out in reverse. So if you are interested, join Discord, send me a DM, say, how do I become an alpha? Or you can visit the website. You can email me on there and say, look over everything and say, how do I become an alpha? For me, I just like to ask questions like I said before, I'm very cognizant of who joins our group. I want quality people that are serious and realize that this is you're not going to be a successful trader within 30 days. Unless you really adopt yourself and like somehow, you're able to maybe. So Frank said RDA and BitPoint. What is BitPoint? Is that midpoint? Let's look at our other charts. So lower control is about to be recaptured. The mid control is the target, or at least the next zone up, which is above the NYSE.
VWAP.
Yep, and also like you said, the VWAP. Yeah, good call. Which is right at the VWAP. I'm going to try to get long here again at an RDA check, possibly. I'll call the bluff on a pullback here. These are too far away, and I need to put the other thing. I'm trading naked, which is a bad habit to get into, meaning that I don't have any protective stops in the market. So I should at least have 4 protective stops, because if the market, let's say that, I don't know, the president stepped down, the market would go insane. If the president announced today that, hey, I'm not going to be running because we are running out of time for him to make the decision, then you'd see the market whipsaw, and I'd like to be out instead of losing a couple $1,000. Yeah, Frank, I understand. So on my website, and I think I can share this because I can't share it on TradingView, I do go through our terminology. Like I said, maybe one of the things I did ask for too with people is that like an assistant. I just, if someone does that, I feel bad not paying, but also like, how do I explain this? It's kind of hard for me to justify, like just cost if I ran this like a business, like the training side, like a business, I'm putting in way too much time and everything else for ROI. I don't think of it that way. So, but the second that I start having ongoing cost and ongoing allocation, I'm going to start, I just know me. It's not like, I just know I'm going to feel a certain way about it. And it's just my makeup. I can't, it's like, damn it, I'm not running this as a business. Yeah, I could eat the cost, but uh, I like charity, but I do charity for me. I do charity to help people, but uh, I think a lot of people do charity because they get a lot out of it. Um, so I'm being honest with myself. I do charity for me. So, anyways, if I were to have someone that would be um, like an assistant or something, I would want to make sure that whatever time they're spending is highly valuable. Meaning that if it was just me ongoing coaching them, and then, or we did work something out where they got paid for their time, but am I being clear? All right. Let's look at the crypto market here in a little bit. Why is this buy limit way down here? Also, keep in mind, we're trading. I can't believe I'm streamed the whole trade session, even pre-market. That's pretty crazy. I didn't think I had the energy for it. I'm glad I do. That Bitcoin rejection is looking pretty good. I didn't buy on anything here. I'll buy at the RDA pullback, possibly. That's what I told my significant other. I said, look, we should be exiting some positions here just because the probability of it continuing to maximize profit, but at the same time, let's hold it for another critical check. And are you okay with me holding it for another critical check and then buying in there again? And if that holds, then we just hold it. Or if it doesn't, we sell. And she was okay with that. I didn't sit her in front of the chart and say, here's the Rex dog average, named after your favorite dog. She does know about the Rex dog average, and she does threaten me from time to time to take me to court for using his likeness. I still can't believe that I'm trading deep into the close. That's pretty sweet. It's about to jump in volatility, I think, here because we're at the second pivot time and it's holding momentum still. So part of me feels like it does feel like it's going to break down based on the RDA check. So I'm kind of at this very, very, very. My entry's great for long if it holds. Terrible to reverse here on the short. So I'm going to move up my stops. And if I get taken out, then I'll just make a decision on what does the market tell me at that time. Because I'm fine getting knocked out on volatility at this point. The other thing with a VA or assistant is it's like we were talking about with the plan forward and the algorithm. I want very, very clear. I haven't got to sit down and create very clear things and initiatives that need to be done. And I want that done first. So that's why I haven't reached out to. There's been a few people, so I know there's a few people that have been in touch. So I definitely will reach back out once I get that. I just Anybody have any experience setting up coins? Like if we had a Rex coin, and I'm not saying we do, but if we had a Rex coin and every alpha got the opportunity to have a certain percent, couldn't we have voting? I mean, we can do voting without a coin too. I'm just saying that I'll figure out a voting mechanism so that we can have initiatives and then kind of do a poll on it so that we can decide on initiatives. But so I need to figure out that process. Maybe I can just use Google for that. That's probably good. But if we had a Rex coin, then people would have, you'd have a certain amount of, I haven't done any of the voting on the coin and the, whatever that thing is called in crypto. I can't think of the name of the, damn it. I don't like this. I looked up on YouTube for about half a day or 2 hours how to create coins just to remind myself where the market was at. And now YouTube thinks that's all I care about. It's so friggin' annoying. I should have done it in an incognito account. Yeah. I don't like the fact that I didn't short that. So the question, I'm going to short on the pullback here, and this is the one time to short because the market's either going to break down lower or it's going to hold this level and hold the stair step pattern. So I'm going to take a little bit of risk on this trade, more than I would ordinarily at this time in the market, just because in my mind there's only two decisions there. It's going to hold the stair step pattern, which is just right below here, or it's going to completely break down and really just maybe be a rip your face off rally to the downside. I took that from another trader, Theo Trade. He used to say that all the time. I used to watch his videos back in the day. He used to say, rip your face off rally. I will need a little bit of a break here after today. I did have a little bit of a snack for lunch and stuff, but. All right, so far the stair step pattern's holding. That level's holding. But I am setting up for, I'm in two, this would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Got to be very careful that I don't get on the wrong side of this long trade that could be developing. So under that scenario, I need to play the level more. And I'd like to end the day above 20. We're at 21. I don't really care. I mean, usually I don't even have this up, but I figured today I forget to load the chart sometimes when I'm trading with it up because my normal chart doesn't even have it. But I figured today it would be a good just to have the P&L there, right there up in your face.
Yeah, thank you for doing that.
Yeah. Because I know even sometimes nowadays I'm forgetting to even tell you what my P&L is at the end of the day. I get, part of it is I get so worn out. I'm like, oh, I just need a break. I'm going to go take Rex for a walk or, go do something. And then I don't come back till later in the night and I just don't think about it. So part of me thinks that this short isn't the right trade here and I should be long because of the way that it's not breaking down. But I'm going to give it one opportunity to sell at an overshoot in the level here, and then I'll probably reverse. But I'm only going to reverse once.
I'm sorry, Rex, how significant it is to kind of, as far as the patience is concerned, wait until the candle close to make your decisions?
It's conditional, but usually it's important if if you're at a key level or you're at, you're waiting for something significant, right? So in some ways, the predictability of our trade system is trading at a level and then calling the bluff on the overshoot, and then to get your best entry, right? So, but if you don't have a great entry, then it's hard to trade that, because like you have to sit through that pain. Like here, like I really feel like I probably should reverse. Part of me is this is the perfect place that I'd want to have I started my position too early, and my basis should be higher because the next level is up here. So, but part of me thinks I should reverse like I did, is what I did.
So
And
I'm looking at chart 4 to help me out. I mean, yeah, chart 4 to help me with that decision, because I find that waiting for the 5 minute to close, a lot of times I've missed the moment.
yeah, but it's the same scenario on chart 2. Wait for the chart 2 candle to close. Wait for I don't have the counts for some reason on this stupid chart. I don't know why it's not on here. Where's my indicators? Is it configure chart elements? Yeah, I don't know why the counts aren't on here. But there's I don't know why I still don't have this down. What is the count to close? What is that?
Indicator, later day trades.
Okay. And then
remaining time and ticks.
Yeah, sweet. So for some reason it's not on my chart. But
I don't, Tradovate does funky stuff. I know sometimes my charts look different. I have to rebuild them. Not the whole thing, but something will be missing.
Yeah. So now I'm a little upset because I reversed a little too late, and that's really where, but I'm going to trade one more 3 lots and then put trailing stops here, and then I'm willing to risk maybe losing $2,000, $2,500 here in this trade, to be wrong, to maybe make 4,000 to 5,000, possibly, maybe 2 to 3. No, not 2 to 3, 4 to 5. Yeah. Because if it's going to run, it's going to run. So so what I believe waiting for the close is important, but it is situational. But then the predictive nature is not waiting for the close a lot of time. So, but that's why having the tick count down and then the candle count down, having it in your face is important, because, okay, we're going to not lose money on this trade. Screw it. I'm just going to put my stops close. I shouldn't, but because I should give it volatility, but why lose money on this? So it's either going to work out in my favor or I'm going to get knocked out at very low P&L. I should give it much more room down below the indicators here, but I don't feel like losing any more than, now that I'm in profit, my attitude changed about losing $2,500. So say what you will about that, but my attitude changed. So I do think that waiting for the close, but it's so situational, because if you're chasing the trade, it's hard to do. And oftentimes, if you get that little tick or gut instinct that you're wrong, and you are a good, remember, I think one of the things, the other thing I'm working on, and I know I keep saying I'm working on a lot of things. These are things that I have like in my important list to do. And then I follow like the para method, where basically you put the most important, but is actually creating a template for a journal. I talk about journaling, but I haven't created what I would consider a template for a journal. One of the things I would like for a template of a journal is you consistently tracking percentage of system to percentage of gut instinct, for lack of a better word, and where you're at, and maybe how you traded that day, in addition to all the other grading that I suggest. But that's a simple one, because I think understanding your growth on that and your execution on that will tell you something. Like, am I relying on the system for 90% of my trades? Or am I relying on the system for 50? Maybe because that's where I'm at in my journey, or because like where I'm, or just how I traded. So that would be the other thing I would like to see on a trade journal, which is how much, if you take today, how much did you trade off your gut instinct as a trader? Meaning, there's always going to be percentage, and for some it might be 30%. You might get to the point. This is something I haven't probably effectively like committed to, but now I'm realizing I have to commit to it. You might get to a point that the system's only 60% and your gut is 40%, or I should say trading instinct or trading edge, whatever. But you're highly profitable, right?
I was going to say there's states of gut that are accurate states and not accurate states. I think it's important to be aware, because sometimes my gut is right on the money when I'm kind of distant, but when I get emotional for whatever reason, a couple trades haven't gone my way, whatever it might be, then my gut is no longer accurate. So I have to know when to turn it on and turn it off.
Yeah, but if you look at the totality of the day, that's included in the totality of the day. So, and that would be how effective are you if you break up trading. Trading is real simple. It's your trade system and your gut. And then does your trade system, because I'm thoroughly convinced all a trade system is so that you can unlock the power of what's inside the human brain and make conviction decisions, which are really gut decisions about where to trade. Because you don't know. We don't know. So, and it's really easy at the end of the day. Did you make money? Was it hard or was it easy? Did you struggle? Did you churn your account? So you take the wholeality of the day. Yeah, you got emotional. Well, that's part of your gut is getting emotional, right? So if you got emotional, well, then that gut percentage, you didn't trade at a high level, right? So that's the way I would look at it is, and there's no right answer here. That's the thing, because the right answer is the right answer for you. You might be 50-50, meaning that 50% of your decisions you could attribute to the system. And then 50% of your decisions you contribute to your interpretation of the system, what I'm calling gut or edge. And if you're wildly successful, who do you have to who do you have to impress? If you're wildly successful and your risk, the caveat to that, and your risk is in control, where one trading day doesn't blow up your account, or one trading day doesn't set you back for 3 weeks of trading or a week of trading, I don't care. You have no one to prove it to, unless you work at a firm where they're asking you to prove it. Like if you came to me and said, look, I'm 50-50 on the system, but I've pulled $17,000 last week. I pulled $27,000 the week before. I pulled $13,000 the week before, and it wasn't high stress. I could duplicate it. Well, yeah, you could improve, but who am I to say that you don't have edge? You have edge. And then if you say, look, I haven't had a day where the losing trades, because I know I have a high standard of not losing trades, but I haven't had a day of not losing trades where it's wiped out multiple days of trading. If you could say that, who else do you have to impress? It's just your bank account that you need to impress. So, I've turned my thinking on this a little bit, meaning that for each person's journey, and I think I listened to a podcast the other day that wasn't related to trading, but they were talking about success, and I think it was success in business. And the point that the person made was each person's journey is different. The end result is maybe the same because we're in the same industry, but each person's journey is different, and each person's percentage of what they're good at and what they outsource and what they hire for is different. But the end result of a successful running operation in this industry is the same, because it comes down to, can you consistently year over year or month after month make money, and it doesn't drive you insane. It's the same way with trading. So, but this is a topic for the podcast, because this is something that could be explored deeper and further explained and understood with a deeper conversation around, okay, give an analogy, kind of give analogies, and then kind of so to me, this concept, the way to think about this right now is that you've heard that phrase, maybe, if it's not trackable, you can't manage it. Well, if you're not managing how much of your decision making is the system versus your gut instinct, you can't manage if you're making progress on it, because you're not tracking it. But if you even just put this one simple thing in one spreadsheet column, you could easily say, yeah, consistently my percentage of relying on the system and my results has gone up concurrently with it. That, okay, this is making a difference. But without tracking it today or right now, you have no way to measure that other than just guessing in your gut instinct. I feel like I've gone on various tangents today. Boom, boom. Let's go back to my room. I'm long. I slowed down to 3 lots. I do think I should have probably bought a little bit more in that pullback, but I'm below 20 grand. Not that I care about round numbers, but I do feel I over traded in that level a little bit. Now I do think there might be a spike here, so I'm going to wait for it. I'll wait for a check here, and then if it doesn't work in my favor, I'm going to get out pretty quick here. I'm using a little bit below the momentum, and we're deep into the close, so I would expect most people would stop trading here, unless you're willing to trade with some volatility. Just stop trading. It might even range out here, because don't expect more on a Friday, the last 23 minutes of the market. And I'll probably jump off here once this trade unfolds. If I have to take a loss, or if I get picked up and it holds, then I'll stay. But if it doesn't, then I'll open it up. Well, let me do that now. For those that are here, those on YouTube, so I'll end with this. If you're interested in becoming an alpha, you can check out the website rexdogtrading.com. You can also join Discord. Ask to become a Bravo. That gives you a little bit more access to the server. And sometimes I do open up the trade room to people in the Bravos, so that you can kind of see what goes on behind the scenes, or just get a feel for how the trade room runs and stuff. Because a lot of times I'm not streaming, but there's people in the trade room, or I'm in the trade room, or I show up. So just because I'm not streaming doesn't usually there's always someone in the trade room trading or sharing their opinion, or at least there during the market hours. Plus we do a nightly recap, or not we, but there's a core group of people that do a nightly recap. So if you're interested, just DM me and say, how do I get started as an alpha? I'll ask you a few questions, kind of just get a feel. You can also check out, obviously I have over 300 videos, I think, on YouTube. I've slowed down a lot on that, just because when you run out of things to say, you run out of things to say. Plus, I think the podcast is a better outlet for a lot of the stuff we're going to be doing, like the psychology stuff. And yeah, I'm out. I burned through my P&L playing around there. I hate that. Oh, well. Ending day P&L, because I wanted to trade, is 18,529. So not a bad day, especially for me limiting my positions. I don't think I ever went above six to 9 lots. Most of my positions were 3 or 4. So I feel like I think I'm at a 80-20 on system/gut on my trade decisions. And I think most of the trades that went with me is because I traded against the system instead of trading with the system. So that's not good. But still ended the day green. Any questions before we go? Anybody want to share anything or add anything? And you might see a few things pop up over the. Well, I probably won't have time this weekend because of family. But so next week, but I might have time here and there where things might pop up. Like I'll probably start the indicator channel, and then, you know, for those that weren't here in the beginning, I did share an indicator here called the Super RSI or Super RDA. And the Super RDA is, where is it at? I don't know where it's at. Anyways, it's a indicator I've had in the works for over a year. And I do think that there's an additional opportunity for us to come together and test that indicator and adopt it as an additional component of the RDA. Oh, and really all it is just providing us early signals that bias is actually like this. Like for instance, I should probably pull it up now and see what it would do. Hey, I want to do that. Sorry.
I'd love to see it. By the way, thank you for getting the value channel or the dynamic candle. I don't know what it's called. I forgot. But that indicator out this week. It's great.
Yeah. So why is the RDA not showing? Well, let's do the Rex Dog Foundation. So I own the script. Why is it invite only? What the heck? Okay. That's weird. All right. So it's a little hard to read because we have the Rex. So the Super RDA includes every RDA we could, well, not every, a lot of the RDAs we can create. And this purple line is the one that I've refined. I think there's some refinement, but this purple line, well, we can just see it here. It's below the RDA. So I mean, there's a lot of super RDAs in here, but just look at the purple line and then our RDA, right? Why don't I just do this? Oh no, it is off. Let me just add the RDA, sorry. Boom. And then let's make this huge. I thought it was on this indicator. It is. I just, for some reason, it's not there. Make it big. Bam. Okay, there we go. So what I've noticed on this indicator, which is a derivative of the RDA, which is a super RDA of the RDA of the RDA, is when this purple RDA crosses the RDA, it's real, meaning it's really long bias. Shit got real. So shit got real right here. The purple crossed the RDA. All through here, what do we see? The purple is below the RDA. So all of this overshoot action is false. Is overshoot RDA because the purple is below the RDA. And it's pretty friggin' reliable. But that's just on a cursory look. What needs to happen is I need to get this in the hands of alphas, and we need to explain every one of these individual RDAs. I mean, I just share. I mean, all it is it's, you know, some of it's using SMAs, it's using value weighted, it's using the TVMA, the DVMA, the DEMA, the TEMA. It's using, but this super RDA, or this latest, which is a derivative of what's called the super RDA, contains a little bit more logic, this latest. And what I've noticed just pulling it up on charts is that it reveals when bias has really shifted, and it really is a crossover. I think there's opportunity to take the mixed momentum indicator, plot it on top of this, and provide even more early signals so that we have a little bit more confidence in our overshoots. or we have a little bit more confidence in maybe fading, or we have a little more confidence on continuing when the momentum has changed early. See right here, the momentum changed, right? In our standard, I know it's hard to see, but in our standard system, momentum and bias changed. But this is Bitcoin, by the way. We're looking at Bitcoin. But what, as far as this indicator, the revelation is that the true bias of the RDA was revealed here, that was the one that we should believe. And then these are the ones that we shouldn't believe. So what needs to happen is
I
that,
love it.
yeah,
I think it's amazing. I mean, I can see that thing as being, wow.
I know, but you're looking
I
at,
would love to test that.
yeah, but no, I get it. I'm excited too, but like, let me be proven wrong and I go to the NQ and it doesn't show the same thing, right? So let's go to the NQ. Well, the NQ, what is it showing today? On the 5, none of the overshoots or even all the tests were real, right? That's what it's showing. Here, when it switched over, it's showing that this overshoot was real. Here, it showed that this sell-off was real. I know it's hard to see. Okay, so that held up. So what we need to do, of course, I'm open to people creating scripts and us doing the trading view backtesting, but I also, that's not good enough for me. To me, it's let's take the NQ, go back 6 months on the 5-minute chart. This is the way I've done it, and I don't do it any other way. And go in a spreadsheet and capture the relevant information we need to make a decision of whether or not there's edge on this. And then look at the times where it's wrong and create a rule set around that. Because it's not going to be right all the time. But then if it's right 80% of the time or higher, then we got something. Could be 70%. Or it's 70% needs to be refined. And we can do that through using the back testing. And yeah, that's good. But that's a lot of that. It seems like work going through it hand by hand. But I like to go through it hand by hand because here's the thing. If we get 6 or 7 of us together to kind of do different tickers, different time frames, and prove it out, we're utilizing how we would utilize it in real time in a way. We're tapping into the human mind. That's the way I've added every indicator to the system or every rule, is that, yeah, I've done some back testing, but then I've done a lot of wasted back testing too, where I thought, oh, I got the holy grail, and then it didn't hold up. But every time that I've sat down and I went across a ticker, 2 tickers in the crypto, 2 tickers in futures, 2 tickers in Forex, and 2 tickers in equity, and then sometimes expand it, the indicator or the rule that I put in place holds up at a high probability rate, like the RDA. I did that with the RDA. I went through and I went through NQ, GC, CL, and I went through the 5-minute, the 60-minute, the 30-minute, the daily chart, and then I, by hand spreadsheet, created a data set. And I learned a lot in that process about price and how price reacts around the RDA. And then I did have momentum at that time on there as well. But so that's what I would put forward. If someone say I could contribute by actually automating this and providing us with data, then I would be open to that as well. So, and then the end goal here is that we release an update to the RDA, probably a member only. That is bias real, or is this true bias change, or is this early bias? I think to me that's where the opportunity lies. Is even on the momentum checks. I think the knowledge we would gain from the RDA, we could then take a mix of the momentum, add the similar logic to our momentum. So we take the average of our momentum indicators and we do the same type of thing. And then we would say, is our momentum move real? not real, but is it, because, there's overshoots a lot, right? Or there's tests. Is the probability here that this is actually a true, like, it's gonna continue with momentum, right? Does that make sense? And I know there's only a few people now. Only the hardcore people are still here. Look at that.
Well, I'm still here. I'm managing
No.
a trade, so
No, it's all good.
I got a little distracted because the last 10 minutes just got more volatile.
Yeah.
But
No.
I love it. I would love to help out in any way I could. That really looks like up my alley.
Yep.
I've been playing with SMAs and EMAs, just sort of trying to see if a little added if it adds any edge, and I can see the benefit of that bias indicator really. I think it. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the back testing will prove it, but I see it as potential in my mind.
I think there's another opportunity. There's other traders. There's a few traders here that use Kinjin. What's the Kinjin? The Kinjin EMA. What's that part of? That's part of.
Oh, right. The what's it called? I'm going to call it emoji. No,
yeah.
The Japanese trading system. Ichimoku.
Yep. There's a few traders in our group that use that, and there's one trader that specifically sent me over an indicator that I need to still test out. I think there's maybe room for a channel of, here's other indicators I'm working on, like you guys, and then you can get expert advice from everybody else, or advice from everybody, or expert advice from me. So I'm not opposed. Like, here's what I don't like, and I'll just share this. I don't like on the stream someone coming on and pitching maybe their indicators too much if they haven't proved that they're a successful trader, because it detracts from the majority of what us are trying to learn. I have no problem people mentioning it here and there, or even I do want to create a place for it, but I also don't want, and I'm not saying I've seen this, but I'm just saying that I'm sure it's happened where, and I'm not saying it's bad either. I'm just saying that, like, if someone did see an addition or does have an additional indicator that helps out, I have no problem with them mentioning it or anything else, but consistently distracting other people.
I think during the nightly recap, that's a great time to share those things.
Yeah.
But during the day, I'm trying to practice the Rex Dog system. And so it's really nice to stay on target with that and not get too distracted with other stuff during the trading day. But at night, it's great,
Yeah. But what I also would say is I would like to support other indicators, because I'm not trying to be the end, but if people find edge, I'm willing to share my thoughts and even maybe minorly adopt it to the system, or help. Let's say that they don't have the skill to create the next iteration. Maybe we find a way to iterate on their idea, right? I don't have a problem with that. But so that's all I'm saying, is that the Ichimoku is one thing that I used to trade it a lot more, but I just found I don't need it. But I know Banger trades with it, and I know a few other people have it in their system. So I think there's opportunity to potentially, right now we're talking about refinement, right? So, and I haven't tapped into the power of the group as much as I could, because I don't want to distract. But I think people are smart enough, not smart. I think you can handle whether or not you're going to get distracted. So I wish I would have sold up there. I did think about selling there when it was pretty obvious with this alpha candle, but I should not have the chart up anymore. I will not have the chart up. So anyways, I want to end the day, so this is something that the initiative will be launched next week. I need to do a video and then explain it and then release it in a way that people can put it on their charts, and then we come up with a game plan to tackle it. But even here in this initial, let's go to NVIDIA. I know it's really sold off. So, and let's do like a daily or a 4-hour time frame just to see. So, I mean, that held. It might have been obvious, but the purple lines above the RDA that would tell you that this pullback was real, meaning that you should have took it. Let's do a 4x just to kind of, and anybody that's still on, obviously you want to stay on just to hang out with me because I'm cool. This pullback or this changeover in, so I would have been on this alpha candle here on the 4 hour on the US CAD. Number one, that should play into account, but that actually did do a changeover here. And that was telling you early on. I bet there'd be a signal on this candle if we did a signal here that this momentum was real. Now, part of that is you would have got that with the alpha candle anyways, but then maybe it'd give you more confidence for this pullback. This is another one where the alpha candle was clear because it broke through the RDA, but then the official changeover or the official is it real happened right here. This is an interesting one here. This is actually interesting. And I know there's a lot of mess here, but this is really interesting because here you have a rise up, a pullback to the RDA, but it's still above. So this pullback is telling you that it's not real, meaning it's not going to sell off, this overshoot. This pullback is close. These two pullbacks are close, but they're telling you that, hey, maybe you should not be super aggressively selling this unless you sold up here. So don't sell the continuation down. And then this test, you have even more separation between is it real and is it not? So that's interesting. Let's do the 30. It's another one. Pull back to the RDA, overshoot. Is it real? Yeah. Yeah, I know. And I'm sure most people would be because any edge that we can get, right? I'm just, look, as you guys can tell, it's Friday. Market's closed almost. And I'm still looking at charts and excited about it. So I'm passionate about this shit regardless. I'd be doing this even if you guys weren't here. I'm just telling you. So nothing against you guys being here. I'm just saying that I'd still be doing this. So this pullback, you should have bought because it was real or it didn't. I don't know how to describe it. So there's also this teal line that plays a role. I think that's the super RDA. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's the super RDA. So that's the RDA of all RDAs, meaning that the RDA is the RDA. This is the RDA of all the RDAs, the volume weighted RDA, the EMA RDA, the SMA RDA, the TEMA RDA. So yeah, I think there's something here the more that I look at it. I was proud of myself. I did actually sell at the top at BNB. I actually sold right at that 639 or so, or maybe not that high because I did Bitcoin. So I transferred to Bitcoin right around the 630 level. So I was pretty happy with that sell-off. We'll see if it continues to break out, but I dumped some of my BNB. I was happy about that whole situation. Let's look at the 4-day. Maybe we might find something here. This pullback. Well, this is one where it's off. So that's a sign where it's off. Because is it real, which is the purple line below the RDA, this pullback is saying it's not real. But it never really tagged the RDA.
You've got the three there. You've got the super RDA, you've got the RDA, and then what's the purple line called?
That's the is it real, basically. It's
okay.
Kind of an amalgamation of the super RDA plus a few other factors into it. So
the relationship though between the RDA, the super RDA, and the is it real? That's interesting because the super RDA still holds up.
Yeah.
And obviously the price action implies that it's an inflection, but which way is it going? And when does the super RDA come back in? It wouldn't be predictive because you might have gone short, I guess. And
yeah.
then you'd have realized you were wrong.
But then you'd also realize that well, no, here's the thing. Where would you go short? You wouldn't go short at the RDA because that's a stupid area to enter. You'd go short up here right?
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
You,
oh,
you'd
yeah.
have gone short at a place where it was not, but you'd know right away that you were wrong.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep, especially on a lower time frame. Because the other thing that we could start doing is then, we're on the 4-day. We could do a multi time frame and do a state of the super RDA. Is it real in the RDA? So basically say, well, on the 60, on the 240, on this, you know, it's this state. So this 4-day pull down, you might want to look at the daily and the 60 for like a sub. Like, what do those tell you, right?
Right.
So yeah, but you're right.
And that's not
We'd be
even
right.
taking levels into account.
Yeah.
Not even taking levels into account. If the minute you add levels in there, all of a sudden, like I say, it gives added confirmation or confidence, and you're wrong right away.
See that? So that's what. So my thinking is the initiative is that each person takes a ticker. We have a spreadsheet, and then when we identify, then we go back a year, 6 months, or whatever on a time frame. Yeah, it's tedious, but it's easy because we have the couple things you mark. And then what you do is then we find the areas where it doesn't work, and of course we correlate it then to the system, right? But then we also say, okay, in this area, how do we refine the rule set of just this indicator so that it gives less false positives? Or is this one where, of course, you would make the logic that the levels trump, right? And the fact that it didn't really tag the RDA. But it should not be that subjective. It should always, ideally, we always want, I mean, like here's another example. Look at how far it overshot the RDA. And even here, where it still kind of got close, but you know, I mean, you'd have this level over here that you'd be trading off of. So it is kind of looking at levels. So there is a correlation to that. So those are the things we'd have to decide is like, what do we want to capture as far as, because the end state is what's the value to this addition of and then how is it represented? Like, is it a signal like the RSI? I don't think it should be a plot. I mean, maybe it could be a plot, but like, I think it's more of a either coloring to the RDA or something like that,
I like it. I definitely like it I personally like it as a plot because I know the RSI signals for me, I almost don't pay attention to them because I don't have enough, there's not enough relationship for me. That's my personal preference.
Yeah.
So, and I've had too many times where I look and I'm like, I don't know. I see red, green, red. No, and then it's, you know what I mean? So it's a little bit.
Yeah.
I like the plotting. That's me personally though, because having the option for signals is nice.
It'd be both.
Having the option to go, what's that?
It'd be both. We do both. So I don't think we wouldn't release, we would do both, meaning that we'd release this indicator so you could plot every one of these if you wanted to, and then plot the result. And then if this indicator had signals, or we'd release an updated RDA that would then have this logic built into it so that maybe if you don't want to plot it and then you did want the signal. So I think we would do both for maximum functionality.
Because I guess some people like one line to look at. For me, I actually find it's easier to, at least this is where I'm at right now. There's a lot of people here, so anybody that wants to speak up and throw their 2 cents in, but I like the option to be able to plot because I see the relationship to the lines.
Yep.
Like your super RDA, your RDA, and then this, is it real? I can see the relationship. It's like the momentum, I can see the relationship when it's plotted, what's happening, and then compare that to price action and levels.
I'd ordinarily agree, except for the plots that we have. But I would, and I'm not arguing with it, but I would like a signal because I would have enough trust in what we built to then trade off levels and everything else. So I would eventually get to I would have a plot somewhere, but our charts are starting to get, I mean, that's why I broke into the 3 chart setup. Because if you have our new dynamic channel and you have all the momentum indicators and the closes or key levels, like, look,
probably because I'm still learning them.
Yeah.
I'm still learning this stuff, so it's helpful for me, but maybe somebody who's more advanced and they could really rely on
No, you're right though. You're
on
right.
on the signal.
A plot is good. You're right. I mean, I'm not arguing with you on a plot. So, I'm not arguing. It sounds like, I mean, it doesn't sound
Well,
like
you
we're
said
arguing.
it. You
Yeah.
said it. No, no, I don't think you're arguing. It's you also have confidence in what you're looking at. Me, I'm still jumpy.
Yeah.
I'm still skittish with it. You know.
And I've been looking at it for a year. So to me, if I could have a signal that told me this extension isn't real especially based on us like spending, like us taking, if we could automate some of it too, would be cool. But if we, well, I would do it anyways. But if we took 2 tickers from each market and went through multiple time frames and I had data to back up and then I could go and look recursively at that data, I'd then have enough trust to believe the indicator. You know what I mean? So, but
Well, I put my offering out there. If you want somebody to do some homework, this is definitely up my alley for the kind of homework I would be inclined to do. So we can talk DM wise too as well.
oh yeah, and like I said, what we're gonna do is I'll take Burns' idea, which is let's do a new. I'll do one first, which is just indicator initiatives, and that will be I'll have a series of indicators that I will outline and do a video on, and we'll release the beta and the philosophy of use and where I think it can go, and then we'll have a way to get feedback from the group and maybe have meetings on it or just conversations around it and decide on let's spend time together proving this or working on this. There's about obviously the level or the range prediction. I know people would be on board on. The ATR is still one that I want to put in there, but I don't really care about ATRs, but maybe maybe the group can convince me that there's value there. But then this one I think is top of the list. I think this one's probably the first one because this one actually, I think, plays a role in predicting ranges.
Which one? I'm sorry, I got lost.
The super
Which one
RDA.
are you referring to?
I think the super RDA.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
out of
yeah.
the 120 indicators I have, I think the super RDA is the top one that I think has potential for us to refine and add to the system. I think the other one is the value channel indicator, which I have no idea how to create. And then the other one is a range prediction indicator. But that's, I think in between that is probably a momentum indicator, the same way we did the super RDA indicator. So we'll learn from the super RDA indicator and putting that into the system. And then we take that same logic we learned and apply it to the momentum indicators. And I think we would have the best of both worlds. We would have then, is this overshoot real? That's really what I want to know. I want to know, like you want to know, like, is this overshoot one that I should sell?
Totally.
Or is this, and the only way other than going off levels and price action where we're at, I do think there's an opportunity for one more refinement using the same logic that's already been built. And that's why I'm sharing with it, because I'm excited about it.
Oh, it looks exciting to me. I mean, I looked at it and I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah. So I will get it out next week, and then we'll move forward on the algorithm stuff. And I do probably need to call it a day. I'm sure everybody else does too. So I hope everybody had a great trading day. Thanks for being here, and I'm surprised that I streamed the whole day. Wow, I haven't done that forever.
Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks everybody, and I look forward to. Yeah, I look forward to much of the stuff we talked about and slowly implementing it next week.
Thank you, Rex. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Awesome.
Also, please share your trade journals if you want, just so we can kind of see and everything else. And everybody have a great weekend. I should be around on Monday, and we'll go from there. So it's been awesome seeing everybody. We'll talk soon. That's all I have to add. That's all she said about that. All right. Everybody have a great weekend. Peace.
Yes, you too, Rick. Thank you very much to be here.
Yeah, it's been interesting stream. I'm still streaming on Discord.
From the